Mile High Hockey Lab.
Mile High Hockey Lab.
Yo, Avalanche fans, how is it going? Adrian Hernandez here from Mile High Hockey. Bright and early for you on a Friday morning. As you can see, still got the bags under my eyes from Thursday night bowling. But we're here today to talk all things Colorado Avalanche trade deadline. I'm super excited for this broadcast, mainly because I'm a total nerd. And I spent a lot of time coming up with different segments and stuff like that, since this is going to be a pretty lengthy broadcast, mostly centered around hearing what's going on in the trade world. And I'm going to, do that from kind of just mainly the Avalanche perspective. I have a couple other people joining me today. I should have Evan, managing editor Evan, coming in any moment. I got Ezra as well. Jackie's talked about coming in, and Jacob as well. So all of the friendly faces from the Mile High Hockey Lab should join over the duration of the podcast. We talked about ending the podcast at 11, but obviously, if the trade deadline goes to 1 o'clock, doesn't make sense for us to stop. So we're going to do our best to kind of hand this stream off. I got to hit the road, but we'll keep you guys covered on the Avalanche stuff. So first of all, kind of just while we're waiting for more news to kind of hit, I'm kind of trying to listen to TSN and talk to you guys at the same time. So if I start, combining words that shouldn't be combined, I apologize. Anyway, so, I'm going to talk a little bit about Lars Eller. I got some Avalanche trivia in the works. And hey, look who it is. I got managing editor Evan in here, baby.
It's me.
Yeah. So I was just telling everybody, first of all, welcome and good morning.
I know. Good morning. Yeah, there's a reason why my camera's not on. I definitely.
It happens. It happens, man. We'll get there. We'll get there at some point when you feel like you've been able to get dolled up. We'll get your camera on. But I was just telling the wonderful watchers and listeners, we would talk about Lars Eller a little bit. I have some pretty fun trivia for you. I got some team grades, and Connor Timmins is kind of the odd man out in Toronto. I want to talk about maybe if there's something to be had there. So yeah, that's pretty much what I got going. What do you think? Evan, are you there? Did I lose you?
Oh, hello.
Hey, he is. I lost you for a second there.
I don't know what that was about. But you make a great point, actually, about Connor Timmins. I hadn't thought about that because obviously Toronto's doing Toronto things.
Yeah, they have like 7,000 defenders now. So it feels like he's probably not going to get much playing time. And if that's the case, I wonder if he's one. I mean, I don't know how much leverage he has. Like, can Connor Timmins be like, hey, I want to trade? You know what I mean? But nonetheless, I think that's an interesting thing to kind of talk about. Let's see. We got a question here in the chat. What can we expect from the Avs today? What do you think, Evan? I'll let you take that one.
I mean, I think in everyone's right mind, right? Let me backtrack. In my heart, I definitely still want a move to happen. I want a Nick Schmaltz, or I want another, pretty decent move that will fill in the depth of the Avs, right? Mm-hmm. But in my head, I don't know if we're gonna get anything, honestly.
Well, I just wonder, like, what's out there that's worth swapping any assets for at this rate. I'm sure that, that's when I say that, at the same time, every year it's always some guy that's totally not on our radar. That the
that was Lehkonen last year, right? I don't think anybody was on, we weren't on the radar for Lehkonen.
Exactly. So, Zach, I feel like that is the question today, right? What will the Avs do? And I think what the Avs do will send a pretty loud and clear message, not only to the team, but to the rest of the Western Conference. Because I feel like the rest of the West is kind of, we talked Ezra's line, the fingers race versus the arms race. Um, I kind of don't. I don't know. Maybe I'll get heat for this, but I don't think that's the case. I think that the East is pretty talent heavy, no doubt. But I feel like the West and the East are stylistically different, and they have been for a while. I don't know if there's any deeper statistics or anything like that to back up my claim, so I'll have to look into that. But I've always felt like the West was a little more physically oriented, a little more defensively oriented, goalie oriented, um, and the East has always been about putting on a show. Not that that's a bad thing, but what do you think of that, Evan?
No, I think that that makes sense because when you think about, especially to, oh, who said it? Someone said it online, and I don't remember exactly who it was, but they made a great point about how, like the Eastern Conference,
Mhm.
just because, especially in the top teams in there, like Boston, Toronto, Tampa,
Right.
um, their their matchups have kind of been set
Yeah,
already. So like Tampa and Toronto have known now for months that they're going to end up playing each other in the first round again.
exactly.
So then they're simply scouting for each other,
Yeah,
like to actually face one another. Like,
yeah,
how can we best take on Toronto? How can we best take on Tampa Bay? And that's probably why this arms race in the East has been so large in comparison in years past. Because I mean, we already know it's going to be Tampa, Toronto
right.
in round one. It's going to be Rangers and Devils. It looks like for the Metro. Like it's already things
Pretty
are already set out
yeah,
east. Versus in the West, it's still a shootout. Everyone's within
yeah.
6 points of each other still.
You could lose 5 games and be out. You can win 5 games and be in first.
Exactly. So I think it's the term in terms of like preparation, it's so done differently by each team that it's caused that huge arms race out east because of the way it's kind of played out
Right.
this season versus here in the West. I think everyone's still trying to be conservative and trying to figure out where they are. I mean, what would you even argue is the top move in the Western Conference?
Yeah,
I don't even
exactly.
know.
I wouldn't yeah, they're all kinda just like, I don't know, baby punches. Underwater punching, but yeah, I agree with you on that, and I think too, um, the bottom tier teams in the West, I think because the stylistic difference in the West, they have a better chance of winning a game on a night to night basis, no matter where they sit in the standings. I think out east, when you combine the top heavy offensive power in the top tier teams and then like the absolute void of that in their lower tier teams, I think the East beats up on each other top to bottom a lot. And that's why you see Boston with like 70,000 wins already. Because I feel like if you're playing the Senators, and I know that I don't want to curse yet. It's not even 8:30. We have not even 15 minutes in the broadcast, but I know there's a lot of not so good teams in the West too. That's not what I'm saying. I just think the teams in the East, the dichotomy between the good and the bad is much larger. And so the bad teams get beat up on a lot. And that shows up in the standings. But getting back to Zachary's question, and thank you, Zachary, for posing a question. And folks, if you have any questions, just send them on in. We will put them up on the screen and we'll get to answering them. But back to what we can expect from the Avs today. Um, it's not something that I I'm really like I know I'm sitting here about to do a day long essentially broadcast for the trade deadline, but I just don't foresee a lot happening from the Avalanche perspective. That's why I brought my handy dandy Avalanche trivia book. So I'm gonna hit you with some serious trivia later, Evan.
It keeps losing me for some reason. Hello?
You there? I
There we
hear you.
go. I don't know what that was about.
Are
Anyway,
you in a tunnel or what? In the
I
Eisenhower?
yeah, I'm definitely in the Eisenhower today. Still, I'm
uh,
trying to catch first chair.
I hear
Obviously.
you. So let's see. I'm kind of looking at TweetDeck. Have you heard anything yet so far? Get Trade Center
um,
going.
this more.
I don't know what's going on. Maybe you need to plug your phone into the modem. Can you imagine if you could do that? But I'm looking at this. Stars get Gavin White. Sharks place Derek Puyo on reserve on waivers. That's interesting.
I know Ezra had brought up this man earlier this week. Jacob Vrana.
Oh, that's right.
He's been.
Yeah, he got traded. Jacob Vrana. I wonder. Let's see who else. I know, dude. You got wrecked the last couple days with Nick Bukestad and all of your Nick Schmaltz. All of your Arizona Coyotes have been just absolutely pillaged.
Gosh, Arizona has made some questionable moves.
Right.
It's
I don't mind
been
it though,
something.
since they're new divisional foe. Go ahead. Let's see.
Well, Arizona too is also just in a mess, as it always has been. It seems like.
Yeah, we got more from Zachary. Keep it up, Zach. I love it. He says, so here in Canada, we're hearing a lot about Klingberg and JBR for the Avs. Honestly, wouldn't mind a D-man with Makar out and Madsen banged up. Not sure timelines, but maybe some depth. Yeah, that's really the one thing, if they do anything, that I see happening, which is getting a like top 4 defender. Just like, but what's going to be the cost is the question. Because you heard it from Devon Taves on satellite radio a couple days ago. He said that the room is comfortable. The guys aren't really worried about anyone leaving. So that kind of tells me that there's been communication between management and the team that they're not really interested in moving anybody out. He also said, but mostly adding guys. So we've already seen Lars Eller come into the picture. That means basically they're going to trade assets, draft capital, or prospects, right? So who are the Avs willing to trade, and what pick are they willing to trade? I know that we already did the second round in the 2025 for Eller. But what do you think, Evan? Do you think, like, if the Avs go after a defender like Klingberg, what's going to be the ask?
Oof, man, that's interesting. I will say though, I actually will chime in really quickly about James Van Riemsdyk.
If your phone will let you.
Oh my gosh!
There
really?
you go.
Gosh, I don't know why it's doing that.
It's okay.
I will eventually move to my computer, I promise, and get out of bed. But anyway,
just proud you're here.
Thank you. Anyways, Elliot Friedman this morning tweeted out that Washington's actually going to hold on to James Van Riemsdyk.
Oh.
What does this specific tweet say? Due to the current injury situation at the blue line. So James Van Riemsdyk is not going anywhere, it seems like. So the Avs can be out on them, and along with everyone else in the league. And then in terms of Klingberg, I feel like you would only move for a defender if you're worried long term for the rest of the season. Like there were like
that wasn't a tweak for Manson, essentially.
Yeah. So like Makar is close to coming back, it seems like, anyway. He's been taking full contact now.
Hey Jackie, good morning.
Morning. Anyway, so yeah, like Klingberg's been, or not Klingberg, Makar has been taking contact, so I would expect him to be back soon, maybe Saturday or Sunday. But of course, with head injuries, you never know where to go with it, and so I'm more worried about bringing in Klingberg if like Manson is out again long term, or if Eric Johnson's injury is worse than expected. That's where I would bring in Klingberg, but from the Ducks anyway, because he's obviously new to the Ducks and was meant to be helping this team in Anaheim, kind of build up and build for the future. But Anaheim is just in a mess within its own right. So if you're gonna take away from them, you probably have to give up a lot.
Yeah,
Anaheim would probably be looking for, the Avs should not give up their first round pick. But I feel like they might want the first round pick, Anaheim, or at least a couple of prospects for Klingberg. And, there's just not enough in the pipeline, I feel like, for that. Like, you could give up, gosh, who could you even give up? Like, Bocage.
Yeah.
Maybe. And then, like, 3 three picks, but that also seems like a ton.
Yeah,
I feel like in my eyes.
well, we have Jackie just joining us. Good morning, Jackie. Thanks for joining us.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear
We
me?
can hear you loud and
All
clear.
right. Then it
Thanks.
worked.
So
Nice.
just so you guys know, I did a complete platform change in the middle of the night last night, and Jackie is kind enough to not freak out with me like the rest of everybody else were, because I know that was kind of a slick move. Me and Ezra talked about it on the last broadcast, and then it hit me basically at 10 o'clock at night after Thursday night bowling that I hadn't done any of this yet. So here we are. We pulled it off. Thank you, too, for joining me. I have some questions again that are popping up through our YouTube chat. And thank you, folks, for listening and watching. This is actually probably the most interaction we've had ever. So that's pretty cool. Let's get to this question that Brian Sundown has. I think this is a common question. He says, any more scoring centers? Eller doesn't seem like a scorer. He's not. And then he doubles down on that and says, need a second line center. So we've been talking about this for, what do you say, like 5 months? But I'll
Like
start with
6
you,
months?
Jackie. Yeah, Jackie.
Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah, since you're in the conversation now, what's your take? Are there any scoring centers to be had for the right price? And is that in the form of a second line center for you?
Well, my opinion on the second line center thing is I don't really think they need one. I mean, yeah, in a perfect world, more good players is awesome, right? But there's a cost. There's a cost to acquire them, there's a cost to pay them. And I feel like in modern hockey, it's a 5-man unit, and especially the way the Avs play, it's sure there's a guy that takes a draw, there's the guy that defends down low, but there really isn't any center. And
that's a good point.
I think the fans have been fixated on it way too much and kind of created a problem that I think the Avs don't really have.
Mm-hmm.
I think with getting Eller, it's pretty clear that they're not going to get another center because the way that Compher's played this year, like, okay, so you get a second line center, you have Eller now. What's Compher doing? Like, you know, he's on the third line and everyone would love that, but considering where they're at and what Compher's done all year, is that really realistic?
Yeah.
And so I think they've kind of addressed that hole, especially because since the second he arrived, Benner was like, oh yeah, he's a third line center. They played him like that. They talked to him in the interview. He said, yeah, I'm here to play the third line center role. So to me, that's a big clue.
Right. Especially if the plan is still to have Landy back, where are you gonna put this second line center, and after that, where's Eller going? Where's Cogliano going? You know, where's Malgin going? In the lineup at least, because if just numbers wise, if Landeskog comes back, I think the middle is pretty secure with Eller in it. So, I feel like like you said, they've addressed the center depth. They've addressed how that center conversation is in their room, which was we're pretty strong up the middle already. We just need to add somebody who's good on the PK and somebody who can, you know, score some opportunistic goals and be strong on it. So I think they hit on that again. We'll see how it pans out. I'm just trying to keep up on TweetDeck right now to see if there's anything coming in as
yeah, exactly. I'm not a good multitasker, but using this, I really don't want to screw around and lose this window. So.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, you let me know what
we see. So this we got Zachary still bringing us some great stuff. So he says Chris Johnson at TSN just tweeted asking for JVR is a third with Vegas, Winnipeg, Seattle, and Calgary looking to acquire him.
Yeah, so, I just saw that tweet too.
That they're for a third? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I think he's saying. The price, I think he meant tweet asking price for JVR is a third with Vegas, Winnipeg, Seattle, Calgary among the possible suitors.
I mean, is he a guy that would add scoring? I don't even think he's been that productive this year. So
say 5 years ago he would have, but
yeah,
no, I don't know.
Let's see.
Yeah, like a third isn't much, but on the other hand, like I think I totally get why they got Eller, but for a second, is that kind of like the best idea they had?
Right. Well, and
Especially when you saw like Bonino went for a 7th. Like, is the difference
yeah,
there
that big.
between a 2nd and a 7th?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I will say, I mean, I don't know if it still matters when you're 33, but James Van Riemsdyk was the 2nd overall pick. That kind of carries water, I guess, or weight, I guess. But he's got 23 points in 41 games. And let's see, look, I'm going to look at his career logs. So this year he's got 23 and 41. Last year he had 38 and 82. So it looks like he's having a better year than he did last year. So that's a promising sign. But
So yeah, sorry, we said on a previous show that I hate the deadline, so I'm not your hype woman.
yeah, Jackie
I'm not gonna be like, I hate everything, I hate every idea. It's not worth it. Like, go home, put the phone down.
Yeah.
So yeah, I apologize in advance.
Yeah.
But it's just, it also there's been so many trades, right? Like it's been busier than historically. I don't know if it's been the busiest. If not, it's been one of the busiest.
For sure. Definitely the busiest before the actual trade deadline day.
So it's almost like, well, what's or like, are we truly like combing through the dumpster now? Or I mean, I guess the hope is that like some team out there is going to be desperate, or that the Avs are going to like pull off just some amazing like deal for a name we haven't heard.
Some dude that just didn't exist until they made the trade.
I guess that's the spice of the next like 5 hours is
exactly.
like what name's gonna get pulled out there that hasn't been pulled out.
So we got another question from Brian Sundown. He asks, can Landy go on long-term IR? I'd hate that, but would it help with the trade? I mean, you gotta.
He already is.
Yeah, he technically is LTIR. It's just prorated, so it hits your cap differently. But I mean, the question is, does he stay there, right?
Well,
because if he comes back before the playoffs start, technically he can't. Technically, that cap will hit, right? At that exact moment.
Right, and so I feel like they really do want him to play.
I think so too.
If it's like between him and EJ, I think they need him to play. Like, he's gonna have a bigger role. He's been out longer. I think they'd be more comfortable like pushing off EJ. Plus, I think that one's going to be a little easier to justify. I think if you try to do it with Landy, they're going to get scrutinized more, like the Kucherov kind of thing, because he's been skating, right? So he's obviously been out longer, so it's understandable it's going to take him longer to come back. But he's already on the ice. If he's still not playing 6 weeks from now, it's going to be kind of like, okay,
Yeah.
Is he able to play? So I feel like they might swap it and then put EJ on LTIR if Landy's ever going to play.
Yeah.
Which I think is fine, but
I have a question, just kind of out of nowhere, mostly because I'm looking at TweetDeck and I'm seeing faces and names. Joel Edmondson from the Canadiens. How does he fit the need for a depth? Well, I guess I don't know about a depth defender, but a defender.
Well, I think he has a contract next year, so
yeah.
I don't think that'd be a good fit for the Avs because the Avs can't pay another defender next year.
Okay.
And like, he was somebody that I think Edmonton was looking at, so more in that like Ekholm realm that they had just obtained. So
sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, if they're concerned about Manson, that's going to definitely be overkill because that's going to cost more.
Yeah. I said, because this is the perfect question for you, Jackie.
Okay, great.
Because this was your idea. Can he not do a conditioning stint with the Eagles when he's ready to play again? From Zachary McMahon. Thanks, Zach, man. You've been awesome this morning. We appreciate you for tuning in and
contributing. Yeah, thank you for the interaction.
Yeah.
I fully believe he can. I know it's something the Avs haven't really done, and it does happen in the league that established NHL players will go on conditioning stints. If we get closer to the reality, I'm going to have to come up with some concrete examples, but I know it has happened, so it's not like
the Avs would be
blazing a new trail here or something.
Yeah.
I think it could be a good idea because it is such a unique situation, and it's been so long since he's played, and I guess we don't know where the Avs are going to be. Like, can they really afford to play him at, like, say 50%? I know they'd say he's their captain, and anything he provides would be welcome. But we would just be talking about a weekend, like 2 games with the Eagles, to get him up to speed. Especially if it's part of the process, the part of him testing things out, feeling better, and they can do that without taking him off LTIR. Here's the other thing, is you can see what he is like in a game situation without having to go through that. So you can send somebody on a conditioning stint while they are on LTIR and
that
not
is
have
something
to
I
do
did
that.
not know. That makes that a lot more interesting, actually, because if you can effectively shield your cap in the event that you do go get somebody today, that's going to be probably a rental in that regard, because like you said, there's really no money to pay after. But if you have to do something like that, it's interesting that you could have Landeskog be basically developing his game still after injury down there without the cap hit. Evan, if Landeskog plays in Loveland, you're going to be our boots on the ground, right?
Absolutely, I will be. Absolutely. And I know it's funny because I don't know, Zach, if you listened to one of our most recent episodes where we talked about that possibility, where he could go in a conditioning stint with the Eagles, because that would obviously be something, and it would sell out the Budweiser Event Center just like that. And in terms of like NHL players going to condition down there, I mean, the Avs had a recent one earlier this season. Byram, he went and did that for a couple games with the Eagles too. And I think both of their games were on the road, so I don't think he ever played up here up in Loveland. So, but there's an example for you out there.
What we need to do is look at the Eagles schedule. Hey, Ezra's here, and see if. Good morning, Ezra. Thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah, we're all here bright and early.
Look
it's
at
even
all
earlier
of us.
for you.
I thought we weren't early birds. What happened to that? I think we are.
Well, I have to work every morning at 7 a.m., so I'm doing double duty right now.
There you go.
Adrian, remember, I'm still in bed. Hold on here.
The wonderful world of technology where you can contribute to a live broadcast while in bed in college thinking about your next course.
Hey, you also mentioned Thursday night bowling. I also went and did that last night, so that was also fun.
Yeah. So really good on both of us for being awake today.
I know, for real.
But Ezra, thanks for joining. We talked about on the last episode, Landeskog potentially doing an Eagle stint, and that we would have Evan boots on the ground out there because he's pretty close to Loveland. I feel like that would be like a really cool way to get him in the mix. And what I was about to say is, I wonder if there's somewhere in the schedule later on in the AHL regular season where the Eagles have like 2 or 3 straight home games, because I would see if that's the case, that's the opportunity, right? Because you really don't want Landeskog traveling with the AHL squad. You probably just want him to play a few games in Loveland and then play with the squad. That would be pretty cool. Ezra, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. I would be surprised if he plays for the Eagles. I see why. It definitely, I see why a conditioning stint would make sense, but I don't see it happening. I think as soon as he's ready to go, he's back on NHL ice.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. I kind of agree with you. I feel like if the AHL thing happens, it's going to indicate that he's kind of further back than we thought.
I mean, he's missed a whole year, so for him to need a conditioning stint is not crazy. But I just expect him to want to jump right into the NHL.
Yeah, and our buddy Brandon Boy, he shared a video of Landeskog skating. He looked a lot better the last time we saw him skating, so that's good news. Let's see, we got another question from Brian. Brian said, "Thanks, this is very interesting." Thank you, Brian. You've been also an awesome interactor, so we really appreciate you for joining us. He says, "I've heard a new name, Lawson Krause. What are your thoughts? Not a center, but a scorer. Probably come at a price, though." We'll go with you, Ezra, since you just joined the program and get fresh voice.
Yeah, I like Lawson Krause as a player. I think he fits the system. I do think that if they're going to send a package to Arizona, it should be for Nick Schmaltz. Center's just the need, another left wing who can play in the system and play well would be great. There's no reason not to add that kind of depth, but it's just not probably the right allocation of resources for me. As much as we all love JT Comfer here, and I think we really do, an upgrade at 2C is the only thing that I feel like this team should be thinking about. If they want to tweak around the edges, cool, but Kraus is going to take a package, and that package should probably go for Schmaltz instead.
Yeah.
It's funny, like, Kraus is probably one of the few names that we're going to talk about today that I like. I've liked him for years. I don't really understand why his name got hot all of a sudden, like, overnight. It just,
Yeah.
like, are people desperate for,
Yes.
like, how
Yes.
far down the list are we going? Like, is Arizona really going to move him? I know that they're open for business for everything, but they actually do have a decent number of good players left. And so I don't think it's a fire sale there, like, say, Chicago and San Jose have been, where they are going to get rid of literally everything.
Right.
So I don't really get it, but I like him. But I think, like, sadly, this would take Newhook to get him. He's under contract.
Yeah.
I don't even know how many goals. He's got to be over 20 goals already this year. Like, this, I don't think he's a cheap ad. Like, you're really going to have to pivot and, like, make a decision there if you like him. But I do like him. So if they really are going to make that big of a move, I'd be happy to have him. But it definitely is not going to be cheap.
Yeah. I mean, none of it is, right? If you're going to get a TC, it's not going to be cheap. You're going to have, that's the thing that I feel like, not that, I think every fan base is naive. No fan base is more naive than the next, unless you're maybe an LA Laker fan. But I feel like Avs fans are just like we talked about this in some of our previous episodes, which if you didn't know, head on over to Apple Podcasts and Spotify. We do a weekly podcast, basically just breaking down everything in the past week that's passed. But anyway, Nazem Kadri leaving and his season last year. One, I don't know, is it anomalous now? Like, because it seems like he's doubling down in Calgary. He seems to be having at least as good of a season, maybe a little, maybe not quite, but close. Better than he was in previous years before he blew up, I'd say, right?
Yeah. I don't think he's at the point per game he was last year. I know Calgary as a whole I don't think he's been disappointing, but I think Calgary as a whole has been a little bit disappointing. And so, like, he probably has another step to give there, but I definitely don't think he's, like, the issue there. Yeah. Like, Huberdeau is the one that they're pointing out a lot more. So, well, to your point, like, there's always the dream of the heist or something, or some amazing deal. The Avs have made some really shrewd deals. It's just, like, the assets are gone. So, you can always move a first, but it's hard. It's hard when you have nothing to give. And for some reason, like, the hot name on the list to move now is Newhook, which I just think is, I mean, NHL RFAs that still have team control are the most valuable commodity in the NHL. And so, man, if you're going to make that kind of move and you're going to get rid of Newhook, and sure, he might be upgraded on, but that's gonna be a tough trade to win. Let's just put it that way. So I don't know. I don't think any miracles are on the table. We'll see. We have 5 hours to see. But
well, that's what I wanted to ask everybody about. What do you think of a package for Schmaltz that includes Newhook? Because I feel like Schmaltz is, like, not as good as what Newhook should become.
No.
So
no, he's not.
Frustrating to me. Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like I would want Schmaltz to come in, but not for Newhook. But then again, I don't know what else you would do to move Schmaltz over here. So,
did I spell Schmaltz right? Is that
you did?
Yeah.
I nailed it.
You spelled Newhook wrong, though.
Yeah. What did I was like, wait, what? Oh gosh, that's awesome. Yeah, like that's my thing. Is like, do you really want to? So many of our prospects have been dealt, and if you see Newhook as more than a prospect, He is, but that's just because he's developed, and he's one of the only ones we've had that's developed in a like a confident arc, I think. So I just don't see the value in
I
sending
think,
him.
yeah, I think Newhook gets beat up on a bit too much
Yeah.
because he's third on this team in 5-on-5 scoring. And
Yeah.
he has as many assists, primary assists at 5-on-5 as Makar. So, the whole like he's been disappointing, hasn't been good enough, he hasn't produced enough. Like, yeah, the raw point totals could be higher. Like anybody that was thinking he was going to be Kadri, I mean, that's just unfair because he wasn't.
Yeah.
Would you like to see the raw point totals a little bit higher? Perhaps, but the whole team as a whole has had problems scoring at 5-on-5.
Yeah.
And they've done better lately for sure with some of these higher goal totals. But, what I guess what I'm saying is what exactly isn't good enough about Newhook that you want to try to flip him? And I don't know. I think that's being a little fickle.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah,
Zach.
I mean, I think
Sorry, Ezra. I just want to comment
yeah,
on Zach. Zach just asked us if we're on Amazon Music as well for our podcast. Yes, we are. Just search Mile High Hockey Lab in the Amazon search bar. You'll see Colorado Avalanche podcast for Colorado Avalanche fans. That's us right there. And I think this is our 17th episode. We'll have this bad boy live. I'm going to make a highlight cut up because I don't think Megaphone will let me upload a 6-hour episode. I can try. There'll be a lot of commercials, but nonetheless, continue with what you're saying. I just wanted to address that comment real quick.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What was I saying?
I did it to you. I got you.
No, it's okay.
I was gonna say, well,
Newhook. It was. I think the big thing people are disappointed is just that he isn't ready to be a 2C yet. But it's also his second year in the league, so chill, people. It
chill
doesn't make
out
sense for him to be a 2C yet.
Yeah, I agree.
Even like Connor McDavid was. No, that's not a good example. But Nathan McKinnon was not ready to be a 2C his second year.
No,
give people some time.
Yeah, that's a good point. Nathan McKinnon had like his worst year in his third year, right? If I'm correct.
I don't know exactly that, but I know
it was like a contract year,
like,
and
and he signed that $6.5 million deal.
Yeah, so it had to have been his third year, right?
Yeah.
So, because I believe he played right out the gate, so he burned up that ELC pretty quick, I'd imagine. So it's quiet. Who'd have thunk it? With 80 trades happening on a Wednesday and a Thursday, it's super quiet right now. Let's kind of talk about some of the things that maybe other teams in the West and in the division have done. What did you think of the Jacob Verana trade, Evan?
Yeah, I mean, I know I mentioned that very early this morning. And I know that Verana's obviously had his issues going through the player assistance program, going up and down between the AHL and NHL there in Detroit. And while he goes to St. Louis in this move, St. Louis themselves have been having, issues galore and selling off players. They could see Verana as a player to build around, I guess. Which is interesting. And so we'll see, I guess really how it all plays out. I know, Ezra, that you had brought up Verana for, I think on our last show. So you might have more to say about it than I do, but those are just my kind of quick fire thoughts on it.
Yeah, I think he's a low cost gamble. Why not? I think I brought him up for Colorado, and I don't really think it was a good fit just because gambles aren't what the team needs right now. But for St. Louis, yeah, absolutely. If he can find his scoring touch again and be a healthy human being, which I hope he can, then he could really fit in their top six, young core with Thomas and Kyrou. See how he does. I think it makes sense. I think it makes a lot of sense for a seventh round pick and a mediocre prospect. Hell yeah.
Yeah, let it rain. I get a feeling like everyone was like, the Red Wings are close. They're not dealing. I know Verana doesn't really fit because he wasn't really playing for them much anyway, but I don't think the Red Wings are close. I don't even
moving Hronek was a bit odd.
Yeah, that was an odd move.
And Bertuzzi, right? So it's like they're kind of talking out of both sides of their face right now. Like you sign Dylan Larkin, and poor dude looks so sad after the game yesterday. just when they asked him about some of the players that are leaving, which leads me to believe he was probably told something different than what actually shook out after he signed the dotted line, right? So
Maybe.
I feel like you do have to be upfront about that stuff, but
or he knew and he knows that his contract had something to do with it, and that makes him extra sad. You know what I mean? So it's just I feel like the Red Wings are not where a lot of people think they are. What do you think, Jack?
yeah, I definitely feel like they're overrated in some aspects. They are one of the younger teams that is having a better year, sort of like a Buffalo.
Yeah.
We'll see what kind of push Ottawa can make at the end here. But yeah, like the Bertuzzi one, I get a little bit more because he was going to be an RFA. Maybe they couldn't pay him, but like Hronek already had the extension, and that's just I don't know. I don't see how you get better by getting rid of like capable young NHL defense. That one I really haven't quite seen an explanation on.
Yeah. We got another question from Ryan Sundown here. It says, we're losing assets. We need to start getting picks back, but going for all. I'm honestly okay with losing Newhook. I think he means Jost. Kind of reminds me of Jost. Slightly better, but could help to not lose more assets. I guess what I'm asking is, are you implying that Newhook should be part of a deal for trade value, trade capital? Because I don't like that at all, because I feel like you hit with the pick on Newhook. So
I mean, he's already better than Jost. Like he's already scored more in his career than Jost. So I think he's a little bit more than just slightly better than Jost. I think and some of the goals that he scored have displayed a much higher skill level.
Yeah.
I think Newhook's best asset, he has such quick hands, and I think that's something Jost definitely didn't have.
For sure.
And also the speed. Newhook's a little bit speedier, and so I don't think that should be the worry that he's Jost, because like I said, in his rookie year, he already showed that he was a good step ahead. So I don't see them winning anything where they're moving Newhook. I mean, I don't know what's out there. There could be a miracle. They're going to regret that one. And it's not that he's untouchable, but why do it now? Like, what is out there that is worth making this kind of move? I don't see it.
Oh, okay. So he's clarifying. He's saying, I'm not saying to trade Newhook for picks. He's saying I'm saying trade Newhook instead of picks, so you don't lose draft capital.
I mean, he's so much more valuable than, like, even our 2 seconds combined. He's more valuable. Not seconds. I'm sorry. First,
because
combined.
You want a pick. Like, if you have a pick, your goal is for it to be what Newhook is.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're not going to get. You're probably not going to get even one Newhook out of, let's say, the next 2 firsts. So I would say he's significantly more valuable than the 2 firsts combined. Like I said, he's an NHL established. Like, his waiver exemption's up, so there's like no chance that he's like ever going to get sent down because his waiver exemption's up now. An NHL established player, he doesn't even have arbitration rights. Like, that is the most valuable commodity in the NHL, because other teams don't have to pay for it. They don't have to worry about arbitration.
Great point.
And so that's what everyone wants. You want young talent that's going to outperform their contract, and you only get that with NHL established RFAs. So
I agree.
There isn't much else on the roster that
could be used.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's more valuable than him. I mean, I would say Byram.
Like, if you're going to trade Newhook, you better get the 2C, right?
You better get a 1C.
Yeah. You better get something really good. So, like I said, I don't know what's out there, but it definitely would have to be better than any deadline idea that we've heard. Like, I really like Krause, but I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah.
To do that, I don't think you come out ahead.
We got another question here. We got C. Kelly. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your question here. It says, what's the story with Kincaid? Is Frankie going to be out for a while? We talked about this a little bit in our last episode, and I think everybody kind of agreed that Frankie seems to be on track for a return still. and that Kincaid is most likely just an AHL depth goalie. Has that changed in any of your mind over the last few days?
No.
I hear it's. I didn't get to give my take, so I'll give you
Let's
my
do
take here real quick. They do this every year. They get a third goalie. I think JoJo, they did it earlier last year, but and then they lost him. But remember Rich O'Bara, remember
Yeah.
Hutchinson. They got Hammond in the Duchesne deal. Bebo that year that they threw Milosh away for him. Like, they do this every year.
It took one playoff appearance from the Hamburglar for them to learn their lesson. Yeah.
They just love having, like, this is so much part of the playbook.
Yeah.
It's like written in pen on the shopping list, as you can count on them moving assets for a goalie like this. So the other thing is that they're really milking JoJo's waiver exemption. And since they lost him twice on waivers, I think they really don't want to have to waive him again. And so you only get 30 days on the waiver exemption. And so that's why he's going up and down. Like, they're counting each day, like, by the pennies, is because they're trying to get to 30 days. Now, after the trade deadline, rosters are unlimited, but the cap still applies and waivers still apply. So there is a scenario if they don't want to carry 3, which is an option, but so what I'm saying is you could see a scenario where if Frankie isn't ready in the next week or two before JoJo's all those days would add up, then they'd be in a predicament. So Kincaid cleared waivers. He's just another guy. He's like another JoJo. Okay. So once they're done with all the days that JoJo has, then they can start using Kincaid.
Gotcha. That makes sense. So we're going back to Brian Sundown. He wants us to elaborate a little bit on the Newhook conversation with comparisons to Jost. He says, in my opinion, Newhook has swung from 2C to 4C. A little inconsistent, but maybe the potential is there. I'm just curious. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. We appreciate you. I think the potential is definitely there. I feel like his I guess contributions kind of go under the radar a little bit because he's on a really good team with a lot of really talented offensive people. I think if he were on a lesser team, his offensive production in particular would stand out a little more. But I don't agree that he's swung to a 4C. In fact, I would argue that maybe he's not a center right now and that he probably should be on the wing still because I feel like he's really good on the wing. If he is a C, he should probably be the 3C, or if he's a 4C, it doesn't make much sense because he doesn't fit the profile of a fourth line center, like especially in the Av system. It's usually the Lamborghini line, the Mercedes line, then the Toyota Tacoma line, and then the Pinto line, and when I say Pinto, I'm not insulting. I mean, this is the line where these guys aren't paid that much, but they put in a lot of hard work. And I'm not saying Newhook doesn't work hard. It's just stylistically, he's not a fourth line center.
Well, no, it's a waste. Yeah. It's a waste.
Which is good. Yeah. So, and that's why I say he's maybe a winger right now, because with the center depth, you don't want to take him out of the lineup. That's just stupid. So you got to put him somewhere. And I think he's effective on the wing, especially in his role now.
Well, what line was he on to start last game?
Second line left wing.
Yeah. So this gets back to my earlier point. I just think fans are a little too fixated on position because I just don't think it's as relevant anymore.
Same.
And I totally agree with you. You can't use somebody that their game is based around skill like that on the fourth line. It doesn't work. That's why their call-ups never work.
Yeah.
So, but I don't think he's ever going to be like a set and forget second liner, but anyone that they're going to go out and acquire isn't a set and forget second liner, or else they're getting paid $8 million or they're not getting traded. So, I think he can bounce between that second and third line depending on what they need. And I like that he had a good run at center with Cogliano and O'Connor.
Yeah, that's what you said, Ezra. You're like, I do not want them to split up that O'Connor.
Yeah, I love that.
it worked, but it's like, and he was productive. It's just that's kind of like where all his assists went to die because
Yeah.
like none of them were finishing for him.
Yeah, I wanted
So
an upgrade on Cogliano for him.
Where all assists go to die. That's great.
I love that line, Jackie. That's great. But I feel like O'Connor and Newhook had such good chemistry.
they do.
Yeah.
O'Connor had a few really nice passes to him for sure. So I think there's something they can work with there. That might not be the ultimate answer, but I like that it proved that Newhook could play well at center.
Yeah.
That he could drive a line, that he could be productive in that spot. So I think there's, like I said, there's something to work with there. There's an idea brewing.
So the
go ahead,
second line with Newhook and JT and Rantanen against New Jersey did not do well, but also it's the first time I think those three have really gotten a long look together. So I'd say if they try it again, it'll probably go better. But ultimately, the goal is for Landeskog to come back to take that second line left wing job probably, or maybe a first line left wing job. Yeah. We'll see. And then Newhook goes back to the third line. In my ideal world, there's somebody with higher skill than Cogliano in that left wing spot. It also could be Newhook in that left wing spot with Eller as third line center. I think they're giving Eller a look at third line center to see if that's where he's going to fit or if he's going to need to be a fourth liner. I wouldn't be surprised if he shakes out as a fourth liner, but if he can be an effective third line center with Newhook on his wing and O'Connor or Nieto or somebody else on the other side, that's cool. I'm excited to see what that looks like.
I think where Eller will have his biggest impact, I guess where I hope he'll have his biggest impact is on the PK.
Agreed.
Not that the Avs PK has been all that bad, but it could be better. And like I don't know if how many people recall this, but like when Jost was on Jost was actually a lights out penalty killer after he was kind of groomed by Matt Calvert.
Yeah.
And I felt like I feel like that's what the PK is missing is somebody who's like just everywhere. It feels like always active stick. So I hope that Eller can kind of be that guy. He seems to be pretty hard on the puck. I mean, you guys got to take it easy on the dude. He was arrived an hour before the game and threw on all of his gear and played. So take it easy.
That was a tough game too.
Yeah.
Like, you just can't really judge anyone on that game. And
it was a game they punted on. Frankly, they put on him in New Jersey. They knew they were like, okay, we'll either lose this game or it'll be a nice surprise.
Yeah,
right. Pretty much. I just want to make a quick point on the PK is that I think the teams that have been more and more successful are the ones that put younger players on it.
Yeah.
I think the shorthanded threat is a good counter, let's say, like strategy to it, because the teams that are good shorthanded threats, I think it does change the way that the power play plays against it.
Yeah,
might not take as many risks, but also like clearing I think the PK has moved away from a lot of like blocking shots and things like that. It's like clearing the puck, and if you have somebody that can get to the puck quick and that can turn around on it and clear it quick, is like the best way to PK. So I actually, like, surprisingly, nobody would believe this, but Girard has been in his career one of the best penalty killers for the Avs. Like his rates against are incredible. Incredibly low, and he just gets zero credit for it. And that's also why they've been using Byram and Makar more on it, just because like their skill set actually is something that leads to good penalty killing. And I know everyone's like, no, don't block shots, and that's not what they should be doing. And it is true. Like, do you want to use their minutes on that? And so but that's part of the strategy. So, but I agree with you. Like, if Eller could be like one of those really good forwards on it, but then you still mix in some of those youthful legs and hands, then there you go. Mm-hmm. I think that's the recipe for a good penalty kill.
Yeah. So I want to talk about something just kind of neither here nor there. I guess it's here. Actually, I guess it's there. But Jonathan Quick to the Golden Knights. How does that make you feel? Talk about it, Ezra.
It makes me feel kind of giddy. I mean,
Yeah.
that's so funny.
Yeah.
I love the idea of a quick redemption story in Vegas. I think that's hilarious. If the Knights beat the Kings because Quick plays well, amazing.
Yeah.
And then even more, I love the idea of playing Vegas with Jonathan Quick in net because we're gonna score so much. That's crazy. I don't know how they thought like, oh, okay, our division rival's backup goalie is available. We better go.
We should go get him.
Starter. That's
Yeah.
insane. But
After
also,
letting Fleury go for literally nothing.
I mean, yeah, I think letting Fleury go made sense because they had Leonard, and then Leonard got hurt, and they had Thompson, and then Thompson got hurt, and they had Brossoit, and then Brossoit got hurt, and now they have Aiden Hill and Jonathan Quick.
Yeah,
and that's right. Jonathan Quick is a fourth or fifth goaltender on a good team, but he's going to be starting, and that's great.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Isn't Thompson supposed to be back? I never heard like
maybe.
I think they definitely would play him if he's available.
Oh yeah, 100%.
But
he's a good goalie. He was an all-star, which whatever that means, but he deserved it.
But I guess to me, the way the transactions happened were pretty funny. Like, so I guess obviously seeing what he went back to Vegas for, like he was an obvious cap dump for LA, which is also maybe why the Chikrin trade never materialized. Like it was rumored, and it's also strange that they wanted Korpisalo. I know Columbus's goaltending has been horrible. I know that Korpisalo's numbers are decent for that situation that he was in, but I don't know if I buy that's really much of an upgrade. The whole thing, the whole chain between those three teams was a little strange.
So another question that's there. The Maple Leafs are just stacking defenders, and I talked with Evan a little bit about this to start the show, and it feels like a former Avalanche Connor Timmins is kind of the odd man out there now. He's probably not going to see the ice very much now that they've pretty much bolstered their defensive depth. What are your thoughts on moving something to reacquire Connor Timmins?
Not the biggest Timmins fan.
No.
No. No.
What makes you say that, if you don't mind me?
I'm surprised by that, Jackie.
I am too. You're usually a young guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're usually on their side, but that's why I ask. It's more interesting that you don't like him, actually.
Yeah, I felt like he had to go for them to focus on Byram, and obviously, that wouldn't be the concern now because we know what Byram is and we know what he's showing to be. So, just Timmins, he has just such an awkward skill set.
Mm-hmm.
The foot speed's still not great. I think the decision making's not that great. Like, he's a smart player. Like, he can see lanes. He's a good passer, but he's also like, he's not a quick decision maker. You hear about the success with the Leafs. Like, I don't understand why Arizona got rid of him for nothing. That was strange. But, like, he got scratched a lot with the Leafs, even before this. Like, he definitely has found money for them, and I can see why they're excited that they got him for nothing, and he did already sign the extension. But I don't know. He just doesn't. I don't think the risk is worth the reward. Let's just put it that way.
Okay.
I don't really think he generates. He's good for them because he could get the puck in good forwards' hands really quickly, which is also why he had some success here. It's just like he's not a good defender at all.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think, if the Avs are going to put up with like young mistakes, I'd rather it be somebody else. That like I said, I think somebody that the reward would be better than the risk.
Fair enough. Yeah. It doesn't. I now that you mention all of those things, I don't think that makes sense. Yeah.
I am curious. I mean, going back to Toronto and the defenseman, like, don't they kind of have to move somebody? Like, why get McCabe and Shen?
Right.
Like, what's kind of the play here? Are they just really gonna roll on past the deadline with like 10 NHL defensemen?
It seems like it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think like what they've done is overreact to the idea that their defense was too soft.
Agreed.
But then what they've done that's smart is build a ton of depth because people get hurt. they know that more than anyone with what's been going on with Jake Muzzin. And people get hurt. They miss time, and you want to have depth, and that's great. I don't have a problem with what Toronto's done. I think Sandin was a guy who they should have given more of a look in the top 4, but they weren't comfortable with that. So if you're not comfortable with that, then yeah, ship him out for somebody who you are excited about as a third pairing defenseman. That makes sense, and that's what they've done. I feel like Jake McCabe is a huge upgrade in the top 4, but then everybody else that they brought in is third pairing or depth, and I don't have a problem with that. Ideally, if I'm a Toronto fan, I don't really want to see Luke Shen in the lineup, but I do like him as an insurance guy, and that's how they've got their lineup set up now. So, I mean, I think they're gonna play him because but that's how they've got their roster looking. They've got him available as a 7th D.
Yeah, and Evan's joining us. Oh, look at him! He's so handsome. Here he is. You got out of bed. I'm so proud of you.
I did get out of bed. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
If you're just joining us or if you've been watching for a while, thank you folks so much for tuning into the Mile High Hockey Lab coverage of the Avalanche trade deadline. This podcast is brought to you by my barber, Reese Cambo, Reese the Barber. Go look him up. He did sponsor us. I didn't share that with you folks, but we have a barber sponsor. So if you're in Pueblo, let me know. We'll get you cleaned up, and also there's a nice person there named Philly who does eyebrows and eyelashes and women's hair as well, Jack. So just saying, if you guys are ever in the southern part of Colorado, hit me up. We got our boy Reese Campbell, the barber, who will hook you up.
Do you know an LA barber? I desperately need one.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. Maybe we'll fly him out. He cut who's the guy? Oh man, this is gonna bother me. We had a famous who's the guy who sings I took a pill in Ibiza? Who is that?
I was listening to that song this morning. Hold on.
Anyway, that guy,
I would say like Mike Posner or something.
That's it.
Oh, Mike Posner. Oh,
yeah, so he was in Colorado, and he hit my barber up on Instagram and said, "Hey man, I need a cut." And my barber didn't know who he was, so he was like, "Oh, sorry man, I'm busy." And then he realized who he was and hit him up, and he actually went up to Denver where he was the next day and gave him a fade there. So my guy does celebrity haircuts, so it's pretty cool. And but yeah, just back to thanking everybody for joining us today. It's been pretty cool. I'm gonna let Landy say it.
Colorado, you guys have been fucking amazing for the last 10 years.
That's right, baby. You guys have been fucking amazing for the last 10 years. So since we're into the first hour and literally nothing is happening right now, let's do some freaking Colorado Avalanche trivia. You guys down?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
All right. We'll start. How do you guys want to do this? I'll give you each 5 questions. Whoever gets the most right wins.
Sure. That sounds good.
Okay. I'll start. What do you win? Glory.
Season tickets, right?
Yeah. I'll give you some tickets. How about that?
Okay, I'm in.
All right. Here we go. I'll start with you, Evan.
Oh boy.
Jeez, these are too easy. Hold on. Let me get to the back. The first question is, who did the Avalanche play in the 1996 Stanley Cup? That's too easy. All right.
Well, Evan wasn't born yet.
Yeah. All right. What number did Ricky Hall wear in his Avalanche debut?
Oh, God.
That's a weird one.
That is a weird one. I'll be honest. I don't even know who Ricky Hall is.
Raiku Hall.
Yeah.
That's a deep cut.
So I went too many pages deep. All right, we're gonna go back to the middle of the book.
Okay.
Apparently, the end is the hard page, and the beginning is real bad. All right, which team drafted Rob Blake, Evan?
Ooh, was it L.A.?
That's correct. Good job. Very good. Very good.
Yes.
All right, Jackie, your turn.
Oh boy.
This is a tough one. How many goals did Alex Tanguay register in the 2003-2004 season?
Oh, goodness.
I'll give you a hint. It's over 20.
All right, I'll say 29. And I'll also say we have some Avs news.
Okay, cool.
Oh.
Okay, so just to answer you, That is not correct. He had 25 close. All right, hit me with the news though.
Okay. All right, it's not that exciting, but Keith Kincaid has been recalled from the Eagles. So there you go.
Oh,
so
he's playing.
So they are going to
or at least backing up.
Yeah, use the new goalie for I guess practice. They obviously don't have a game today, so I don't think they need to call anyone else. Like, I don't think you'd see Brad Hunt here or Myers, or because they just don't need anybody.
Do the Eagles play? Because this could just be sending JoJo back down.
Yeah, they already did. I mean, you're right. The Eagles would play tonight, and way back in our earlier conversation about the conditioning stint, the Eagles generally do play like Friday, Saturday, like double headers. That's just the way the AHL schedule works. But there's also a thing with the deadline where if a player is going to be able to play in the AHL playoffs, which the Eagles look very likely to make, they have to be in the AHL as the deadline passes. So teams that have like fringe guys that are still up on the roster make these paper transactions, but you only get 4 of them after the deadline. And so in the past, the Avs have burned up all of them just doing these ghost transactions, which is really disappointing because then that's always the excuse why they can't call any prospects up. So the fewer guys that because they're going to have to paper Kincaid now. So the fewer guys that are up at this point, the better. So if they only have 1 paper transaction, then that's all the better. But anyway, I'm sorry.
But they have to have 2 goalies.
Good.
And on the roster, so to get on and down, they had to bring up Kincaid. That would be my guess.
Yeah. But I don't know if you mentioned if they had practice or not. Jackie Arif Dean from Mile High Sports says they have practice in 2 hours. So
they because they had yesterday completely off, so they will practice and then head to Dallas this afternoon.
Yep. So we'll see, I guess, and obviously too, we'll tell if like Brad Hunt's called up, see, and then if McCarr's around, or if they. God, who else is a depth defenseman now for the Eagles? Like if Manson.
That's it. Well, there's Middleton, and they just signed to an extension, but he hasn't been up all year, and I don't really think that they're super interested in that. But it is a fair question.
Wish they would have found a different piece to send.
Right, you just had McFarland saying like how important, like, you can never have enough defensemen, and then like. I can see that they're definitely more comfortable with Jack Johnson than England, but like he was another warm body that could be effective.
Exactly.
And who's left? Like I don't think they're gonna want to use Merkley. I don't know. I don't know what's left really.
All right, so I got the score at 1 for Evan, 0.
What was the answer? I'm sorry, I said
the answer was 25 goals for Alex Tange in the 2003-2004 series. You were close. You were 4 goals off. Ezra dipped out just for a second. He's probably going to come back. He was the next question, but we're going to give you another one, Evan. We'll see what you got. Who wore number 40 for the Avalanche at the beginning of the 2003-2004 season?
It was Tange, right?
Marek Svatos.
Oh,
Yep.
I have that jersey.
Yeah, no, you don't. That's awesome.
Yes, I do.
That's super cool.
That threw me a curveball. That threw me a curveball.
So I gotta hit you with the wrong ones. What are we doing here? So Jackie, now it's your turn again, since we're skipping over Ezra a couple times.
Okay.
What was the technical problem in McNichols Arena during the Avalanche's first game? This is good trivia right here.
That's the problem, is like I wasn't a super fan back then. So I was in high school.
I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint. It has to do with an apparatus that makes some sort of effect when you score a goal.
Well, then it's either the light or the horn didn't work.
But you got to pick one.
Yeah, I got to pick one. I'll say the horn.
The opposite.
I feel like the horn.
A horn?
Yeah.
And survey says
no, it was the light.
It was the light. It was the goal light, which is funny because can you imagine?
That's funny because actually at the game against Calgary on Saturday, after one of the goals, the goal or the goal light behind the goal that we were sitting in front of was still on.
Yeah.
Never turned off. Yeah. And it was like, what?
All right, so you've each gotten 2 questions. I'll give you 2 more, and then Ezra will get, or each one more, and Ezra will get 3 in a row coming up next. So, which of the following Avalanche players was not an assistant captain during the first Stanley Cup year of 1995 to 90? They don't even have the options. That's a stupid question. What is the official capacity of the Avalanche home arena, Ball Arena?
Oh, official. Oh man, it's 18,000 something. 18,000. There's the jersey.
Oh yeah, the Spatos jersey. That's cool. I'll give it to you because if you could guess 18,007, that would be pretty impressive.
That's what I was gonna go with. 18,007 because I know that's what it was. I know that's what it is like during in NHL games that I've had, but attendance now is 18,000 100 something. I guess that includes standing room, I guess though. So
all right, Jackie, you get one more, and then Ezra gets 3 in a row.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I had to run.
You're good. You're good. Who was the primary goaltender for the Avalanche in the 2006 playoffs? Again, hitting you with the old stuff.
I want to say it was Theodore. Is that when they traded for him? Jose Theodore.
Boom! She nailed it. Jose Theodore.
There you go.
Nailed it.
That's a good one.
All right. So right now I got Evan with 2 points, Jackie with 1. Ezra, you have not been asked. You have 3 questions coming your way. You got to answer them all correct to win 2 of them to force a tiebreaker question with Evan. All right, here we go.
Pressure's on.
That's just a mean one. Who did the Avs trade to the Islanders in a 3-way deal just before the 1995-96 season began?
Oh man. Okay, so I was 4 years old.
Let me give you a hint. This guy is like a classic Vancouver Canuck, if I remember right, unless I'm just making shit up.
A classic Vancouver Canuck, who the Avs traded to the Islanders in '94.
Wait, maybe am I lying? Hold on.
When I think of classic Vancouver Canucks, I think of
classic Toronto Maple Leaf. He played for the Leafs, the Nordiques, the Islanders, the Lightning, the Wings, and the Blackhawks.
Oh, I think I know this.
Oh, that helps. You know what, Jackie? You can steal though if you got it.
Is it Matt Sundin?
Survey says
no.
It's Wendell Clark, and I totally misled you with the Vancouver Canuck thing, so I apologize about that. But yeah,
Clark was on the
Leafs.
I had no idea.
Yeah, isn't that funny? So
I know him as a Leaf, obviously, but
yeah, that's your first question.
Okay.
Which of these goalies? They give me multiple choice questions, and then there's no multiple answers. It's pretty funny. How many Vezinas have been won by a Colorado Avalanche goalie in the 1990s?
How many Vezinas does Patrick Waugh have is the question. I'm gonna say,
I can't really hear what Jeremy says because I got my 2 Stanley Cup rings plugged in my ear.
But I think I'm right.
So that's kind of a misleading hint though, because is your answer 1?
My answer was my answer was 3.
3?
I want to say 0.
The answer is 0, Jackie. You nailed it. All right.
Yeah, I don't think the Avs have ever had anyone win the Vezina.
No. So that makes Evan the winner today so far of our Avalanche trivia. I gotta give you
my childhood.
I gotta give you one more question since we can keep going, and by the end of the day, we'll see who's got all the points and who gets some Avs tickets. All right.
I could tell you stuff about Power Rangers from the 90s.
There you go. All right, this is a good question. I love this one. What was Ray Bourque saying in the 2001 playoffs before the Avalanche won the Stanley Cup? It was locker room material, like it was bulletin board stuff. It was, you know how they used to say, "Why not us?"
Oh,
it was kind of like a mantra.
Man, I have no idea. I'm gonna say, I like this place better than Boston.
I like that a lot. The answer is Mission 16 wins. That's what
Okay,
they
that's
called
good.
it.
That's good.
Which is kind of funny because they kind of went back to that a couple years ago. So that was a little Avalanche trivia. Ezra, that was rough, man. Sorry, I gave you such hard
No,
questions.
that's okay. I know stuff from about 2001 forward, but I didn't know that 2001 question. So there you go.
I tried that time. I really did. I tried not to give you one that was unfair. So right now I got the score at Evan 2, Jackie 1, Ezra 0 for the hunt for Avalanche tickets. Still
Don't
not
we have
really.
two with the steal?
Oh yeah, you did. You did.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll have to ask questions for Jacob soon too. He said he was joining soon.
Nice. That's awesome. Still nothing. It looks like I'm perusing Twitter.
Yeah,
I will
there's
say
not been
though,
much.
Nick Schmaltz is still out there. So
Please,
that's your guy, yeah, Evan?
Yeah.
please, just hockey gods.
Yeah.
Find a way. I don't know. Like that's the thing though with Schmaltz, and maybe we can talk more about him in depth because I know we kind of talked about him like with New Hook, in terms of like, he can obviously produce. He can bring things to the Avs that they don't have now, right? Like that Ben Myers probably wouldn't bring. Probably not even a Lars Eller would bring to the team, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of what you give up for him, and obviously, if you move, is EJ on LTIR? I don't think he is yet, right?
No.
Yeah. So like,
they
I
must
don't
be
know why
pretty
that hasn't
optimistic
happened yet.
about his surgery or return. I guess I don't know if he has.
No
going to have
surgery.
surgery.
Yeah.
Well, I also don't think you want to use LTIR until you need it. So that's also a reason why they haven't done it.
They have 4.5 million in space right now, and I think with proration, I don't think Schmaltz costs that much. I might be wrong, but yeah, they wouldn't have to LTI. They don't have to use LTIR to get him. They might have to ship a little bit of money out.
Yeah, that's probably the more likely thing. But if they're shipping money out, that means they're sending a player, and I just don't know if that's happening.
Yeah, I don't know who that would be, so it's hard to fathom.
It would either be that, or they need Arizona to retain a lot of salary
to broker the deal. Yeah,
sounds like Arizona's not willing to retain anything on these. On their
Well,
good players. They only retain on bad players.
I was gonna say, who was that they just retained yesterday that I'm going crazy about?
Chychrun. Yeah.
Didn't they just
that was a
have
terrible
another
deal.
One? Didn't they retain on?
That's also what I thought. Chychrun and then someone else.
No, just this morning, the Bonino deal. Did they?
Oh, were they the broker on Bonino?
Yeah.
I'll be right back, homies.
Okay.
All right.
I wonder if that's
So is that all their retention spots?
I wonder if that's why they wouldn't retain on Chychrun, because they just wanted to retain as brokers. They could have gotten Arizona. They could have gotten so much more for Chychrun if they just retained. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that one was an interesting deal just because they waited so long, and it will be interesting if it ever leaks what the rumored deal with LA was supposed to be. But I guess they didn't want to take Quick was the issue there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess if you look at it, with the pick they got back from Ottawa is probably top 10. I mean, I guess they're going to make a push to make the playoffs, but so that's definitely a better pick than they would have gotten back from all the playoff teams. So I guess I can see from like that perspective, like that's the best pick they were going to get. But the whole thing about how they wanted 4 assets and they wanted like a good NHL player, it's just funny that was all hopes and dreams.
Yeah. And speaking of hopes and dreams, I read a report that Vancouver was like, I should be more specific in my knowledge, but it was a deal for JT Miller that they turned down because they liked all the picks that they were being offered, but they wanted an NHL center.
JT
Miller, Vancouver? Why?
Here's my take on him. I don't think he's movable. I think he's an anchor. Like if anybody wants him, they should have just been like, yes, immediately. I mean, unless they wanted him to like retain, because how many years does he have left? 7. I mean, that was just such a disaster. They kept him, and he's just threw a grenade into their room and just what a terrible move that was. So
Yeah.
I think they'd jump for joy if they could get rid of him and start clean because like their whole team is now disaster. So to me, that's odd. I think that's more spin than anything because I just don't see that a team really wants him, and B, that they wouldn't do it.
I found it. It's from Darren Dreger, who says that Pittsburgh offered a package of draft picks for JT Miller, and Vancouver turned it down because they, quote, need a center and, quote, are not rebuilding.
Yeah, well, if they could rewind the clock a year, I bet they definitely would pick Horvat instead of Miller.
Yeah, that's
Definitely.
true. But I know that this isn't a Vancouver show, but I don't understand the mindset of we're not rebuilding, therefore we don't want to get assets. Like, even if you aren't rebuilding, take those assets and then spend them on young players. It doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't think a team, and we'll see, but the whole like tear down to absolutely nothing, like what Chicago's doing, I don't think is right either. So
no, I agree.
I think there is some. You have to sort of straddle the middle. And I know that people laugh because it's like talking out of both sides of your mouth, and it's like you want to compete, but you want to rebuild. I think you kind of have to, though. I mean, kind of look at LA, like they did bottom out and they did get a lot of young players, but they also never torch their roster. Like they're still getting contributions from Kopitar and Doughty and some of their other vets, Kempe. Like they could have just gotten rid of all those guys and they didn't. So I kind of get why Vancouver's not going to completely go scorched earth, but
yeah,
I don't know if Vancouver has identified the right pieces yet, though. I mean, they're obviously not moving Pettersson and Hughes, but beyond that, they kind of need to identify sort of a secondary core that they want to move forward with. And yeah, I'm not sure they've done that yet.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm back. Sorry. Just don't mean to scare anybody. We're joined now by Jacob, another contributor over at Mile High Hockey. How you doing, man? Good morning.
Not bad. Morning. How about yourself?
You're a little late to the party, but it doesn't mean I can't ask you 3 Avalanche trivia questions since there's literally nothing happening right now.
The trade deadline was yesterday, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say we kind of anticipated, which is why we got some fun stuff going. So I feel like you're gonna crush this. So I feel like you're the favorite in my mind for this trivia contest. So we'll start with the first one. Which number was worn by Dave Andrechuk and Dan Heinold in the 1999-2000 season?
Both of them wore the same number.
They did.
Well, Heinold was 13 for most of his career. I'm thinking Andrechuk was 11, but is it 13? They both wore that.
The answer is I gotta do you like this. I've been doing everybody else. The buzzer. The answer is 38. They both wore 38.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
So we got a lot of J names. I'm over here keeping score. So one more. What injury forced Peter Forsberg to miss the entire 2001-2002 regular season for the Colorado Avalanche?
Ruptured spleen. Or no, that was his ankle. Never mind.
Do we give it to him? He changed his mind before I buzzed him. Yeah, it was the ankle. That's correct. I'll give it to you. All right, one more. Well, he wasn't here. Were you watching? You weren't watching before this, right? Okay, I'm going to ask you one that's already been asked, see if you know. What was Ray Bourque saying in the 2001 playoffs before they won the Stanley Cup? It was kind of the mantra in the room.
They would yell 2 before running out. Is that
no? But that's actually a better answer in my mind because that's like crazier. But the answer was Mission 16 wins.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Is it 16? Yeah. I couldn't remember if he was the one that came up with it or if that was like an Avs marketing department thing.
Yeah. So we got the score right now at 1 for Jacob, 1 for Ezra, or serious 0 for Ezra, 2 for Evan, and 1 for Jackie. And the prize is 2 tickets to an Avalanche game. So I hope you're in for that. I'm also going to do a ticket giveaway to anybody who comments their name and goes and shares us on Twitter. I will put your names in a hat and we'll give away 2 tickets today. I'll probably do that at like 10:30. So
Whoa.
yeah, you have till
Yeah, maybe.
10:30, everybody, to put your name into the chat, and your name will be thrown into the drawing. Right now, we've got C. Kelly, Brian Sundown, and Zachary McMahon already entered, having submitted a question. So that's all you got to do. Join the chat and give us some stuff to talk about, because holy
Are you
moly,
gonna
we
make your
need
barber pay for these tickets too?
my barber's paying for the ticket. No. Hey, the barber actually hasn't paid for anything yet, so we're gonna have to have a conversation. I'm just kidding. Even made me pay for my haircut. It's crap. No, no, he's really good at what he does, so I'm not complaining. But yeah, so if you're interested in Avalanche tickets, I will say that they are on the Attack Twice side and their club level, so it's a good time. Good win. All you got to do is put your name in. I will literally draw out all the names in front of everybody, put them in a hat, and draw it. So it's all for real. So let's move on a little bit. Now that we have a whole panel, this is cool. Ezra, good suggestion on the StreamYard, because this is awesome.
I'm glad it worked out.
Yeah, it made everything a lot easier. But so we had, before Brian logged off, he left us with a comment, and I kind of like it. He says, "I'm going to quit bugging you all for a minute," which you didn't have to do that, Brian. You could keep them coming. I'll leave with Jack Johnson is great for the Avs. He really stepped up in the playoffs last season in reserve. Yes, I agree with that. I just wish we could have found a different piece to send for Jack Johnson. Maybe that's just wanting my cake and to eat it too. But what do you think of that, Jacob?
Yeah, I'm kind of I liked England too. At first I was a little disappointed with it. I get it though, because I do think that England has probably kind of reached the max stage of his development. Like, I don't think that he can probably get a whole lot better than he currently is. I mean, he is fairly good. And I think that, I think one thing that the Avs are missing this year is they just don't have enough veteran leadership. I think that, like, losing Kadri and Burakovsky, and replacing them with younger guys like Newhook and Myers in the lineup. I think that has hurt the Avs a little bit, just in that you can kind of see the game speeding up a little bit. We've talked a lot about how they miss Landeskog's leadership on the ice, and so I think that they really did need some more veteran, voices in that locker room that could kind of calm things down. And so I think was kind of the main motivation behind the Jack Johnson trade. I do think that it's tough to grade it before we know if there are any other moves happening, just because I feel a lot more comfortable with Jack Johnson as the seventh defenseman than as the sixth defenseman. And, on top of it, Bednar likes to have a balance of left shots and right shots from the point. And right now they have an imbalance, assuming that Erik Johnson's out for the rest of the season. They've got 4 left shots and 2 right shots. And so, at least for today, I still am expecting that maybe they kick the tires on a right-handed defenseman. John Klingberg's name has been out there a lot. And so I don't mind the Jack Johnson trade, but I will be a lot happier with it if they get another defenseman, is essentially kind of where I'm at with it.
Anybody have anything else to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I think ideally Jack Johnson doesn't have to play, and whatever form that takes, I'm on board with. If it is EJ coming back sooner than expected, cool. I wouldn't count on that. So bringing in somebody else makes sense. I don't want it to be John Klingberg. I just think he's the wrong stylistic fit for what they need. He'd be a great power play quarterback on power play 2 or something, but they have Bowen Byram for that. They have Devin Taves for that. They have St. Gerard for that. He just doesn't make sense to me as what they would want from it. A third pairing right-handed defenseman. If he's the best option and he's cheap, cool, give it a shot. I don't have a problem with that. He's not he's having a down year, but he's also in Anaheim. So I'll say he's not abjectly bad, but he's not the right target, in my opinion. We talked about Connor Timmins earlier. I'd be more intrigued by that. I don't think he's available, but yeah. I'd be more intrigued by that. He is stylistically more of a third pairing defenseman. I don't really have anybody specific in mind that I would like as a right-handed defenseman on the third pair. I should have looked that up before today. It would make sense to be prepared like that, but I'm not. But I don't know. It's not Klingberg for me.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest Klingberg fan either. I think the the reason we keep coming, like everybody keeps coming back to Klingberg, is there really aren't a lot of right-handed defensemen out there on the trade market. Like I've just got TSN's trade bait board up. They have John Klingberg as the top right-handed defenseman, and then after that is Justin Hull from Toronto, and then Kevin Shattenkirk as well, and that's like basically it for them. And so like Klingberg's the biggest name out of all of those. Plus, he's a big guy, and so I think that's an attractive aspect of the Klingberg trade. And I also think that because he's paid so much, that like it might not cost a whole lot to acquire him. Because I agree, if they gave up like a second round pick the way they did for Ehlers for Klingberg, I'd be pretty upset. Yeah. But it's like the Cogliano trade last year. Toss him like a 5th round pick or whatever. At that point, fine. Maybe he doesn't work out, and maybe you do start Jack Johnson over him in the playoffs. But really, I just think the way that they like to play, I think that they need a right-handed defenseman. Who that is, who knows at this point, because it seems like everybody has been traded for by today.
Yeah, totally.
Ezra, you did make a great point about Connor Timmins. That was an interesting point, because I know that Adrian, when I very first joined forever ago, that you mentioned Connor Timmins being the odd man out in Toronto. And it'd be interesting to see Timmins return. I feel like, I mean, he's changed from what he was with the Avs, a few years ago, dealing with a bunch of concussion issues and only getting a few games under his belt before eventually being shipped off to Arizona and continuing to get hurt. So it'd be nice to have that kind of redemption arc, I feel like, in an Avs jersey. That'd be really interesting to see how that would, play out. But then again, what are you going to give to Toronto in return? Like, how would you value, I guess, Timmins? I guess I don't even know.
The thing for me though is like, this might sound stupid, but I'd almost rather have an Englund than a Timmins, because I feel like Timmins is still trying to figure out who he is and how he fits into the game right now. And I feel like Englund is pretty much, like we said, he's at the peak of his progression. His identity is pretty secure. He just has to do that really well. So that's why I feel like a guy more stylistically and more secure like that, like Englund in my mind is a better ad than Timmins. Although I brought Timmins to the table, I mostly did because I feel like Toronto just has 60,000 defenders right now. So they got to offload one of them, right?
Maybe. I don't think I agree with you on Englund over Timmins. I think Timmins has a bigger package of tools than Englund. And Englund,
I mean, probably for sure, given their draft position.
Yeah. But and Timmins has been effective for Toronto. It's possible he stays in the lineup there. This might just be us talking about him because he used to have an Avs.
Right.
He has to be an Av, not because he's actually available. But Englund is I liked what Englund brought, but he is definitely a limited player. He's an AHL, NHL tweener, and Timmins is an NHL player already with a higher ceiling for sure. So I'd be surprised if Toronto was willing to give him up for much, but they didn't give up much to get him either. They just I just double checked because I was like, didn't they trade for him like a 3rd round pick or something? No, just a forward prospect named Curtis Douglas, who is not anything. So that's Arizona being crazy, obviously, but also that they're probably not willing to move him for what they moved to get him. So it would take more than that. But
yeah, it took about an hour and 35 minutes for me to put my foot in my mouth, but I did it.
I missed it. I'm back. I'm sorry.
I did say Englund. I like Englund more than Timmins, but I meant what I said. Just in the terms of how he would fit role wise. It's not like Timmins is going to come in and be in the top 4 defender. He's going to play the 7th defenseman role, and that's not who Connor Timmins is, based on all the things you just said too. You know what I mean? So that's why I say like a person like Englund, who's like pretty secure in that 7th defender, 6th defender identity, because that's all you really need. So still nothing really happening. It does say there's a rumor circulating that the Seattle Kraken are reportedly a team interested in James Van Riemsdyk. However, earlier on this morning, there were reports from Elliot Friedman that the Flyers are trying to keep him due to his injury status and maybe do an extension. How does JVR fit into Avalanche trade talks, or does he?
Well, Dater last night said that the Avs were kicking the tires on him.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Ezra?
I think he has one place, and that is exactly in the do not trade for column. He just doesn't fit what they're doing. I don't know why. I get that he's a big body, net presence, veteran guy. He's slow. He's not a center. I just don't see the point.
Yeah, me too. I don't see how he really fits, because like if they hadn't traded for Matt Nieto, maybe you could say like they've still got a spot open on the wing on the bottom six. But like with the Eller trade, you know, the bottom six is mostly shored up, and if they are going to make a trade for the bottom six, it's got to be a center.
Yeah, you'd think so, right?
Yeah.
Looks like Jackie's back. Jackie, how's it going?
I am.
Do you have anything to add to the Connor Timmins talk and the James Van Riemsdyk?
I said my piece about Timmins. I mean,
that's true.
One thing that, we'll see if they trade for another depth defender today or not, but it took Manson a long time to acclimate to this system, and I just don't think. I think that's the risk, especially if they go out and get one of these Ducks that's having a terrible season. Like, sure, they might be better here, but are they even going to pick up the system to be effective?
Yeah.
But anyway, back to Timmins. I think I said what I feel like about him.
Yeah.
It would depend on the cost. It would just, I don't know. It would seem silly, I think. I don't know. I don't think they're, like, the Avs love to get, like, the established playoff warrior, PK. It just doesn't make sense that they would trade for another young guy.
Yeah.
And JVR, I don't see the point at his cost. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
He's making what is it, still $7 million? And
I believe so, yeah. There'd have to be some retention.
I don't know.
Obviously.
I just, like, why? Is it really worth it? Is he really that good? Like, I don't know. I don't see the point. I don't think it makes it better, really.
Well, if you're just joining us or if you've been with us all morning, thank you very much for joining in on the conversation and tuning in. You are with not all the writers, but some of the writers and the managing editor of the Mile High Hockey Lab.
And I got to get the whole name right.
We'll let Mosier say it.
Mile High Hockey Lab. Now, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, that's us right there. We are basically just going to talk about trade stuff in the event that it actually happens today. So we'll see. Maybe we'll take an over-under bet on 3 total trades today.
For the Avs or
for the whole world?
The whole league.
Oh, then I'll take the over.
Yeah, I'll take the other. Yeah. What do you think? When do they usually file in? When do you think they'll file in if that's the case?
There's usually a lot at the end because it gets backed up at
the trade queue,
Central Registry, and so I remember some years like you'd still start seeing initial tweets at like an hour afterwards, which would be 2 p.m. here. So there could be a flurry at the end. It is definitely unusually quiet. I feel like, the Avs usually have always made a trade on deadline day, and I kind of feel like 5 trades is a lot for them. So we'll see. But in the past, the Avs would do it around 10 or 11. Like the only trade that I can remember they did at the very end was like the Graves for Bigra trade.
Yeah.
That was one that surprised everybody because everyone was already doing their content, their podcasts, like, this is what the deadline was. And it was like, oh, there's another one. Weird.
Yeah.
That's the only like last minute one that I can remember. Like usually that's why on the bingo card I put done by noon because they like almost always are.
Yeah.
So by noon. So
it's just such a weird year, though. I feel like
I would set the over under at 20. I mean, you'd be surprised. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of small deals and ones that come through at the last minute. So I actually would set the over under at 20.
Okay, that's a lot more reasonable. So we got a question here from Brian Sundown again. Thank you so much, Brian.
Yes, thanks everybody for all the interaction. We really appreciate that.
The city of Denver, the state of Colorado, you guys have been fucking amazing for the last 10 years.
Yes.
That's right.
You're helping us have stuff to talk about.
Exactly. That's what we're really thankful for your contribution. You're running the show right now, Brian. Keep it going. Used to love Shattenkirk, a veteran, now right-handed. Bring him back, or is not as good now? Didn't he used to kill it on the power play? Somebody take that one.
Yeah. I don't know his situation offhand. I'm gonna guess he's on an expiring contract.
Yeah, he is. I just looked it up. 3.9 million.
That's kind of a lot. Like even if they retain, that's probably too much to the Avs want to pay. But I mean, his depth, would it be all right? It could be. They shouldn't need him for power play because they have more than enough guys that can. Like, you're not going to take it away from Byram to use Shattenkirk, right?
Yeah. I think you'd also probably put Gerard in front of Shattenkirk too. Like,
yeah, for sure.
Byram, Makar, Gerard, Tays are all, no one's moving ahead of those four.
Yeah,
if
but
Shattenkirk is special teams, he'd be probably PK, but even that might be pushing it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a bad player. It's just I have the same thought as I had with Klingberg, where it's just stylistically not the right-handed D that they need. If he's the best option, and they're decided that they're getting a right-handed D and they can get him for cheap, sure, I don't have a problem with it. But I don't think he's the right target. I've been researching who I think the right target is, and it's a guy I hate. But Radko Gudas could be cool.
Oh,
what do you think?
Radko Gudas. I'd love that because I'm a meathead. So that's my kind of hockey right there, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's not a bad one.
I usually don't like their depth choices. Like when they've made a move for like a better piece, I think they do really well. But when they're just going for roster filler, I don't think they make the best choices. So I don't know.
Does that stand with the Eller addition for you?
We'll see. I'm not going to judge him on his first game. We'll see, but
just at face value, what are your thoughts?
I think he will be fine. I just think they paid way too much. Like, I don't understand why he was the choice that you had to move a second for.
Yeah.
Like, a second was half a Tays, was half a Burakovsky, was what you got Lehkonen for, where you got Manson for. Like, why?
Yeah.
Why? And if you go by their stance, they don't want to give up premium assets for rentals. Does that mean they're thinking they want to extend him? Which
that was my thinking with giving up a second. That they have to be thinking they're going to extend him, right?
Is that the thinking?
Yeah, because a lot of people were legitimizing the second with the retention, but I don't feel like they retained enough to validate the second.
No,
still.
It was only $1 million.
Right.
Like, so why, if the Avs are using LTIR, why do they even care? Like, that much about? Okay, like $1 million's $1 million, right? But what would it have been with no retention? So to me, it just I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, I'm not judging him on his first game because and everybody was playing dumb that game too. So
there's no defense being played in that game.
Yeah, it's not his fault. I'm sure he'll fit in fine, but like I said, I don't get why that deal had to be made, especially when you see like Bonino going for a seventh.
Yeah.
So like, or
seriously,
Stad, what did he go for? Like a third? I don't know. It just.
Oh, we have a trade. We have a trade.
God.
It's not an Avalanche trade. Holy Moses! We'll have our first trade. That was loud as hell.
Yeah.
I see it on Twitter. It's
New Jersey Devils acquire Curtis Lazar from the Canucks.
Yeah.
And from our big SB Nation hockey Slack channel, someone goes, Curtis Lazar was a Canuck?
Right.
Name.
It says a 4th round pick in 24 is in exchange for Curtis Lazar. It feels reasonable, I guess, in terms of the exchange.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hey,
yeah,
the arms race continues.
Yeah. That's more fingers race material there.
Just a little bit of it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. He's a useful depth piece. That makes sense for New Jersey. They don't have a lot of veterans in their bottom six.
Yeah.
Not that Lazar is super well established, but Yeah, he does what he does.
I will say that I actually forgot Phil Kessel still plays. And I was at that Vegas game, and I was like,
Who's that guy?
yeah, that guy.
We saw him elbow Cogliano and went, Phil, is that you?
Yeah, I was like, who's that? Oh, I really forgot about that guy.
What do you guys think of that Devils game? I know we kind of talked about it just kind of being a throwaway game. It felt like. Do you think that that's their view on it as well?
I mean, I'm sure they wanted to win, obviously,
Right.
but they chose to put on an in, and they're working in Eller with 15 minutes preparation, and it's they don't care about losing points to Eastern Conference teams. That's the bottom line, and they decided to punt on that game to make sure that they're ready for the Western Conference games this weekend, and that's a fine choice. It's hard to see from a fan perspective the team look bad. It's hard to see that. You don't want to watch that. But it was fun to make a mess out of Vitek Vanacek. That's fun.
Yeah.
It was at least fun to see goals.
It's fun to see goals.
The first game against New Jersey, I don't know if you guys remember, was a 1-0 shutout.
Yeah.
So this is like the complete opposite. Still lost, but
it made up for all the missing goals.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that was a schedule loss. It's fourth game in 6 nights. You just played 3 games in 4 nights against 3 teams that you could face in the Western Conference Finals. And so both the NBA and the NHL have this dynamic where you could look at the schedule before the regular season and kind of identify what games you're probably going to lose. And I think that one is a very classic example that you just went through a war in a very short amount of time against the West. You're playing a good team from the East. They come out hot, and that's kind of it. But I mean, I did like the fight that the Avs showed. Even though the attitude was kind of like, if we lose this game, who cares? But it's really easy to say that when you're down 5-1, and then in a blink, it's 5-4. And so even I think that game was encouraging from the standpoint that even if they go into it accepting the schedule makers didn't do us any favors here, we're probably going to lose this, but they're still fighting the whole way through. And so to me, that game isn't a big deal at all.
Yeah, it was better than the Tampa game where that was the one where they just, I don't want to say quit because it wasn't like that, but they obviously didn't even do enough to score a goal. It was like I think they accepted that one was more over, and it is nice to see them have that fight back. I think especially having a recent example of success like in the Oilers game where they actually fought back and won, I think just helps the motivation to feel like, all right, we can do this. We can score goals finally again at 5-on-5. So yeah, from that perspective, it wasn't that bad. I just wanted to also say, considering the NBA, it's interesting how the approaches of the culture of the sports are different. In the NBA, it's okay to punt a game because of load management and rest and stuff. But in the NHL, you just can't do that.
And
you can't even
for the
rest
NBA,
that
you wouldn't have Nathan McKinnon in that game, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
You can't even rest that many, right? You could probably at most rest one guy, and then they never would do that. They wouldn't even rest McKinnon. They won't even rest their old guys. Could Cogliano use a day of rest? Probably, but they won't even do that. So it's kind of interesting the approaches there.
Eric Johnson had to break his ankle to get rest.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? They were like, "Are you sure, dude?" I don't believe you. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, it's a good point. That's totally different between leagues, and not only is that different, but the Sirius Satellite guys were talking about this yesterday. But the way players negotiate contracts are totally different, because in the NBA, it's like you either qualify for a max or you don't, and if you do, you get the max. And then the other guys are there's just enough money to go around that you can be selfish. And in the NHL, I feel like the cap kind of got manipulated in weird ways via 2 or 3 contracts in the mid 2000s. and then has kind of been stagnant, obviously, with some of the things that have happened in just the world. But I imagine the cap goes up considerably next year. And even then, I think you see players kind of take less money for more term because they want to be on good teams. And that's like not typical of most leagues. Most leagues, it's like, give me my money and then it's your job to build a team around me. I don't know if that'll change with, say, like an Austin Matthews, because his contract is coming up pretty soon. And he's an American player, an American-born player. And I feel like, and they mentioned this on satellite radio, like American players typically negotiate in a more bullish fashion. So I wouldn't be surprised if his contract really sets the market. And then you look at a contract like Cale Makar's, like Pasternak, like Gerard, even McKinnon's, and you're like, there's actually some pretty tremendous value, especially if the cap goes up, like, say, 6 to 7 million in the next year, because it should go up pretty substantially based on their success during COVID. So
yeah, although Bettman said that should be pushed out probably another couple of years. Next year, he said that it might only be 1 million. Like 2025, I think is the year.
There's going to be a huge jump, right?
For it to be, huge jump. Both the NBA and the NHL are both going to experience huge jumps. I know the NBA, a max contract is going to be like 75 million a year in a few years.
Holy Moses!
I feel like the owners are. Go ahead, Jackie.
I was just gonna say, I feel like this is a hot take, but like, I don't think it benefits the Avs to have the cap go up a lot. I think the 1 million and the incremental increases are good for them, but I don't think it jumping up huge is going to, because you got Mikko Rantanen to re-sign in 2 years too. So if it goes up before he gets signed, one of these years where it goes up 5 or 6 or even more million, he's not going to take the Pasternak deal. He's not taking 11.5. How much is market value for a guy like him going to be at that point? Yeah. And so, like, you're always going to have somebody to sign. So it's never going to be a perfect situation, but you definitely want to see it happen after the Mikko thing. And I mean, Makar's going to cost a lot no matter what, and they're going to have to pay it. But if the cap goes up, let's say to 100 million by then, he's going to make $20 million. Like, and he'll be worth it, right? But with the cap goes up, the market value goes up, contracts go up. Like, the players and their agents know this. It's not like they're going to be like, oh, I'm good with 11 with the cap being 90 million next year. Like, it's just, it's not going to work that way. So I don't see it as like the magic bullet for the Avs. Like I said, incremental increases I think help, but once it starts jumping, like, it's only going to cost that much more for them to keep everybody too.
That makes
sense. I don't think it's
because
like a huge help.
Mikko's making 9.25 a year for the next 2 years and this year, which you're right. The timing wise, it should line up right when the cap jumps.
Yeah,
he'll be hitting the market. That's going to be.
They got tased the year before to pay too.
So if that's the situation, how hard are the Avalanche management pushing to sign him before his contract year? You know what I mean?
He should, like, if we're talking about Taze in particular, they should. I think they should get the answer this summer if they're going to be able to extend him or not. And they should have their answer then, because I think if they can extend him, they should move him, because they just can't keep letting. I understand why they let Kadri and Burakovsky go, but you can't let him go for nothing. But it should also be the same thing with Mikko too. The earlier you can do it, the better, and especially do it before the cap moves as well.
Yeah.
But like, Mikko's not taking less than Pasternak. And like, that's the minimum at this point. So if you can get him to take that right now, I mean, he can't sign right now, but
maybe next year.
The very first second that you can sign him, if he's willing to take that, you take it and run. So those are two really big ones. I don't think they're going to be able to keep Taze, but they should use the ability to sign him this summer and figure out if they can or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, Taze is a tricky one, just because, like, you look at their salary table. The Manson contract kind of complicates it a little bit, because he's signed through 2026, and you kind of look at his $4.5 million. You'd like to take at least $1 million or so to divert that towards Taze. mean, after next year, I think that there is some flexibility that opens up. Obviously this offseason with EJ's $6 million coming off the books should help a little bit. But yeah, I mean, there's Byram's going to get a raise soon. Newhook, I don't know how big of a raise he's going to get, but he's going to be making more than he currently is right now. Maybe Mulligan too. There's just a lot of like smaller stuff that could add up and really eat into the money that they could give Taze in an extension.
We've got a trade. It's trade. It says Brandon Lemieux from the Kings to Philadelphia for Zach McEwen.
Oh boy.
Kings and Flyers swap depth pieces. Thoughts?
McEwen is a face puncher.
If it was Lemieux, you could say that for him too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's
two face punchers
for there.
Yeah, that's interesting. I just think it's interesting because if that's the case, if they're face punchers, who they went from east to west or west to east. So did they just meet a new rival? Like when McDermott came to the Avalanche and he had so much experience with fighting. Who was it when he was a King? Delorier. Is it Delorier?
No.
Yeah.
They fought like 30 times before he was an Avalanche, and then when he was an Avalanche, they still fought, even though they were both in different places. So I wonder if there's any minutia matchups happening in the fight world of hockey.
Well, McEwen came from Vancouver. I think Philly got him off waivers. So I'm gonna, without looking at the cap friendly, I'm going to guess McEwen is also cheaper. I think he's pretty close to league minimum. Lemieux might make a little bit more than that.
It says Flyers also get a 5th rounder in 24.
So yeah, that could be the cap part of this. I'm really gonna guess then that LA is getting rid of some money for this.
Yeah. Does that mean they're going for a move? That's not a lot of money, right? It can't be enough money.
Yeah, I wouldn't guess too much.
Yeah.
No, I just pull it up at the Muse. It's 1.3.
Yeah. Was it expiring? That's what I don't know. Did they extend him?
Yeah, he's expiring.
So we got sorry, Jackie. Go ahead.
And then McEwen, he can't. There's no way he was making over $1 million. There's just no possible way.
Yeah. So we got an Avalanche question from Tyler Rubio Bell. Thank you, Tyler, for your question. And thank you all for joining us on the Mile High Hockey Lab Avalanche Trade Deadline Edition. He asked, you guys think we're actually going to see Landy again soon? Sorry, I'm sure this has been asked. Just join the stream. Don't apologize. It actually hasn't really been asked. We kind of touched on it ourselves.
Yeah, I wouldn't say soon. I guess what's your definition of soon?
Yeah. If soon is before the end of the regular season, maybe, right?
I think yes. I think I've said this before. He just needs. It's never going to be perfect. Probably. It probably still doesn't feel amazing, and if he still has the medical clearance to keep going ahead with it, which it seems like it because he has been on the ice pretty constantly. I think he's going to give it a go. Mm-hmm. Now, whether or not that means he can play the rest of the season and the playoffs, if after a few games he's going to have to shut it down, I don't know. But at this point, with him returning and getting on the ice and trying it, at this point you've committed to, unless something goes horribly, playing. So I feel like he will play. It's just a matter of, like I said, for how long, how that impacts next year, I don't know. But I think they want him to play before the end of the regular season. I don't think they want to see him starting the playoffs and have not played in a year, and they want him to have the big role, right? They want him to be able to contribute like he wants to, and I think he's going to have to play before the end of the regular season for that to happen.
Yeah, I'd agree because you really don't want him recouping in the first round, especially when the way the West is shaping up. It seems like the first round might be pretty tough. We might face a pretty decent team, at least in terms of in the standings. They're pretty congested right now, so who knows who's going to land where.
If I had a handicap it, I'd say April. Give him another month. I think he'll be ready to
give or take. Yeah, I mean, to to me, the Eller trade, I think, is a signal that they do expect him back. You know, if they were, because they gave up a second round pick for Eller, and so it's just like it's such a big compensation that they gave up. To me, that seems to be a signal that they're probably not trading for a top 6 winger. I know they still have their 2 first round picks left, and so anything's possible on that front. But to me, the Eller trade kind of signifies that they're more focused on shoring up their bottom 6, and that they think that their top 6 is set, assuming that Landy does come back. And so soon, it doesn't, just seeing videos of him skating, I'd be shocked if he were, back in like a week or so. He looks pretty ginger. But he does look like he's slowly ramping up, and I would expect him back at some point before the regular season.
No, definitely. I mean, like, when you look at how Landeskog started skating, now a couple weeks ago, like, he barely was pushing off and like barely, like, maybe topping 5 miles an hour going around the rink, like, was not going fast at all. And as of yesterday, at least when he was skating, and it was, he was pushing off a lot more. I know he was doing a little bit more puck work. I remember seeing Brennan Vo also taking videos, and apparently he was talking to Sean Allard, and maybe starting to work on some skills. So it's definitely encouraging, that's for sure. But I still think we'll be lucky to see him by the end of the month, because at least thinking ahead to like the Avs schedule, they have a couple more big road trips left. And this next one here in the middle of March is they go to Eastern Canada for like a week. I think they go Montreal, Toronto, Ottawa, and then Detroit. Like that's a pretty long road trip. And I don't know if you want your captain coming off of an injury that's kept him out for a year traveling, with you on that trip, just for his own health, really. So I feel like I think the earliest we'd see Landy come back would be after that trip, to Canada. So, I think it'll be either between then at the earliest, or it'll be, fingers crossed, maybe like the last week of the regular season, just to like ease him in there.
You bring up the road trips, which I know that they have. I think other than this Canada one, their only other real road trip, I believe, is the California one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
at the beginning of April. So
yep.
That's sort of an interesting, you probably would like to see him at least go on that one. Maybe he doesn't necessarily play on it, but I think that would be a good indicator that he's getting close if he's able to join the team for that. So I hadn't thought about trips per se, but I think maybe that is a milestone that people could kind of keep an eye out for, is if he's ready to travel by then, it could be a good sign.
Yeah,
no, I like that. And I'd rather, I'm biased, as a native Californian, but I would rather go 2 hours to California than 4 hours to Canada. But that's just me.
Well, I mean, there's just he's not close enough. Like he needs to be here and do his rehab. Like I know Manson traveled when he was close-ish, but I really don't think Landy's close-ish. So I don't think they're looking at that. But by the beginning of April, I think we would hope he's close-ish. So that might make more sense.
I think that's a good target, because just like looking at their schedule after that road trip to Canada, they pretty much are playing every other day. They've got a couple back-to-backs, like at Arizona and at Anaheim at the end of March, and then LA and Anaheim on that California road trip in April. And so, like, I wouldn't expect Landy to play back-to-backs, but because they kind of get into the rhythm of playing every other day, I'd imagine they would want to see him, try to play, a game, then rest, and then play another game the following day, just to see if he can handle the grind of the playoffs. Because if Landy can only stomach like one game a week, then I really don't know how much he can actually go in the playoffs once intensity ramps up and you're playing a bunch of games in a short amount of time.
Yeah, we have a comment from Sage2470. Thank you for your comment. Says, I can't tell if it's a question or a statement. I think it's a statement. I think they'll bring him back for Coyotes' home and away series. What do you think of that?
I think the home and home, that's what, like March
24th
or
24th.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I knew that offhand. I think that's too soon. I would be very, very surprised if he played before April. I think if you think about it, like Byram needed to skate for like 6 weeks before he played.
Yeah.
And so, and like we're talking about Landy and the time he missed and the significance of his injury. I don't think he's gonna play like at all. Like he needs another month period. So that's why I kind of think April you start looking for it. I mean, it'd be cool if he was able to do that home and home, but it's just too soon. That's like 3 weeks from now, and I don't really think that's gonna be possible.
Yeah, it's hard looking at pictures of him skating right now and thinking that like he's anywhere close, because it really just looks like he's just testing how much weight he can put, you know, on that knee.
Agreed.
Yeah, he's gonna have so much game conditioning when we're probably gonna see him for like days and weeks with Alar, just really like going hard and skating hard when he's able to do that, just because like his game conditioning is at just nothing. So that's why I think it's gonna be at least another month, like at minimum.
Yeah, I agree, and I feel like it's easy to be discouraged by that because of how wishy-washy the communication has been on his return timetable. But I feel like he is the type of guy who can just come back and really perform at a high level. I think just based on the way he pretty much did that last year, if you think about it, in the playoffs, look no further than him not even taking the warm-ups to identify if he was really 100%. So, and that might be the problem. That might have hurt more than it helped, but can you really say that when he's skating around the ice with the Stanley Cup in his hands? Probably not, right? So I just feel like it's a lot of money to pay for a guy who's going to play basically as many games as you go deep into the playoffs. But he's worth it. Every dollar of it. As soon as he comes back, I think we'll be very, very clear on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I still don't know that we're out of the woods with this. I mean,
you've talked about the long term.
Yeah. It's not the problem that's just taking longer, because I think everybody agrees, like, just take the time you need. We want you to be right. You are so important and everything, but that's why I feel like at this point he's just decided to give it a go. I don't know if this is going to be behind
just
him,
like last year, right?
All the setbacks, right? It almost feels like nobody really has any answers, and he's had 2 surgeries, he's had tons of rest, he's had tons of rehab. He's not the youngest guy ever either, so, and he plays that physical style. I hope it's behind him. I hope once he hits the ice, he feels awesome. It feels normal, and this is all behind him. I just don't know that we can really believe that until he can start on time next year, and we can all declare that it's behind him. I don't think him just showing up and trying to start this comeback means it's behind him. It's just what I'm saying. I think there's still a lot unknown about how this is going to unfold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's got a lot of similarities to how the Forsberg situation kind of played out towards the end of his career.
Yeah,
which scares me.
I totally agree with that, which I find it interesting that people tend to be more worried about Nuke because he is having like the foot and ankle issue. And they compare him more to the Forsberg situation, and I agree with you. I think the Landy is way more like the Forsberg situation, but it seems like because it's a knee injury that it's just like, oh, they know how to fix that. That's not a problem. And it's like it's not what body part it is in particular. It's how this has unfolded. It's how it's like it's been a year. Like this isn't normal. This isn't how injury and surgery and recovery progress. I feel like with Nuke, he just needs a full off season to train the way that he wants to train.
Yeah.
And because he's just beat up, and I don't think it's anything like degenerative. I just think he needs time. I think Nuke's going to be fine. So I'm way less worried about Nuke long term than Landy.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point.
Part of me wonders with the Landy situation. Like, I think it's pretty clear he had some sort of a setback. The Avs are never going to want to admit that, but he, per their initial time frame, he was supposed to be back by now. And so I wonder if winning the Stanley Cup last year has made them be a little more patient, because, he's still signed for 6 years after this. And if they hadn't won it last year, they might still be a little more desperate to say, okay, we got to get one under our belts, during our window of contention. But I do wonder if they're a little more relaxed with it, saying, if we don't win the cup this year, it's not the biggest deal in the world, because, Makar's signed for a bunch of years. McKinnon's just signed for a bunch of years. We got 6 more years of this Landeskog contract. So let's focus on making sure that, Landeskog is available for those extra 6 years going forward, and if we have to punt on this year with him, so be it.
I agree. That's the mature choice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think everybody would want to be more conservative with him just because he's so important. But for me, what gives me the most concern is, like, it wasn't just that he was supposed to be back in January and it's taking a bit longer, which is, that seems to have happened with everybody this year. It just seemed like nobody really knows, because he had that surgery. They went through the playoffs. He couldn't do morning skates. He couldn't do everything. McKinnon's been on record saying that he felt that Landy's knee felt awful. But they decided to do nothing after the playoffs. Like, you would think that he should have had the surgery then, and nobody knew that he should have had another surgery, even though he said it felt that bad. He was just resting. Like, it was almost like a shock to everybody that when he tried to get back on the ice at the end of August, that he wasn't feeling good again. And so, to me, that means that nobody understood what was going on. And then he waits basically another 6 weeks where he's just giving a little bit more rest, and training camp starts and everything. And then finally decides to have another surgery at the beginning of October. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it just seems like nobody even knew what the problem was, or how to fix it, or what the right course of action was. Like, why was it a surprise that he wasn't better after the summer and needed another surgery? And then why was it a surprise that it's taking this long? I think it's just more than just like, oh, he needs a couple more weeks of rest, or he needed a couple more weeks of rehab. Like, why did he have to leave town? Why did he have to go to outside? He went to a different doctor to have the second surgery. He had to stayed in Toronto. He went to that recovery specialist in Philly. All these things I think are adding up that it's a lot more concerning, I think. And that's why I feel like we can't just think that it's a matter of being cautious. I still don't know if anybody really knows what's going on.
Yeah. I think that's where the concern is, right? It's just in the mystery of it all. It's not even that he's injured. Well, it is that he's injured, but I mean, like, it's the mystery of that series of events that you just described, not really adding up to an unhealthy Gabriel Landeskog. So, but here we are. I still think he's the kind of guy who's gonna probably bite down on his mouthpiece and play.
I do too. That's why I think he's going to give it a go if he's at all possible. Because at this point, you just have to try. You have to see how far he can get. Can he get into a place where he can play? And let's be honest, maybe at this point they have to decide what kind of reality they need to accept. Like, can he play the rest of his career at X%? And I think that's something they need to think about.
So here's a video of Jesse Montano just tweeted this. So credit to Jesse Montano. I'm just going to share. This is him skating with skills coach Sean Allard.
Is that today?
It's today, yeah. 2 minutes ago. So
it's good to see him that he's out there consecutive days.
Right.
And I definitely believe that he's working very hard to see what he can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a guy who's clearly testing the strength of the knee at this point. That he is still trying to figure out, exactly how hard he can push it.
And I bet there's definitely like protocol of what they want him to do, and this week or that week. So he's basically very much told, what to go out there and try.
Yeah. Yeah, he's being guided through all of this, which is probably good.
Oh, for sure.
Based on his personality type too, because I imagine if if he was doing it at his pace, it would be a little more accelerated. Then that might be a little more dangerous to the longevity of his career. So, yeah, it's just tough. This is Gregory Wynn says, I just assumed Lanny was drinking from June 26th to the end of August and felt a little pain. And felt little pain, excuse me.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah.
Maybe he was like, you know what? This isn't so bad.
Yeah. Bring me my whiskey.
That's a good one. That's a good
good
comment.
one.
I like that one.
Yeah.
I mean yeah.
I'll
I'll chime in here because I know it's been a minute since I've talked, but
it's okay. You were doing
I
Vic
know,
Lombardi
sorry.
things and eating on camera.
I know I was.
Yeah.
But it's I'm pretty much in agreement with everybody with everything that's been said. Like I think that he will definitely push it and he'll definitely want to play. And while he's testing his ankle, or not his ankle, his knee in this video, it's still something that's being worked on, but I think he will definitely play, sometime this season. I think that because by the time that when Sage was talking about, they think he'll be back by the Coyotes home and home series at the end of March. That'll be just over a month that he's been skating. I feel like in his mind he'll be like, okay, that's enough, and obviously he'll have to see where he is the next 2-3 weeks to see where he really lies. To be like, okay, maybe I actually feel good enough to go, or oh wait, maybe I still need another week or so of skating or something like that.
Yeah, and again, this video here is courtesy of Jesse Montano. I will say though, the concerning thing is he looks, and I don't know if it's just drill based, and that's why it appears this way. But the videos we saw yesterday of him skating, he looked a lot more active than he does in this video.
He was circling around
yeah.
yesterday, wasn't he? Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
I think it's a drill thing.
Yeah, it just depends what they want.
Strength and range of motion tests.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
I
makes
think
sense.
the good sign is he's still out there.
Yeah.
Like, consecutive days. Like he doesn't have to go out every day. So, if he was doing something a little bit different yesterday and he chose to go back out there, then it probably went okay.
Evan, you got something for us?
From the Canucks, again. Jacob Stoller has said, I'm told the Vancouver Canucks are seeking an effective NHL player in return for Connor Garland. Don't seem to be at all interested in draft picks.
Oh, well.
What's that team doing?
That is
what is going on?
They are the biggest mess in the entire league.
It's just Vancouver, man.
Like, who do they think they are? That's the thing. I don't like so many of these rebuilding teams. Like, kind of have a grasp on where they are in their rebuilding phase, and the Canucks just like they don't seem to think that they're rebuilding, even though like that's very clearly where they're. Like, they can't compete in a terrible conference. They don't want draft picks.
Earlier, I don't really like what Chicago's doing. I don't think you can just take it down to the literal studs and have nothing.
Oh, I agree.
So I think you could look at LA, who sort of did the retool thing successfully. I think you need to know what you are going to hold on to. So obviously they're going to hold on to Pedersen and Hughes, but so this is where I'm not going to completely trash them that they don't want to just get rid of everybody and just take picks, because I don't think that works either. It would depend what they got back, right? And but yes, they need to accept that they're not close.
I mean, like, they don't have to get into like trade everything that isn't nailed down mode, but like to sit there and say we have a guy out here who we're willing to trade, but we don't want draft picks for him. I mean, like, why are you limiting yourself like that? What if somebody comes around and is like, we'll give you 2 first-round picks for him? You're just gonna say no?
We got a good question here regarding Vancouver as well. Is JT Miller sale still a thing? Vancouver should be a seller. Apparently they are. Does this team have a way to pry him out of Vancouver?
I don't think anybody should want him. Like, I think it's very clear that he's toxic, first of all. Some of the comments that he made, like yelling at teammates, the comments that he made, like I'd have to dig if you want specific examples, but there's definitely a lot out there, and he's getting paid way too much. He was on a shooting percentage binge last year that got him the contract. I don't want him. Like I wouldn't trade our fifth for him. So like no thank you. I do look actually like Garland. He was obviously better in Arizona. I think he was just a bad fit in Vancouver. So if that's the guy I want if they're trying to get rid of him for nothing. But are the Avs going to pay the 4.5 million or whatever it is he makes either? Probably not. So,
Aaron, thank you for your question. We appreciate it. And if anybody missed it, at 10:30, we're doing a drawing for 2 Avalanche tickets to the Chicago Blackhawks game. I think it's in a couple of weeks. I don't know. I don't remember the exact date, but we got 2 tickets. We're giving them away to one of the commenters here in our YouTube chat. So we've got a few submissions. I will be drawing names from the hat at 10:30 a.m. and I'm starting to put the names on the paper. So that's 10:30. You can win some Avalanche tickets. Evan's got the I've got news finger.
I do have news.
Oh no.
Trade. Hit that button. Hit that button. It's
okay, I'm coming. Here it goes. We have a trade.
Is it the Sharks?
It does not involve the Avs, but it does involve another Central team.
Okay.
Vladislav Nemesnikov to Winnipeg.
Ooh. I wonder what they paid for that.
That is also what I'm wondering. Because, I mean, obviously Nemesnikov was an Av way back when. And then, he's kind of bounced around everywhere. I know he went to Tampa, and then he was traded from Tampa to San Jose, and now he's been traded from San Jose to Winnipeg. So, he's been all over the place recently. But that's
another one.
It's another finger race move in the Western Conference, but it's something that the Avs know about Nemesnikov, and they know what he brings and what he can't bring. And I think they're not done playing Winnipeg yet. Their finale is against Winnipeg at home. That's right. So they'll see Winnipeg one more time with Nemesnikov. So,
well, Nemesnikov, like you said, he's just been tossed around. Poor guy.
He has been.
I mean, he's in demand, right? He's a veteran that teams trust.
Right.
And so,
but it's interesting that Tampa cap dumped him.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, he's a limited player. He's kind of a weird tweener where like he's not kind of your prototypical like big hulking bottom six type of physical force, but he's also not this like big time goal scorer. And so I think that's why you kind of see him bouncing around. That like he's earned the trust, being kind of that veteran type guy that you can plug into the playoffs and trust, but also like there's a lot of other guys that you would rather have than Nemesnikov to depending on your system.
Yeah.
So apparently the return is a 2025 fourth.
Wow. That's not a lot.
There's not. And it seems now, I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, but now I feel like that Lars Eller for a second rounder seems like a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The more these file in, the more that seems true.
Yeah, because when it happened, I was like, okay, you know what? I think that's fine. Let's see how Eller does. Of course, he's only had one game under his belt as an Av, and it was probably the wildest game of the season. But when you see other moves that have been made, it's interesting.
Putting it in perspective a little bit. We got another question from T. Ricky. Al should make a play for Lawson Krause. It's more of a statement, I guess. He's huge, can skate, physical, and has underrated skill. He also fits into the age group of the Avs core.
Yeah, like we said earlier, I like Krause a lot. He's had some really good games against the Avs. He's scored a couple really nice goals. So I would not be opposed to adding him. I just really would be concerned of what the return would look like.
Yeah, T. Ricky went on to say, yes, not to mention the Coyotes selling everything with the Post.
Are they though? I don't know if they're selling everything. They have Keller, and we talked about Schmaltz a lot. I like their the guy that the prospect they had on their team for about 10 games, and they sent him back, Dylan Genther. He's gonna be really good. Like, he had a pretty productive. I think he scored 10 points in 15 games on that team. I think he might step in and actually make an impact next year. So I think Arizona, like, I know that everyone's laughing at them, like half their salary cap is retained and retired and everything, but I think they're a lot further ahead than like a Chicago or like, they just need one more high end piece, which maybe they can get in this draft, and they might be okay. So I don't think that they're trying to fire sale everything.
We got another one from Aaron Pringle. We talked a little bit about this guy too a couple episodes ago. Boone Jenner, Blue Jackets truly suck. What would it take to get that guy out of Columbus?
He's a hard one to value because I believe he's their captain. I think he's signed for 3 more years.
He's also got a 8-team no trade clause. No details on whether the Avs are on that.
Yeah.
I
guess at this point we assume that anybody would come here.
Yeah, I mean the question, whether it's Boone Jenner, or, any of these other guys who are signed for more than 1 year is how does that affect the Avs cap situation going forward? Because if they do want to re-sign Tays, taking on any contract that extends past Tays' free agency is going to make that a little more difficult. And so I think that a lot of questions around guys with multiple years left is just really like, what is the Avs plan 3 years down the line for what their salary cap table is going to look like? Because as of right now, it seems like they're not too interested in taking on guys who are signed for multiple years.
And in a way that could be good because it's cost certainty. Like, is it cheaper than what they have to go out and get on the market this summer? But as always, I don't have a problem with him on the surface. It's just a matter of what it would cost. Do I think it's worth a first? So
I feel like Columbus would be asking for a first though, for Boone. So that's why I'm hesitant on that move.
I like his name, the Boone Crew.
Also, there's more JT Miller comments, and we can laugh at Vancouver more.
Okay, let's hear it.
So earlier this morning, Darren Dreger was on, it looks like on TSN Radio, talking about how the Penguins were interested in JT Miller. And I say, and this is full-on quote from Darren, Vancouver just said, we like the offer, we just can't take it because it was draft picks. We need a centerman, and frankly, we're not rebuilding in Vancouver, and JT Miller is a big part of our future.
Okay, then you're not moving him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to the idea of like, let's get a young, usable player under contract so we don't have to worry about, developing a draft pick. But like, it's really hard to make that kind of a trade. You really don't see a whole lot of deals like that. Like, that's why you see draft picks fly around like this. And so, if you are a team like Vancouver that hasn't really done anything of note lately, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me for them to just like blanket say like, we're not going to take on draft picks, because like, you're the exact type of team that should be. And you don't even need to use those draft picks. You could turn around and trade them for another young player, stockpile them, and then go and try and make an offer for some 25-year-old that's under contract for another 4 or 5 years. Like, you don't necessarily have to just sit there and say, all right, we got to take a player in the first round and then wait another 5 years to figure out whether he's good or not.
All right, y'all. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I got to draw these names for the ticket winners real quick so that I don't forget. All right, here we go. I got them all in this fancy little bowl here. I'm not looking, as you can see. Oh, a couple fell out. Here we go.
Oh, you can't have that.
The fancy bowl and all.
All right, we got a winner. And the winner of 2 Colorado Avalanche Chicago Blackhawk tickets, Brian S. Brian Sundown, thank you for your contribution. You were commenting all early morning, so that was really cool. So we got 2 tickets for you, Brian S. Thank you to all of our commenters and all of our viewers. Like, it's been really cool. I feel like this has been our most successful cast and broadcast to date, which I imagine lines up with the deadline news. But once again,
fucking amazing for the last 10 years.
I might do that like 16 times today. Who knows?
I was gonna say maybe
But
we just need to do 2.5-hour shows again.
yeah, exactly.
From now on.
So Brian S, congratulations. I will get into the YouTube world and send you a private message, and we'll get in contact with you and sort out the details of getting you those 2 tickets. Yeah, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. Thank you so much for contributing to our show this morning. It means a lot. And make sure you share with your fellow Avalanche fans. If you haven't already, head on over to milehighhockey.com. We here at Mile High Hockey like to just basically turn anything Avs related into a story. Heard it here first.
Right.
And yeah, so head on over to the website. We got work from everybody who's been on the cast. We've had Jackie, we've had Evan, we've had Jacob, and we had Ezra a little bit earlier. He'll be back later on. I'm Adrian, and this is the Mile High Hockey Lab. So thank you folks for tuning in. Please subscribe on YouTube. Go to your preferred listening, Spotify, iTunes, whatever your platform. We're also on those podcasts, so check those out. Yeah, that was super cool. I'm glad we were able to get Brian some tickets because
you drove our show.
Yeah,
when
exactly.
We started. So,
you earned
that's
them.
awesome.
We also have 2 tickets on the line for our contributors. I don't know if Ezra's going to be back in time to represent himself before I have to go. So I'm going to be handing the podcast or the broadcast off to you 3. In the meantime, I don't know how that's going to work, so we'll have to sort it out. I'll have my laptop with me. That being said, let's continue with our talks. I don't see there hasn't been any more trades, but let's double back to well, we got a question. Let's do this. I like it. If the Yotes aren't in sell mode, why did they trade a young D-man in Chychrun? They will trade anyone older than 22.
Well, he was
Arizona is just
only signed 2 more years after this, and then he'd be UFA. So it wasn't like, I honestly think Detroit getting rid of Hronek is a bit stranger.
Mm-hmm.
And Chychrun basically asked out too. Like he didn't want to stay there long term, so it was like a kind of a ticking clock, I guess you'd say at that point. Like they needed to maximize their return because with a guy with less term and then getting closer and closer to UFA, their return would be less. So
yeah,
I mean, it's an unfortunate situation that they had a guy like that wasn't a long-term asset, but I understand why they needed to move him. Like, you know, it wouldn't be like if they moved Keller or something. That would just be like a total disaster for them.
Yeah. Aaron Pringle says we've got a 2026 first. I don't think you can trade the 2026 first yet, can you?
I think you can't. Well, I think you can. I don't think there's like a rule against it.
Okay. But it's
pretty
undervalued.
Against it, I think it's just the worth.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the thing. It would be so undervalued. Like, what GM is going to be, other than the maybe like top 5 GMs, who would even be around to use it?
Yeah.
Like, what do they care?
Yeah. That's a good point. Let's see what else we got here.
I was gonna say, side note, you know, draft or not draft day, trade day is slow when TSN is talking about the draft.
What's there to really talk about in the draft other than, well, I mean, there's a lot of really good talented players, but the whole dialogue is going to be about Bedard, and we all know it.
Yeah, it's funny. But anyway, I don't know. We haven't talked about this yet, so I want to talk about it. Okay. The Max Domi move to Dallas, because that's probably arguably the biggest move out of the Western Conference, I feel like. Right now.
Yeah, I think so. I mean it was disappointing in the context of the Eller trade, right? That, like, I think I saw a commenter point that out, that like seeing Domi go for that, just kind of wonder, like, Eller is, I mean, he's good, and I like him as a depth guy, but again, the question comes down to price, and then you compare it to what Domi got. Domi does a lot of the things that Eller does, but he scores more, and so it's just like, if they had to give up, you know, maybe a couple minor leaguers, essentially is what it kind of looks like, to make this the same deal. It's kind of dispiriting that they didn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, I know the the running joke was to when the Avs got Jack Johnson was to bring Max Domi on the plane with you, because I know that they took that picture outside of the airport together, and now when you look at it, yeah, you wish you could do that. I wish they could have done that anyway. So what was the I know Hudobin went to Chicago. Who else went to Chicago?
Was it like a 4th round pick as well? I think what their 2 picks?
I think it was also a 2025. Was it a second? Was it the same thing?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Khudobin and a 2025 second round pick.
I agree with the point of like it's another point in the favor of like, why did Eller have to cost that much? I totally agree with that point. I'm not as big of a fan as Domi. Like he is probably one of the worst defensive players, and I know you could say like that's true for the whole Blackhawks this year, but it's sort of like chicken or the egg here. Like he could have been had for cheap for so many years. Like I think he was also another guy that waited to sign. I don't know. I just never felt like he would mesh here. Like Bednar, there was something in the Athletic about the players to avoid. He was one of them. Klingberg and Kulikov were 2 of the others, so I hope they are also not Avs targets. But like he might be the worst forechecker in the league in Domi. Like that, does that scream Jared Bednar?
Yeah, so that's yes. A huge problem stylistically.
So if that's Dallas's big move, I'm not scared. But
yeah, I mean,
so, like I said, we'll see.
Yeah, and I think that like a lot of the question of compensation for for players, like it gets we kind of get wrapped up in the regular season aspect of these guys. What are they doing as far as scoring goals? What does their contract term look like? What is their value going forward? But like I think for the Avs, their mindset is just, is this guy going to be good in the playoffs? And I think that's where you kind of compare Domi and Eller. Eller scored a goal to win a Stanley Cup, and Domi has not proven himself really at all in the playoffs. And so I think that it just comes down to what organizations value, and the Avs, they're all into it to win a cup, and they only care about what happens in the playoffs. The England for Jack Johnson trade is as clear of a declaration as you're going to get, where it's pretty clear that England's the better regular season player, but they trust Jack Johnson in the playoffs, and that's it. That's really the whole reason that they made that trade. I think same reason why they were comfortable giving up a second for Eller. And so I think if they make any moves today, it'll probably be something similar in that vein, some sort of a bottom 6 player or a depth defenseman that has significant playoff experience.
Most definitely. I mean, we all wish it was the big move, right? I mean, I know we did it last year with Claude Giroux, and trying to see if he would come to Colorado, and that fell through, and instead you got Lehkonen, who was probably better than Giroux has been or would have been in Colorado, at least I think anyway. And then
Lehkonen was a great. I mean, that's the kind of move that I'm rooting for. It's just hard because the assets are gone, and I think they need to make that first round pick. I'm not going to say it's untouchable, because it depends who we're talking about. Like there are a lot of good players out there, but it's hard to make that type of trade. I was very surprised that Lehkonen deal happened at the deadline, because that's not a deadline type of thing. You usually get those RFAs in the off season. So I just think it was very unusual that they were able to make that kind of trade. And yeah, looking back on hindsight, I mean, thank God they didn't go for Giroux, because there's no way they would have been able to do both. And so Lehkonen has just been, I mean, just so much more impactful. And yeah, I guess we'll see. We'll see if there's another miracle in them.
I just don't know what it would be.
T. Ricky has some kind words for us. He says, "You guys do a great job with podcasts. You should have a show after every game. You could be the hockey focused Avs podcast." Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
I appreciate that. That's awesome. We appreciate it.
You.
Thank you very much. Keep tuning in. We actually do a weekly show. If this platform is as easily accessible as it has been today, the prior or the post show encounters will be a lot easier. So that might be a possibility. post game shows.
We could really try Twitter Spaces again, but then we might
Yeah.
get just rated at the end like we did last
Yeah,
time.
we did a Twitter Spaces and got absolutely rated. Yeah, that was felt like I was playing a video game with 12-year-olds again. But yeah, we'll figure something out. We really appreciate you, T. Ricky, for tuning in and for contributing and questioning us and giving us stuff to talk about because there's not a lot to talk about. Although I'll say I heard that the new addition, Keith Kincaid, is practicing in full Boston Bruins gear right now. So that's pretty funny, huh?
I do remember seeing that earlier this week when he was with the Eagles. He was just an all yellow.
Yeah.
Very weird. It was like,
yeah, at least it
like,
matches there because the Eagles have yellow, but
Yeah.
Avs, no yellow.
No. I was gonna say even then in the yellow with the Eagles, it still was like it still felt like it was just like not the right yellow. And I know the yellow on the Eagles is very like small. Like I know they always got the blue and the white, but whew, I was like, that's a look.
Yeah.
So hopefully he gets updated pads here pretty soon.
You don't
However,
say.
he just
Huh?
wants to wear Boston yellow and attract.
He just has. Well, I mean, the Eagles have a little yellow in their colors with the flag, so you maybe keep the pads.
Maybe just maybe.
Yeah.
Don't some of them put like some sort of temporary, like I don't know, calling it a sticker probably isn't right, but isn't there a way to sort of like wrap the pads?
Yeah.
With some temp colors or something.
Yeah, get that dude into the place where all the players have their cars wrapped with those pads.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to Twitter because I don't know if you're following practice or not. That's happening right now.
I think Helm, it probably aren't going to practice for real until 11, so that's probably when we'll find out about Manson. But it seems like the latest thing is Helm is out there, which I was wondering about because I don't think we had heard about Helm at all this week.
Mm-hmm.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't like as obsessively track what Helm does, but from what I recall, I don't think he had been on the ice all week. So I guess it's good that he was able to make it out today.
Right, I agree. I think
it is kind of surprising because I kind of assumed as soon as they traded for Eller, that was it for Helm.
I think he's sort of in a similar position as Landy. Like he's going to give it another go. I just don't think that you can count on that whatsoever. So yeah, I think that also makes his contributions more of whatever he's able to do as a bonus rather than thinking that he's going to be able to lock down that 4C. It's too bad that they went into the season counting on it. I know some of it's hindsight, but he also did have the off-season surgery, and he was also thinking about retiring. I think they probably should have signed somebody else, but they probably will have to do that this summer.
Yeah.
Some Arizona Coyotes news.
Okay. Is it a trade?
It is not a trade.
Okay. I wanted to press the horn button.
It's just saying that most everybody who has been on their trade block for them. So Nick Schmaltz, Josh Brown, Lawson Krause, and Vizmelka are all at morning skate for them. So maybe that means that they are done and they're not moving anybody, or they're just still working with the team at least for now, and there's nothing super developed in the works yet. But just a thought.
Well, I also don't think they need to trade any of those guys now.
Yeah.
Either. Like, they still would have the same, if not more, value this summer.
That's fair. Let's see. Ooh, wait! Didn't Ezra mention Radko Gudas?
Yes, he did.
Apparently, Florida is taking calls on him.
Oh,
they're looking. Maybe they're looking around. Tough physical defenseman who comes with a $2.5 million cap hit and is a UFA in July. I don't know.
It's an interesting player.
It would be. I know. Ezra mentioned him.
Yeah, he's a righty.
If only he was here.
I know. I like Gudas though. Like I said, I like the style. I'll just put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe the attention then turns from Schmaltz to Gudas maybe on defense, but
yeah.
Then again, I feel like that would just have to go. You'd have to look at like obviously we already mentioned it too, like the health of EJ and the health of Manson, McCarr, and see where they're at in their recovery. So
plus, like the tricky part with all of these, minor deals is the Avs don't really have pieces for minor deals anymore. All those 2nd through 5th round draft picks, those are all gone. This is where, the Curtis McDermott trade is really kind of killing them right now. Is that if they had an extra 4th round pick to play around with this year, maybe they're a little more active in the deadline for some of these guys. Like Gudis, I think is a perfect example. You might be able to just flip a 4th round pick right for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 2nd, 3rds, and 4ths are kind of like the commodity picks. And when you don't have them, it's a little tougher to make deals.
I think, also the fact that everybody else has all of their picks. And so, even if the Avs have wanted to get active on, the trade front, they're probably getting outbid left and right by, teams that haven't traded away 2 straight drafts.
Yeah. Because they have the ability to do so.
Yeah, I was impressed that the Avs are at least able to execute 4 trades without moving picks, which was probably a function of need, but it's nice that they were able to find fits to make those trades without trading the picks, but that is sort of lessened by probably overpaying for Eller. What I've rather seen them move the 5th this year and the 4th next year, which is basically all they have left. And not have done the 2nd, probably, but
I have a question.
Only have so much.
Do you guys think that the dynamic has shifted with the change with McFarland being the GM and Sakic being the president of hockey operations? I think is how it's put. Do you think like the onus of control has changed at all, or do you think it's still a collaborative effort?
It's still collaborative. I think McFarland's definitely in charge. I think there's 2 things that nobody has noticed that I think are huge. Is that McFarland changed the structure of the front office when he took over. And a lot had been in place from even going back to the Quebec days. And this is probably getting into minutia, so I don't know. Maybe I won't continue unless you guys are really interested in it. But
go ahead.
I think it's an example that he really does have control. But as far as like making moves, I still think it probably is still very collaborative. So I don't know that this is like McFarland style versus Sakic style, but I think he does have final say as the GM.
Right.
Yeah, it seems like they're still sticking with their general philosophy, which is, they really don't want to give up 1st round picks unless they really feel like they're giving an impact player. But, everything else is on the table to be discussed. The Eller trade, I think, is kind of a signifier that they're still in that same organizational philosophy that, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th round picks, if it gets you an NHL player, so be it.
Yeah.
But, the fact those 2 1st round picks haven't moved yet, I think is showing that there's still some continuity as far as the ideology of the organization.
Yeah, for sure. Because Sakic only moved 1, and that was for Kemper. Mm-hmm. They were kind of backed into a corner on that one. So.
Yeah, there were like no other goalies available. It was Kemper going out on the market to overpay somebody.
I just read on Twitter somebody said Brandon Lemieux, Tony DeAngelo, and Ivan Provorov in the same locker room. Yikes! Not to get too far off topic there, but that's
we love that.
Oh yeah.
Back to John Klingberg news because I've seen it scrolling through Twitter. 2 teams that are interested in Klingberg, at least that I've seen so far, are Tampa Bay and Seattle.
Yeah,
that's also what I saw. Yeah.
Yeah, and then of course the Avs probably in that too because I know that's been a hot topic of discussion.
I don't know that Klingberg is their kind of guy. Like, sadly, I think they'd like Kulikov more, which I don't know if that's necessarily any better, but even at Klingberg half retained, like $3.5 million, they really want to pay that? I don't know. It doesn't seem like an Avs kind of thing.
Yeah, that's the thing though. So, but speaking of Avs defenders, McCarr is with the team in a full contact jersey at practice this morning.
Good
news.
Yeah, seems like they're just waiting on him to give the okay, because he could have played in the New Jersey game, and they were basically just waiting for after the morning skate to have him tell them yes or no.
Yeah, it's definitely up to him, I think, and I don't blame him for being cautious, especially after what happened. In his
Shatitude says, love it. Demko and Bozer. I don't know if are you suggesting that the Avs go get them or?
I do like Besser, but
I mean, he probably
that's a
cost a
tricky
fair
one
amount, right?
because I think he also has 2 years left.
Yes, he does.
Like 6.8, maybe. I want to say.
Yeah, 6.65.
Okay, it's probably more than they want to pay. Demko goalies are the Avs don't need another goalie, so definitely not for us. They have Georgiev for the next 2 years, so they're set there. Like I said, Besser's interesting. I like him more than maybe others do. I think he does get called a one-dimensional wing, and like we do kind of still need scoring though. Like for me, that one just really has to depend on the deal. I just don't think the Avs have the appetite to pay him 6.6. So then would they have to pay for retention? Would they? I don't know. I'm not sure that there's a deal to be made there with the Avs, but I would be intrigued by that name.
Yeah, Shatitude responds, yeah, would like to make a run at them. I'm not a huge fan of Newhook and trade Gorgiev in that trade. Whoa.
Oh, did they're not trading?
So so he's saying Newhook and Gorgiev straight up for Demko and Besser is the way I'm interpreting that.
I don't know how much
Georgiev's been good.
Demko.
Yeah.
I don't. What is Demko's salary? Like, what is his contract situation?
He said, "Don't trade Gorgiev." Aaron Pringle says.
I'm pretty sure that Demko's contract situation is. Oh gosh,
he signed $5 million a year through 2026.
It's how much per year?
$5 million per year through 2026, and
yeah,
Georgiev is 3.4.
The same as it is between Francouz and Georgiev combined.
Yeah.
Yeah, those two make it's 5.4.
It's tough with him because he's had an awful year, but he was having like a Vezina type year last year. It's hard with goalies. It seems to happen a lot. It's almost like no rhyme or reason why they have such volatile swings, and I think that's why the Avs have chosen their goalie strategy is to like not pay for any of them, and they seem to find goalies that work in their system really well. Like I do want them to stop having to trade for a goalie like every 2-3 years. I hope if Georgiev is still the guy that he is right now, like just commit to him. Like, can we ever just commit to one? But
yeah, I mean, I think that goes back to the organizational philosophy, though, is they just don't want to pay.
Yeah, they don't want to pay
top dollar for goalie, which I think is right. Like, if you look at the highest paid goalies in the NHL, like there's a lot more cautionary tales on that list than there are successes.
And Shatitude, it's okay. That's not a bad take. It's your opinion. There's no such thing as a bad opinion. It's yours. You get to have it, and that's why we appreciate you. You're giving us something to talk about.
Giving us food for thought.
Don't ever apologize for having an opinion. I'm seeing right now from Brennan Voigt, no Manson on the ice. Makar is in a full contact sweater. So that's good news for Makar, bad news for Manson, though, who we were told he just tweaked something. Is this just maintenance then, if that's true?
Did Bednar say if he tweaked something lower body or upper body? Or did he just say tweak something?
I think he just said
tweak something. Yeah, he didn't make a distinction.
Because I know he took that like awkward fall in was it the second period or third period? In that Devils game, I know he took that awkward fall, and then I think he played the rest. Didn't he play the rest of the game or not? I don't remember.
In the New Jersey game?
Yeah.
No, he. It was near the end though. It was like 6 minutes to go, but he didn't.
Oh, he didn't
play after that. But yeah, he'd been taking the maintenance days. I guess we all just assumed it was lower body because of the fall, but I think that's a good point. I'm not sure if anybody ever confirmed it was lower body. So,
well, because that's the thing is that if it's lower body, especially because he is just coming off of his lower body injury, that if it's another incident where he re-injured himself, like Nichushkin did earlier this year, like it's. Injuries are the worst for the Avs. They really are. I feel like just this year more than usual. So
Yeah, they're more beat up.
I feel like what's atypical is that it's like guys are coming back and then getting re-injured.
yeah,
It's usual for guys to get injured, I feel like, but to keep taking diggers after you've supposedly recovered, it's just tough.
Well, yeah, it makes you wonder, like, because he was taking those maintenance days, how much is he pushing through it? And we don't know. We don't know if it's entirely different, if it's the same. We don't even know if it's lower, upper.
Yeah.
I guess I'd probably assume lower body, but
that's
So
also what I would assume.
Yeah.
So
we got another trade question. I've seen Travis Konechny mentioned somewhere as a potential suggested target. Any other reason for not getting him apart from the obvious no Avs trade assets available?
I like him, but yeah, I don't. I mean, why? Philly can't let him go for nothing short of a great haul. Like, I'm not even sure if Newhook and a first would be enough to get Konechny. So, I mean, I truly am not sure they could make that trade. You know, we have to get into the Byram conversation, which I'm not having, by the way. I would not trade him. So
I'm not. There's the Jackie who hates trade deadline day right there.
Yeah,
I'm not having that.
I'm not having the Byram conversation. If we're having that convo, I'm taking a break.
Yeah. I know too that Konechny's on IR too, so that is also probably driving people away if I had to guess.
Yeah, especially with the
yeah,
NHL
I
saying
like
they were going to
him.
crack down on it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't the league say they're gonna be very very negative about trading people who are injured?
Yeah,
I think the caveat was more if you're trading for somebody that's injured and then you plan to use them as LTIR.
So you're weaponizing their injured status to
right,
clear
that too,
cap space.
because then that gets into the what if they're healthy and you just don't activate them kind of thing. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with taking someone that's injured, which I guess leads me to a question. Would you take Monahan for like nothing at this point, just to kind of like sort of like who was it, Minnesota did with Nyquist?
Yeah,
they're injured now,
nothing,
but maybe they come back. If Monahan came for like nothing, let's say like a 6th round pick or something, should they just do it and have a guy laying around? And then if he isn't better, you just use him as more LTIR.
Yeah.
Then you could maybe activate EJ. But not knowing the specifics, he's also a guy that was supposed to be back a long time ago, which is also odd. So I don't know exactly what his real problem is, but I mean, that could be a way to at least get depth really cheap.
Yeah, I like it. Thank you, folks.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Evan.
I was going to say I'm just concerned because he's been injured a ton, and
yeah,
we just talked about Habs people that I've talked to have been like, "Oh, we have no idea when he's going to be back." So,
yeah,
which is odd. It's definitely odd, but I'm talking about like paying nothing for him, because I still think like the Habs got a 1st round pick to take him, which is just absurd that they're at any time was acting like he was like this valuable commodity, which I thought was, a lot of spin.
Yeah.
So, they'd be lucky if they got anything.
Yeah. Well, thank you folks so much for tuning in today. You are watching the Mile High Hockey Lab broadcast of the Avalanche trade deadline. We haven't had much. We've literally had nothing to talk about today in terms of Avalanche related news. But you all have been great for tuning in with us and for offering some topics of conversation. I'm actually going to duck out.
And I got to get the whole name right. Mile High Hockey Lab.
I'm going to duck out and be in the background, just facilitating the cast for a little bit. I'm actually headed up to the Nuggets game today, so I'm really excited for that. With that being said, though, we are this is what's going to happen. I'm going to leave, and as soon as I leave, there's but we're going to keep the cast rolling. The 3 of you, I will ask if you at least stay on until Ezra gets back to kind of take the reins, and then feel free to take a break or whatever. We're going to just keep talking. I'll be on my phone. I might even be able to tune in. I'm going to talk my wife into driving, so should be able to kind of be in the background monitoring everything and helping with the podcast and the broadcasts. So I'll have Landeskog say it one more time.
Denver, the state of Colorado, you guys have been fucking amazing for the last 10 years.
That's the 4th time. Get used to it. So thank you again, and keep those comments coming, and I'll facilitate it. And I want to thank the 3 of you for spending your morning with me. I know it's kind of atypical to talk for 3 hours,
right?
This early in the morning, but we're doing it. We're here and we're crushing it, and I appreciate all of you. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Safe drive.
Yeah, I'll be in touch. Thanks, guys.
Problem.
Hey, it's fine with me though, because I don't have class until noon anyway today, so
I'm
fine with
for
me
now.
spending
I
my
gotta
Friday
eat
morning this way.
eventually, but
It's fine to spend my Friday morning like this. It's all right. It's all good. It's all good. You guys are good people.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna be scrolling Twitter, keeping an eye out for trade deadline stuff anyway.
Exactly. Yeah, and I also, because I'm watching ESPN Plus on the side, and they just started their The Point trade deadline special, instead of just watching TSNs. But I don't know how we haven't touched on this guy yet either. Jonathan Quick. He's been all over the place.
Yeah.
My goodness. I mean, and now he's a Vegas Golden Knight, and that's just ridiculous to think and say. And you see that happening, Jacob?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm the right guy to turn to. I'm the UMass grad. I went to UMass while Quick was there, so I've followed him throughout his whole career, from unheralded goalie to Stanley Cup hero. And so it's been sad watching him these past few years, because he is like really, really over the hill at this point. I have a friend who is a big Vegas fan, and I think he put it best. He said if Quick is starting for Vegas in the playoffs, something has gone horribly wrong. Just because he's just not that guy at this point anymore. Maybe he still has a game or two left in him. I've got a couple friends who joke like, oh, he's going to shut the Avs out at some point, in the playoffs. But it's been so long since he was really truly that guy that I think he's just more a depth piece at this point, kind of like an emergency goalie.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, they had Hill, Brossois, and Logan Thompson, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like probably not the best pairings in the world, but hey, it's been working for them, and now they've got Jonathan Quick, which is just I don't know. I still can't believe that's a thing. But anyway, Paul Tyler, I see that you commented asking, do you think the Avs need another D-man in case EJ doesn't make it back for the playoffs? I don't know. Are you here, Jackie? I saw you were muted for a second. I don't think she's here.
I mean, so I can say it. We were talking about this a little earlier in the show. The one thing that really sticks with me is, as far as this trade deadline, is the Avs really like to have an even balance of left-hand shots and right-hand shots on the defensive point. And with EJ out, they're down a right-handed shot. And I think that because Manson now we don't know, maybe he's hurt, maybe he's nursing an injury, who knows. Makar also is same thing, who knows with his concussion. So that's they're 3 right-handed shots. There's all question marks surrounding them. So I do think they need to pick up, another right-handed shot. That's why John Klingberg keeps coming up, because he's, at least the top name amongst right-handed defensemen on the market now. And so I do think that they need a right-handed defenseman. I don't think it needs to be a big splash. I think, another Jack Johnson type that you could be a 6th, 7th, 8th defenseman. But I would like to see them pick up another right-handed shot, just because of the style that they play. Having Jack Johnson and Brad Hunt out there, 2 lefties, it's just kind of an awkward pairing. It would work the way that the Avs play. It would work a lot better if they could get a right-handed shot in there.
I think it's a luxury, though. Like, how many teams actually have 3 right shots?
Right.
Like, I definitely agree. Like, ideally they would want that, but again, it would be like, how much do you want to pay just to have like that kind of insurance? Hey, Ryan Merkley's a right shot, isn't he?
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Gosh.
Yeah,
but
we talked about Shattenkirk earlier, like somebody
Merkley.
that would come cheap.
Yeah.
I don't think it needs to be a big impact move. But if they could flip another minor leaguer, maybe maybe Sampo Ranta, who seems to have fallen out of favor, some minor deal like that.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that still might be on the table because McFarland did say you can never have enough defense.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. That's true. And I know Shatitude, just popped up. It said Shattenkirk. I know we talked about Shattenkirk a little bit earlier today, but he's not the player he used to be, of course. But
it's interesting he hasn't been in the rumors though. Like you hear about, the other defensemen more.
Yeah, it is. Especially like you would figure that like everybody on Anaheim would be up for a trade, and I'm pretty sure that Shattenkirk's an expiring contract too.
That sounds right because if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that like the rumblings had been, to go with at least coming out of the Ducks. Like I think it was Henrique, and then I also think Shattenkirk, if I'm not mistaken.
No, like Klingberg and Kulikov.
It was Kulikov. That's who it was.
Yeah, but yeah, I really can't even think about anybody that mentioned Shattenkirk. So I don't know why. If there's a reason for that, that hasn't really been something on my radar.
Yeah, it is weird because, like, again, if I were Anaheim, given the situation that they're in, anybody who is not going to be on the team next year, trade them. Like, get what you can now, or else they're going to lose Shattenkirk for nothing in the offseason because he probably signs with some team that is trying to at least make the playoffs. He's getting towards the end of his career. I doubt he wants to get into another situation where he's winning 5 regulation games or whatever Anaheim has.
Yeah, I mean, Anaheim in its own though is just a mess, and if I'm not mistaken, too, Henrique has been injured, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be out about a month. So
yeah, that's obviously now going to be that's going to be hard to be able to work around. At least work around the NHL and be like, hey, we're going to pick up this player, but we're not actually going to put him on LTIR, and because they're cracking down on that. So I don't know if you could make that move happen, at least for forward depth, but maybe for defensive depth. But then again, with out of Klingberg and Kulikov, I feel like you'd maybe go with Kulikov. I don't know if the other of you two would agree in here, but
probably just because, one, what he's making. I think it's like 2-something million. It's hard because Anaheim's been so bad this year that both of their defensive metrics have just been putrid. I think I read something that Klingberg is having one of the worst defensive seasons in the analytic era.
Wow.
It's been that bad. Like the expected goals against that have occurred with him on the ice is like the worst in the analytic era. So you can say like, okay, the Ducks are terrible. How much is that, and how much is just like his ability is falling off? So, and Kulikov also hasn't been good. So it's tough. It's really tough. You want to pay for that. You want to bring in somebody that had been in a losing atmosphere like that. They obviously did it with Jack Johnson, but the reason why they brought him in is they know exactly what they're getting.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like the question with all of this stuff is cost. If you can get Kulikov for free, versus a second round for Klingberg or whatever it would cost, obviously, Kulikov. But if you get Klingberg for free, obviously at that point you become a little more amenable to a trade like that.
Right, exactly.
Speaking of Kulikov, apparently he's been traded to Pittsburgh.
Okay, let's see for how much. Let's see if we're on the right track for how much that would be worth.
I'm checking Twitter right now because I'm trying to like follow along, but I've not seen anywhere. Yeah, it's Kulikov to Pittsburgh. How about that?
Well, thanks. Right on time. So,
yeah. Aaron, you're breaking the news to us. Thank you. Let's see. I'm just trying to find like the return for it.
Yeah, right now, LeBrun is just they're working to finalize a deal, is what LeBrun is reporting.
Oh,
yeah, we'll see. Okay. We'll be interested to hear how much these depth guys are because, yeah, so much of what you think about the move is what did it cost.
Definitely.
One name that I haven't seen come up that's I've seen in the athletics trade board a lot is Carson Soucy out of Seattle, which I mean I get why you don't see his name a lot because Seattle's contending. They should be in the playoffs. But at least according to their reporting, they're hearing that he could be available, and I think that's probably a guy that profiles a little bit better than somebody like Klingberg. Kind of the Jack Johnson type where he might not be great in space, but you can trust him to kill penalties. He's a big guy. And I think that is kind of the profile of a defenseman they're likelier to go after.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in that return because seeing where the Avs maybe could have been like, oh, we could have maybe done that too. But yeah, that's interesting. Let's see what ESPN says here in a second because they are just now getting onto it. Let's see if they say anything at all. Try and not get copyright strikes and not listening to it, of course. Like to not get taken down.
Yeah, I just go by Twitter. I don't put the shows on.
Yeah, Elliot Friedman was not on the Kulikov trade at all. That was my first go-to there on Twitter, but dang. Also, I see I'm gonna probably say this wrong. Perry Hellion, I think, something like that. Not a question about only realize that you guys are in the US and it's morning there while I just came from work and eating dinner.
Well, it might be more fun to
the city of Denver, the state of Colorado, you guys have been fucking amazing
there's
for
Adrian.
the last 10 years.
Magic behind
the city of Denver.
No,
yeah, we started at 8 a.m. our time. That's what time it was in Denver.
Yeah,
so,
we're going to ignore the fact that I was in bed earlier this morning. just camera off. Yeah. I was just like this, camera off, just talking, just like that this morning. I'm definitely not still in my PJs either. Definitely not. No, but thank you for listening. I assume probably from Europe somewhere over there. So
definitely, yeah.
Appreciate it.
That'd be fun. Might be more entertaining in the evening, Friday night, and all that. But
a good way to end the evening for sure. And actually, while we're talking about Europe here a little bit, we'll do a little teaser here for everybody, including for both of you, Jackie and Jacob. But I actually got the chance to talk with David Petrovsky from Euroland.
Oh, cool.
Well, because they are currently doing their tour, here in Colorado in the United States, and they're in New Mexico right now and traveling to Dallas for the game tomorrow, at the time of recording this anyway. So got a chance to talk with them and a couple of the other participants on the trip. So look for a story about that probably later this week, next weekend.
That's cool. Yeah, I think it's super interesting. Like I'm really interested in like combining travel and my love for watching hockey, and so I have a trip coming up. I don't know if I want to say where to, but so I totally get like why it's so exciting, and especially like I get to see the Avs all the time and they don't, and so I think for a lot of them it's their first trip here as well. So I think it's really cool that they keep doing that, and it is such an experience if nobody's ever seen the Avs in person, just to finally experience that.
For sure. I think everybody in this call can say how special of a place it is to go to Ball Arena on a nightly basis, and just how the serene environment and just how incredible it can be. So yeah, and obviously if you get to go on a road trip like you are, Jackie, it's definitely different because you're not around a whole bunch of Avs fans. You're going to be a bunch around of opposing fans, but even then, that's still probably a cool experience. That's something that I still need to check off my list of going to an Avs road game eventually at some point. But
it depends where, but there's a lot of Avs fans, so you'd be surprised. It's not as awkward as you'd think. Like it's not like, oh, it's just me. I try not to be obnoxious, so I'm usually by myself, so I I don't need to draw attention to myself, but it's cool. It is really cool when you see other, you don't know if they're traveling or they live in the area, and
I would say it probably depends on where you go. Like if you go to like Arizona, you're probably going to get a whole bunch of Avs people there.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I've done that. It's unreal how many Avs fans are there in Arizona. It's
I mean, I'm trying to think of places where you would go where there wouldn't be a ton. Probably like New York.
Minnesota,
Yeah,
maybe.
I say I lived on the East Coast for about 10 years, and so the only time I would see the Avs was when they came out east. Boston actually has a fair amount of Avs fans. It always surprised me how many I would see going to games there. But yeah, the one game I went to New York there, I felt like I was like the only Avs fan in the entire building.
Interesting.
Ooh, update to the Kulikov move. From Emily Kaplan, deal is almost done. It's a 3rd round pick and a player going to Anaheim, but we don't know the player yet.
Yeah, that definitely makes a big difference. Like prospect, cap dump. Yeah, we'll see.
Like, is it gonna be just for jokes? Is it Sidney Crosby? Even though I know that's gonna get quoted and taken out of context. Or is it gonna be like, I don't even know a Pittsburgh prospect like.
They don't have a lot. I'll say that.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you, but that's interesting. We'll wait and see what the player is. I feel like, but
yeah.
I mean, I know the Avs. I think they still have their 3rd round pick, right? If I'm not mistaken.
No.
No, they don't. No.
The next third they have is 2025.
Mm.
They have a 2023 4th. No. I'm sorry. Let me start over. 2023 5th, 2024 4th, and then now 2025 3rd. This is obviously not taking into account they still have their first in all the years, but of the quote unquote maybe more expendable picks, that's what they have left.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know for sure, definitely at least the 2025 ones are definitely not going to be worth much of anything.
Right, because you're not going to outbid another team with that.
Yeah.
So, right, you have to wonder, like, do they have to use the 2nd for Eller just because it's like more worth a 3rd?
Right.
Like, do they have a 2023 3rd on the table and they're like, look, you have to make it a 2nd. So
yeah, that's why it's so tricky dealing future picks, because you have to factor in, the time to develop those picks too. And so, you take a 2nd round pick, maybe you take a goalie with that 2nd round pick, and then you got to wait like 7 years or something, something before you really have any idea of what kind of player they are. And so I think that's why the Eller trade it raised eyebrows, because you see a 2nd round pick, but that pick's 2 years out. So you have to wait 2 years, and then you got to wait another few years just to develop the player. And so, from that aspect, I do get the Eller trade. It is a little bit of an overpay. But, if Eller winds up being the player that they think he can, winning faceoffs, taking, a lot of the pressure off of Comfort on that front, I think it will be worth it, because, it's just full cup chasing mode right now. And, there's a lot of studies that have shown that, between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round picks, they're all kind of fungible. There's not really like a significant hit rate. That's why the Avs are so willing to always trade 2nd round picks. It's those 1st round picks that they really need to hold on to, because that's where the upside lies.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to get anything out of the 2nds. It's just they could have used it for something else. Like when they traded for Tays, it was right after the draft in 2020. And they used a 2021 2nd and a 2022 2nd, which would have been say this summer, the same thing is like half of what they've spent for Tays. So that's kind of the issue. And then also like what GM is still going to be around in 2025 for it to matter.
Definitely.
So it's just, once it's gone, and you can't use it for something else. That's more my concern. Like they're not developing 2nd rounders, that's for sure.
Definitely. And you see Adrian he's working and not driving, I promise. He's in the passenger seat.
That's good.
Just you see it on the screen right here. Brock McGinn for Kulikov, along with that.
Okay, they just waived him, so that's like a dump, basically. They just waived that guy.
Yeah, it is pretty much a dump, and then Anaheim gets another draft pick and continues their tank for Connor Bedard. So,
Oh wow, I didn't realize Brock McGinn makes 2.75 through 2024-25. So that's definitely a dump going back.
Yeah.
Dang. How much does Kulikov make in comparison to that.
Probably in that neighborhood or less. It's 2 something.
Yeah, 2.25.
Okay.
Yeah, so a little less. Yeah.
It's actually cleared room making the move.
That's actually like a good turnover, I feel like, for Pittsburgh's sake, at least anyway. But then again, Kulikov, where does he slot into that Pittsburgh lineup? Because you've obviously got Chris Letang still rocking it for Pittsburgh. So, he's not going to be moving, off that top defensive pairing along with stuff. Hold on here.
We also missed the super important Frederick Allard for Nate Schnarr trade. It's like a AHL trade. I mean, they're on NHL contract.
I do not know who Nate Schnarr is.
He had hype
That is
once.
monumental.
Nate Schnarr had hype once. Like, it might have been small, but he had it once.
Yeah, former 3rd round pick. He's a big
guy.
I
think they both were. Just kind of trading.
Let's see. I'm looking at Pittsburgh's defensive pairings. So you have Brian Dumoulin, who's also in there. Jeff Petrie, that's who else I was thinking of. Jan Ruda, Pierre Oliver Joseph, Marcus Pedersen. So Kulikov will probably come in, I feel like. Probably for Joseph, because I know there'd also been rumors about Joseph out of Pittsburgh anyway. But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why today isn't that exciting, because it just feels like the analysis for every move is the same. It's like, yeah, I don't know, it's a bottom pairing defenseman or a bottom 6 forward. Like, you pretty much say the same thing for like 90% of trades.
Which is why I think
the trade
deadline
was a couple days ago.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if the fireworks start coming, but you're right. If it's just kind of like depth holdovers, I think the interesting part, or more interesting part, is the return. Like, to see what these guys really cost, and I think there's kind of been a range here. like some teams are getting good deals, some teams maybe aren't. So getting that trade valuation, because we always think we know what it would take to get somebody, and then to get that confirmation, I think, is at least the interesting part about this stuff.
Yeah, and it's always interesting because we fix, as fans, we fix our the trade expectations to, well, what is this specific player like? Is this player worth that value? But you also have to take into account the market that we're operating in as well. And the market is, every team in the East is desperately trying to get whoever they possibly can. And so that is, I think, probably bumping up compensation across the league, a little bit at the very least, that there are so many teams that want to go for it this year. And I think that, you see that dynamic in the West too, that pretty much any team in the West can talk themselves into being the best or the second best team, given, just how weak the West has been this year. And so I think that, is creating extra motivation for these teams to, say, yeah, sure, what's another 4th round pick to toss in, to get a guy we think can help push us across the finish line in the playoffs.
But the interesting thing about that is, all the talk is about all the talent going east, or the players, or the winning now. But there's a lot of assets coming to the West.
Right.
So, and I know it is cyclical anyway, so maybe you won't be quite able to pinpoint it, but we're all saying, oh, it's so great that all these teams are going out there, but when all these assets start to come to fruition in the West, is that going to make that more challenging?
Yeah. And it's, the thing also, I was talking about this with my friend the other day, is that one thing that has helped the West is the number 1 overall picks have all gone east as well. The last number 1 overall pick to go to the West was Connor McDavid. Last one before that was Nathan McKinnon. And so that's something interesting to watch with Bedard. Does Montreal win the lottery, or is the West going to actually start to get some number 1 overall picks coming back this way?
That's a really good point, because when you look out east, you've got Montreal, you've got Columbus, but out west, I feel like you have competitors. You have Chicago, you have Arizona, Anaheim, San Jose. If St. Louis really keeps going down, you could throw them in the mix. But
Vancouver too. They're only 5 points ahead of Anaheim.
There's definitely more. I don't know if interest isn't the right word. it seems like there's more of a path, a clear path that a Western team would win the Connor Bedard sweepstakes, and that would be very interesting for sure. And I think
there's only 3 teams out east: Philadelphia, Columbus, and Montreal. That's it.
Yeah. So, I personally speaking, I would like to see Bedard out east so that the Avs don't have to deal with him. But I also just think it'd be really neat to see Columbus and have him with Johnny Hockey. I feel like that would be a really fun and interesting combination. But then again, you could say the same thing about Trevor and Bedard in Anaheim and that entire youth roster over there. So I don't know what do both of you think, at least in that front of where Bedard would go or where he'd fit in best.
I like Columbus too. It does seem like they weren't really trying to tank. They were kind of dealt a bad hand. They had a lot of bad injuries, and I think maybe they just kind of pulled the plug. But it would be interesting to see him go to that market. I don't care as much about the West. I probably would say I don't want to see Chicago because they are the division team. I don't really care if he goes to Arizona or not. I don't know. That doesn't bother me, whatever. But I wouldn't want to see Chicago. I also think their tanking has been pretty shameless. So
yeah, I don't want to see that get rewarded.
Yeah, exactly. And then you're gonna hear forever that it was rigged and they wanted him to go there and blah blah blah. But even San Jose would be kind of interesting because they haven't really had a top pick. I mean, you can say Arizona has, and Anaheim to an extent. I know they haven't had top 3 or anything like that, but they've had their chance to pick up on some youth, and they got a good player in Zegras and everything. They still have Drysdale. They have pieces, so if they can't make it work with those guys, then that's their own fault. So, I guess if I had to pick a Western team, maybe San Jose would be kind of interesting, but you're right. At this point, it is looking like odds on are he's gonna come west.
It seems like it for sure. I see Paul Tyler has asked a question for all of us. I actually kind of like this question. It's interesting. Is there any player on the block that you would be okay with the Avs trading their first this year for? For me personally, I feel like it would have to be definitely a big name player who can be with the Avs for at least a couple of years.
Maybe
probably
Krause.
Krause would probably fit that category. That's probably the most
Maybe
realistic
Schmaltz.
one. I feel like if the Avs are going to make any moves.
I'd take Krause over Schmaltz personally.
Yeah,
but
I think I would too. I'm just trying to come up with things. There's not a whole lot left. That's the thing as far as big names.
There's not. I think if the Avs had moved on it sooner, if they'd maybe get gone with more of an effort, for Timo Meier or
that too.
Or one of those bigger name players, then I feel like they'd be more acceptable for the first. But then again, Paul, you mentioned it perfectly right there. Somebody with term. So Meyer probably would have fit that category. Horvat. No, I guess you could have pay Horvat still, so maybe not Horvat. Who else am I missing here? Probably not Patrick Kane, just because of his age and his status.
In my opinion, Patrick Kane's the most overrated player in the league right now.
Ooh, that's a take.
Yeah.
He doesn't play defense. He does he's a designated hitter out there. If he's not scoring, he's providing serious negative value.
I don't know. I feel like I'd put either Meyer or Tarasenko or O'Reilly probably in that category. But that
I wouldn't do it for a rental. Yeah, I mean I like Tarasenko, and I probably O'Reilly would have helped this team, but I don't like first for rentals. I think there's a reason why the Avs got. I mean they won the cup without having to do that. Why would they need to do it now? Is kind of I guess technically Kemper was a rental, but not a deadline this kind of situation rental.
Plus Kemper was I think Kemper was a special case where the goalie carousel was really running out, and the option was basically trade a first for Kemper or give out a bad contract. And if those are my options, I will trade the first round pick every single day.
But that's kind of why I think it's weird that kind of the perception that they need to be aggressive, and they already won the cup. I get it. We want to win the cup again for sure, but I'd rather see them build a dynasty kind of thing than just blow the wad on this weird cursed injured year anyway,
Yeah.
and then that's it. And then they're gonna have a real tough time signing guys and everything. Like, so it's like they already
Yeah.
got there without having to succumb to sort of this group think that, bye bye bye. Just
Mhm.
doesn't give you a cup. Like all those teams in the East, they're all gonna lose. Like one
Yeah.
one team's gonna make it to the cup, and even that's not a guarantee. So, um, let's see how it
Yeah.
works out.
It's it's definitely interesting, and you can obviously look back and say, "What if?" Right? But I just feel like at least right now, with who's left and who's been talked about being traded or not being traded, I just don't think that there's really anybody left that could use the first and be worth it. I
Mhm.
feel like in the long run. So that's I don't know. That's just me. And also,
I'll
Aaron, I promise I see your question here. Is Troy Terry available? I don't think so. I haven't heard anything about him being moved anywhere. It's
I mean,
another.
I guess you'd have to assume anyone outside of Zegras could be available, but it'd probably take a lot.
It would take a
Yeah, I
lot.
mean that's kind of a Lekanen style deal, right? Because he's a restricted free agent, and so
He's probably going to get
maybe
paid a lot too, considering his
yeah.
production. That's
I mean
probably a
the question,
concern.
yeah, I think like one of the big issues with talking about bringing in a big name player with term past this year is you got to kind of kick somebody off the team going forward. Like if they take on somebody who's making $5 million a year, then that's probably the end of the JT Compher era. Here in Colorado. Also, I think I'm still holding out hope that they can re-sign Devon Tays. If I were running the Avs front office, I wouldn't want to take on any money past the 2024 season, just because that you got Tays and you got Miko, and once they sign those two, then the core is pretty much under contract, for the foreseeable future, and they're pretty much set. And so I wouldn't want to give up my flexibility going forward, particularly with the cap rising. I know Jackie made a good point about how it's just going to make everybody prohibitively more expensive to sign. But the fact that they also have all of their draft picks, other than that second round pick they traded for Eller when the cap jumps, I think that they can set up to get a lot more aggressive and go back into f them picks mode in a couple years, because that's kind of the issue that they're in right now. People want them to say f them picks. They already did that, and so they're dealing with the fallout of that decision right now, and there's just not a whole lot of flexibility that they have right now.
Yeah.
I will throw out one name of somebody I want that I don't think there's any chance he's getting traded at the deadline, but I would love for them to get Pierre-Luc Dubois. And
That would be a fun one.
considering, like, Winnipeg's not going to do it because they're a playoff team and they need him, but this summer he's still going to be an RFA if he still doesn't want to sign long term in Winnipeg. I don't believe that he just wants to go to Montreal and nowhere else. I mean, look at where they are in the standings.
Yeah.
Like, he's not going to be like, oh, I don't want to go to the Avs. They might win the cup because I have to go back home. Like, I just think that's overblown. But if there was a reason to save your firsts and your assets to make that kind of move, that's what I would like.
That'd be an interesting move. I'd like to see how that would kind of play out, because I know Dubois, he moved from Columbus to Winnipeg, and that whole Patrick Laine situation scenario, and I don't know how. I think he's done all right this year, if I'm not mistaken. Dubois has.
Yeah, Money Puck's expected goals has him 29th in the NHL, just behind Miko.
Yeah, so like that's pretty good. But then again, who would you move to bring him in, right? I mean, Comfort has had a breakout year. Newhook, I would say, has also had his best year so far. And
Yeah,
obviously
I mean, it wouldn't
both
be
of those
cheap. I know it
guys.
wouldn't be, but
Mhm.
if, like, that's the answer, because I'm always like, don't trade it, don't do this, don't do that. If you're saying, tell me something you would do, like, what's a big move you would make? That's my answer.
That's a good one, though. I like that one. Like, obviously not now, of course, but
No, I don't think Winnipeg's doing it.
yeah, not
But
now. But like, I wonder, Jackie, who would you try and like? I guess no, but he's an RFA at the end of this year. So
we'll just say it anyway.
I was just gonna say, like, what theoretical trade would you offer Winnipeg for Dubois?
A first and New Hook.
I was
I mean,
gonna
it's not
say,
gonna be
like, first
cheap.
round pick, right?
Yeah, like you probably got to go there.
That one's probably a one I would use the first round pick for that
Yeah, I think
or that
you're
Paul
gonna
brought up.
have
Yeah.
to. Like, yeah, I get that. Like, and I like New Hook. I'm not trying to get rid of New Hook, but I do get that you're gonna have to you're gonna have to give up something. So
Yeah. I mean, New Hook's name keeps coming up because they don't really have many other, young assets that could really get a lot of other teams' attention. They emptied out their prospect pool the last couple of years, and I mean, I think that's an argument for them to say they should keep those first round picks and try to restock the prospect pool, and then say that they hit on their first round pick this year and next, come 2 years when they also have additional first round picks to trade and these prospects, and then maybe Olesen develops into something, maybe Foudy develops into something. I just think that, like, if you look at kind of the timeline of their prospects and all of their picks, the time for the Avs to get like really, really aggressive is probably 2 years from now. Because, again, they did that the last 2 years.
And I think with first round picks, they do kind of retain their value, like how the Avs were able to use Justin Barron last year in place of a first round pick.
Mhm.
I think that their pedigree, they're sort of seen as still that same value. And it doesn't last forever, right? Because at some point they either need to make the NHL or they're not going to hold that value. But
Mhm.
even if they make those picks and they take those players, you could still trade that player, say a year from now, after you've seen what he looks like in your camp and what year he's having. Make sure you
Mhm.
didn't draft a miracle or something. So there shouldn't be that much risk involved in actually making these picks because you can still move them with similar sort of value. It's almost like at worst they're the same if it's been a year or two out, and at best they're better.
Yeah,
So
and you could always use them, in a minor deal later, and just say like, hey, maybe he's a change of scenery guy, and it's a lot easier for teams to talk themselves into taking a risk on a former first round pick than a guy who dropped like the third round, said, oh, he has the talent to be at the first round pick, but doesn't have the size, speed, whatever their deficiency is. It's a lot easier to talk yourself around those deficiencies for a first round pick than somebody who wasn't.
which is why I think like they shouldn't move Foodie, because to me, he's the most valuable to them. I don't think he's the most valuable outside. I think Alausen probably would, because he has that
Mhm.
pedigree and he's younger and everything. And so I think that works better for the Avs. Like I'd um, rather see them move the player that maybe isn't as valuable to them, or at least in the intermediate, because I think they really hit on something with Foodie because he's improved so much and he's doing so well in the AHL, and they gave him the test run and he looked good in that role. And so I would be super disappointed if they got rid of Foodie, because I think he's really their only hope for the next several years to get a homegrown sort of depth player.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
I mean, I really just think that the Avs are kind of set. They've got their core together. They've got arguably the best core in the league, and so it's just about trying to make moves around the fringes. Just because the Avs still should be the best team in the West. They haven't played particularly well throughout the entire year. They've had basically like half a season of good play, and they're right there. And so like I think that because the West is so weak this year, that it just lessens the desperation to make a move. That, like, as the Avs are currently constructed, I still think they're the best team in the West.
Which is why I also think some people out there want them to be aggressive, because it's like there is nobody that formidable in the West. Like, this is the year that it's worth it to strengthen the team. And like, I get that, but I also don't think with anything that they would get is really going to make that much of a difference. Like, the reason why they're going to win the cup again is because of that core, because of an extra special performance from those. So I think, is it almost like a freebie that they can not be on the top of their game and still have a decent chance to win the West? So I guess you can look at it both ways. Like,
Mhm.
is this the year that they could easily get ahead of everybody? But I just think it's because, like you said, the best core in the league, so that's what's going to get you ahead.
Yeah, and I've seen some people say, well, look at the arms race in the East. You got to match that. One team is coming out of the East. That's
exactly
something for teams in the East to worry about. And I don't think that you make a trade to try to win 4 games in a 7-game series. Like there's enough randomness that can happen. You don't need to worry about that.
And you have no idea. You just you can't even foresee what it's going to be like if you get to the Cup final again. We don't know what if we miss a Miko, if we're missing a Makar. It doesn't matter who you traded for in March, right? Like you just don't know what you're going to look like, and then who knows what team it's going to be. Like it could be the Islanders or something. Like or it could be Tampa again. Which would be hilarious to have all these teams blow all their assets and it's just Tampa again, which we know how we match up against them. So it's just, you just have absolutely no idea what it would be like, even if we got to the Cup and played somebody in the East. Like you look at Boston and the year they're having, and they're going to win the President's Cup and on this great run, and who knows if they even get there.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bloodbath out East regardless, and I keep thinking to myself it's gonna be funny if like Buffalo ends up in the Stanley Cup,
right? Like something like that where they go on this miracle run.
Exactly.
Yep,
so we'll see. And Paul Tyler's on it again. He asks, so who's the best matchup for the Avs if they make it to the Cup? I have to go here really quickly, so I'll just quickly say my thoughts. I think probably. We've heard the talk of Carolina. How
they do match good with Carolina. Like we beat them. It was those ridiculous games where they outshot us, but they have beat them. I actually think. I almost want to say that I think they could beat the Rangers. I think Georgiev would be so motivated, and we've beat the Rangers. We constantly beat them.
That's what I was going to say
too.
Yeah. Or one of the lesser teams. One of the. I actually think New Jersey's pretty good, but when you get to that point, you're talking about teams that aren't very experienced, would probably be easier to beat. So a team like New Jersey.
That's why New Jersey jumps out to me.
Yeah,
it'd be fun. I think that would be the funnest Cup final.
Yeah,
and then I think we could beat them. So it's like
I love that New Jersey game. Without if it was Georgiev instead of Ananen, I think it would have been real fun.
I think we could have squeaked it out.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Right, welcome back.
So I have to get going.
Yeah.
I'm unfortunately a college student, so I have to go to class. Boo. Ezra, our second host, is here, so I'll let him take the reins from here on out.
Sure.
But yeah, I hope your work meetings went well. So
they were okay.
Right, we're trading 1 for 1 right now.
I'll extend my starvation. I can make it another hour.
Anyway, so I'll leave you all to it. I'll leave you all to it. Go Avs. Maybe a move happens. We'll see.
We'll see.
Have a good one, you all.
All right, take it easy, Evan.
Bye, Evan.
I'm a foodie. I gotta go out to eat. So just wait.
Nice. That's great. Yeah, I order in a fair amount. I'm trying to cut down because there's money involved, but that's what I do.
Yeah.
Oh, look who it is from the car, Adrian.
Awesome.
Just checking in to beep at us. Very nice. So yeah. Jacob, you answered this question. I guess we were all talking about it, but yeah. What did I miss, guys? Anything fun? Any good discussion?
I think we had some good talks, but nothing in the NHL really happened. I guess Kulikov moved. I don't know if you saw that one.
I saw that one. Yeah.
Okay, I really think that's the only other one that
I learned who Nate Schnarr was.
Yeah.
Oh. Did you all see the Austin Watson hit? They just came out and said that they didn't even have a hearing for it, no suspension or anything.
I never saw it, so I don't know.
Okay, it's hard to have a discussion about it then, but he basically just from the other side of the ice, there was a scrum happening, not a scrum, but a little digging for the puck along the wall, right? From the other side of the ice, Austin Watson charges over. I say the word charges. They gave him a 5-minute charging penalty. he like comes over and Tyler Mott's looking down at the puck and he just fully skates. He fully skates at him. He slows down a little bit on the approach and then launches into the hit. And it's straight shoulder, elbow to head, crunches him into the boards. And the NHL decided not even to have a hearing about it. I'm in shock.
I guess I would say I'm surprised because they don't give out those 5-minute majors much. So
No.
yeah, and it almost works backwards. Like sometimes the NHL logic is, well, if you serve this penalty, then you've already kind of like had your punishment, which I wouldn't look at it that way. I would look at it if it was determined it was that bad on the ice, maybe we should look at it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, plus Watson's a repeat offender too, and so like that's the thing that really makes it surprising is that like he's not the type of guy that you would cut some slack to. Like if anything, you know, you'd go the opposite direction and say at the very least, if the refs, you know, say you need to sit, you got to come in for a meeting.
Yeah, I would think so. It's disappointing.
Yeah, I just saw the hit. That's a bad hit.
Yeah, it's really bad. It's really bad.
I mean, I guess like the NHL could argue he doesn't leave his feet, and so,
he does though.
Yeah, like
the only reason he doesn't leave his feet is because the boards are there.
Yeah.
It's a full jump into the guy's face. It's bad. It's really bad. But yeah, I guess that's generally my take on hits. Is they're bad. No, I like hitting, but I don't like anything where people are if you're starting in a low crouch position and you elevate up, you're going to hit somebody in the head. It's just going to happen.
They usually don't like that blindside stuff because that's because the player doesn't have the opportunity to defend themselves basically.
Right.
I don't like head contact. I think it should be like high sticking or whatever. Like you have to be in control of your stick. Why can't you be in control of your shoulder?
100%. 100%.
Like head contact if it's incidental, okay, well that's what happens with high sticking and you sit for 2 minutes and at least we're all on the same page that you can't hit somebody's head.
Exactly.
Seems kind of obvious to me, but
it does. Hopefully Tyler Mott, who took that hit, is okay. I like that player. He's a good player.
I don't think he returned to that game. I don't think he returns. I don't know.
Yeah. No, he did not. He did not come back. But yeah, so Kulikov is off the board. Do we care?
No, I didn't really want him, but I was interested to see what their return was. So,
yeah, like for me, there's not really any one player I look at out there and say like I want to go get him. For me, it's more just I would like some more depth on the defense. You know, I'll trust the Avs to find someone who they think fits the system, but I just as it currently stands with, you know, the injury to EJ and now the uncertainty around Manson, McCarr's dealing with a concussion, I just would like to see one more, you know, veteran defenseman, even if he doesn't play in the playoffs, just to have that depth. So, you know, they're not relying on a tandem of, you know, Brad Hunt and Jack Johnson in the playoffs. I think that's kind of the idea is you don't want to have to lean on both of those two. Either one, like maybe you're fine with, but you know, if that's your last pairing, like teams are going to do everything they possibly can to target their best players against those two.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I see that on Twitter, folks are saying that Makar is practicing with Power Play 1 today, which he wasn't doing in the other games, or in the other practices that he got in before not playing. So maybe that's a good sign.
Yeah, for sure. He's got to be doing that at morning skate, but yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That was the change from the last one when before the last game we saw Makar's out there skating without a non-contact with a regular jersey. And everybody assumed hey, he's going to play tonight, and then you see Byram quarterbacking Power Play 1. It's like, well, he's not playing tonight.
Yeah, that's right.
I kind of figured would happen, especially since something happened in his first game back, that he was gonna maybe take a couple extra, but it would be nice to have him in against Dallas, national TV and all, that would be the game. Even if he doesn't play the Seattle game, I think that would be I mean, not because he's injured, but just because they're easing him back, I think would be okay.
Mm-hmm.
I guess one comment I wanted to make was I think it's interesting the Nick Bonino trade, which I kind of thought that could have been a target for the Avs before they got Eller anyway.
Right.
That they needed a third-party broker, which I don't even think he makes that much, like $2-ish million. They needed a broker, and they paid the fifth for the cap brokerage, but the actual trade for him was a seventh.
That's wild.
To me, I don't know. To me, that's a little illogical.
Arizona is like, just give us absolutely anything. And they're like, okay, well, we need to bring in a third party to get this done. And the third party's like, no, you're paying us. It's Montreal, right? The third party.
Yeah, it was like, I probably would have said, can we really get this guy for a seventh? Do we really need the broker? But okay.
I did like that quote from Arizona's GM saying, we're really happy that, we had money in, money out. We didn't take on any additional salary. It's like, you guys should, like, that's exactly what you should be doing. Like, you should be the landing spot for 3-team deals and say, like, yeah, we'll take a 4th-round pick to, pay $1 million. But that, such as the Arizona Coyotes.
They are, all their big cap hits are being paid like very little actual salary. It's
like real money.
Playing in a college rink, it's embarrassing.
Yes.
Well, their argument is all their tickets are expensive, so it's just the same. That's their argument.
All right. I don't have to do this very often, but every once in a while, friends are like, "Wait, the NHL? Why aren't like the NBA is right there? Why aren't you just a basketball fan?" I'm like, "Well, it's not that simple. I grew up playing hockey, but also, the league is fun and it's cool and it's bad, it's poorly run, it's it's hard to defend the NHL sometimes, but we love it."
Hey, we love the sport, right?
That's right.
We're stuck with these monopolies, but
yeah. Yep, that's right. I'm just constantly refreshing Twitter for something interesting to talk about. It's not happening. So I have
you want to expand more on playoff stuff, or?
Oh, sure, yeah. Is there something you want to talk about? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I was just thinking, Paul's question about who's the best matchup for the Avs for the Cup. Like, what matchups do we like out west?
Great idea. I personally don't feel like any of the Western Conference teams are that big of a challenge to the Avs. I think Dallas obviously has Ottinger, which he can get real hot, and that could be a problem. But if anybody's going to outscore the Stars, even when Ottinger's playing well, it's the Avs. I don't know. There's not really anybody who strikes fear in me in the West. How about you, Jackie?
Dallas scares me more just because DeBoer knows how to beat us, not necessarily because I think like their roster is better. It's just he's proven that he knows how to kind of thwart us. So I would probably not like to see them in the first round. I know if you want to get out of the Central Division, you're gonna probably have to play them. Winnipeg to a lesser extent, like Bonus was the old Dallas guy, but I don't know. I liked how our game went against them the other day. Guess we'll see how tomorrow goes. That was the question, right? Who do I think the team to beat, at least for the Avs, is Vegas. I think, and I obviously liked how that game went on Monday, but I think that's kind of their test. Like, they didn't have to slay the Dragon last year, and I think that would be huge for them if that was the the Western Conference final matchup and the Avs ultimately beat Vegas. I guess that matchup would probably give me the most anxiety, but I think it would also be the most satisfying. So, in a way, I like to see that happen.
Yeah, I mean, like last year was kind of a revenge tour for the Avs, and they missed out on Vegas, so there's still a little bit left on the revenge tour.
I will say there's been one tweet with a rumor about us. It's again about JVR. To me, I don't know why the Avs are super interested in that. He also makes so much where they need a broker. They don't really have picks to be a broker. Like, I don't know, but that's one legitimate trade deadline rumor. It said it's from David Pagnotta, the fourth period. So it sounds like a few teams are still in the mix for JVR. Vegas, I wonder about the Avs and if Mini circle back. Then to follow up, Minnesota and Winnipeg are out. Colorado is still in there with Vegas and Seattle. And then second of all, why are they all West teams? Is it just because the East has blown the wad, or is there like a reason for that? Like
because the East sees JVR more often and they know not to.
Right, like, is he that desirable? What on earth
Yeah.
do we like? Please don't
He's
trade
big.
a first for him.
Oh God, no.
So what are we gonna trade for him? I don't understand. Like,
I don't know. Sample
Or
Ranta?
something like the Cogliano deal, like a 5th round pick for him. I guess like I wouldn't mind, because I don't know if they have a full plan for the bottom 6 right now. Like right now it seems like the plan for the bottom 6 is Eller is probably the third line center, but like after that it kind of seems like it's very much like a work in progress, and they're trying to figure out who plays well with who. And so it is kind of confusing thinking about bringing like another guy into the situation that is extremely unsettled. And then
so
like
yeah,
also, you know, you bring in Van Riemsdyk, does that push Malgin to the bench? Like, you know, maybe it could be, you know, subtraction by addition with with Van Riemsdyk.
Could be. Yeah, I don't hate moving Malgin to an extra forward spot. I think he's been fun and good, and I don't have a problem with him. But I also, you know, if you want somebody who's a little bit more defensive minded, defensive responsible for your fourth line, that doesn't.
Right.
That makes sense to me. But again, I don't have a problem with Malgin. I'm writing the grades for the week right now, and I wrote that he and Nieto have good checking chemistry, even if the underlying stats say he's been very bad. So you know, it's one of those things where like he looks decent out there, but he's not actually bringing that much. So if he had to move out of the lineup, I'm okay with that. But to bring in a guy like JVR who doesn't seem to fit the style and doesn't necessarily bring that defensive side of the game in the same way as like a traditional, you know, fourth line penalty kill kind of player, it just doesn't seem to make that much sense to me, especially not if the return is going to be anything decent.
right, because
I would stay away.
They don't have like any mid-level assets. So if you got Eller for a second, like he's not gonna go for that 2025 third. So
I wouldn't think so.
So I mean, do we have to be talking first round picks here, which I think is kind of horrifying.
If they're talking first round picks, they got to be swinging for somebody real, and JVR is not that guy. I don't think that there's any reason for them. Like, I don't have a problem with them keeping tabs on the trade talks, because if it is like, you know, Vegas is like, well, we'll give you a 6th, then Colorado's like, hey, let us know if you want a 6 from us instead. I'm cool with that, you know. But if it's Vegas is like, we're gonna give you our most recent first round pick. Not that they already traded that away, Zach Dean, but
I don't even think they have it. Do they even have a first left?
They have Brisson, Brendan Brisson.
Or I mean, picks they haven't made. Like,
oh yeah, no, I don't think so. I think they already
because of
traded
Eichel, right? Isn't that where all the firsts went?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So okay, so Vegas is still in. They're probably not trading a first. Like, I guess the only thing comparable the Avs have is Alausen. Like, if Vegas is talking Brisson, then the Avs could talk Alausen.
Yeah, I don't hate. I mean, I'd rather have Alausen in 3 years than JVR in 3 years. But this year, I don't hate.
Well, he'll be gone. I mean, they're not going to re-sign him.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I just mean, like, you know, down the road, obviously Alausen has the upside, but yeah, I don't think that's a great move. I don't have a problem with selling off the future for the present. It's just that I don't think he brings that much in the present.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather see something long term like an RFA, like a Kraus. You know, if it took a first and Alausen to get Kraus,
yeah,
like that's in the similar vein of what they did when they went and got Lehkonen, and so that's fine. Yeah, I'm not like totally against it. It's just they never really did that to have to get a big name rental. They won the cup without having to get a big name rental. So like, why would they care now?
Yeah, I agree. Hopefully it's just kind of like staying informed rather than actually trying to get James Van Riemsdyk. Egg.
Plus, like, the way that, typically the way that you see these first round picks for rentals go, it's teams that are kind of at the end of their window, or at least feel like they're at the end of their window, and they just, they're feeling the pressure to finally get something done. But like, the Avs, if anything, they're closer to the beginning of their window than the end of the window. And so like the desperation to make a move like that, just, I don't think is there in the organization.
Yeah, it's certainly not the last hurrah. And I know I've seen the argument that like this is kind of like their last big push, and I don't agree with that. I think look at the way the season's gone. Nobody can stay healthy. Like why would you assume that's gonna start on March 4th and everyone that you have is gonna stay healthy? I just think the season was taxing. They all are still a bit beat up. I think you can assume that they're probably gonna lose a couple more people. I just don't really think like this here's the be all end all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I really believe they can muddle through the West. This is the worst year for the West in some time. Right, the pace for first in the West is something like 105 points or something, and right now that pace would get you like the 7 seed out east. And so like there's just doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of urgency to try to get something done, especially if they're convinced that they will have Landeskog for the playoffs in some capacity.
And they don't even need that. Like the Avs could easily win that first seed, and they don't even really need it. Like, just this team getting a division spot is even good enough, I think.
Yeah, I mean, right now they would play the Wild in the first round if they were able to get the 1 seed. Maybe they play Winnipeg, or if they win the division, maybe they play Winnipeg. Is there that big of a difference between Minnesota and Winnipeg? Like, I don't really think so.
No, I don't think so either.
No, I don't know. I feel good. I feel good about the team. I think other folks have talked about how there's a traditionally Stanley Cup winners go 2 to 3 deep at center, and Comfer is not necessarily real second line center. I like the way he's played this year, but I think that's not an unfair argument. But I really do like what this team has going on right now. I think, let's get to this question. Sorry. Instead of me just rambling. So Paul Tyler asks, assuming everyone gets healthy, what are forward lines going to look like? Let's assume Helm gets healthy too. Okay.
Oh boy, that's a
yeah.
And we don't get anybody else. You wonder if they want to put together the Helm, Cogliano, OC line that was good for them in the playoffs. Let's see.
So
I'm trying to think like who would be, so then you'd say Eller is the 3C.
Yeah, I'd say Eller 3C, Helm 4C would be most likely how they'd do it.
Then would you put like Newhook and maybe Rodriguez with Eller, and then your second line would be Landy, Comfer, and
Nichushkin, I would think.
Yeah, probably Nuke, and then you'd have Lehkonen, Mikko, and McKinnon. Probably something like that.
Yeah. I kind of like keeping McKinnon and Rantanen split, and if I'm making the lineup, for me the top line stays Lehkonen, McKinnon, Nichushkin. The second line of Landeskog, Comfer, and Rantanen is really exciting because I think between Landeskog and Rantanen, you really cover up Comfer's deficiencies, and I think that line would probably work against just about anybody in the NHL. Even with whatever folks want to complain about JT, I think you get such good defense from Landy and such good offense from Rantanen that that's a really balanced line. But other than that, I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think the question, as I was alluding to earlier, is the bottom six, is we don't really know how it would work out. I think that we can safely say Eller is probably the third line center because they wouldn't have given up a second round pick to, just give him a few minutes a night on the fourth line, which would mean Helm is the fourth line center. And so one of O'Connor, Cogliano, Nieto, Newhook, and Rodriguez would be the odd man out, most likely in that situation.
I think it would be Nieto. I think he's done well in his return, but if you look, he really hasn't played that much. Like they're definitely giving him fourth line minutes, and I think they probably would default to the guys that won the cup. So I do think that would give Newhook the leg up over Nieto. I mean, maybe not for like every single game if somehow they were miraculously able to keep everybody healthy. But I think Newhook's done enough to prove that he should play regularly on the third line. So in this scenario, I do kind of see Nieto as the odd man out.
And I kind of am interested to see what a third line of Newhook centering. I'm sorry, J.A. Anderson just chimed in that I don't have the power to put it up. That the Avs need to be asking the Ducks about Kulikov, but just so you know, Kulikov was traded to Pittsburgh already, so they'd have to be asking Pittsburgh, and I don't think they probably want to get him today. But yeah, I'd be interested in the third line of Newhook centering O'Connor on the right and Rodriguez on the left. We haven't seen that yet, but I really like the vibe between Newhook and O'Connor, and I think Eller, Cogliano, and Helm as a fourth line cooks just as well as Helm, Cogliano, and O'Connor. So that intrigues me. And then you can swap in Nieto for Helm because I think obviously we're all expecting Helm is not coming back to the NHL, but let alone the Avalanche. But yeah, I like the bottom six mix like that. I think Rodriguez as a third liner doesn't put up points. Unfortunately, he really plays well with high end talent and doesn't play that well with low end talent traditionally in his career. So that's too bad. But other than that aspect of it, I think that's a good looking bottom six.
Yeah, I think that I think a lot of the question surrounds like what is their plan with Eller, because like if the idea with Eller is he's they want him out there to take some pressure off of Comfer so Comfer doesn't have to take every crucial face-off. I think it's hard to keep Eller on the fourth line and do that because his minutes will just be limited, and so like my thinking is the Eller trade means they're most likely committing to Newhook on the wing, and so then to me, the third line kind of looks like Eller centering Newhook and Rodriguez, which maybe could be a little interesting. I mean, like Eller's kind of the big question mark there, but to your point about Rodriguez playing better with skilled players, I would want to try to keep Rodriguez and Newhook together, in whatever bottom six lines you try to come up with.
Yeah, I like that too. It's nice to have options again.
Yeah, I don't think O'Connor could score enough to really be on the third line. At least if you have options.
Yeah.
So I almost, if I had to choose between the two, I almost would pick Cogliano, maybe.
Oh, interesting.
If I kind of had to, but it would be nice to have options in the bottom six.
I mean, it's nice that we're talking about actually playing a fourth line, right?
Yeah.
I know they've only dressed.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like all year long, Bednar has tried to keep Cogliano and O'Connor together. Like, I know that early in the season when the injuries mounted, he tried to keep Comfort, Cogliano, and O'Connor together as long as possible. And lately, he's playing a lot of those two together. So I'd imagine their thinking is that's probably the fourth line wingers. And then the question is who centers those two?
That makes sense to me too. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like they really do need Helm to take that because I agree with you. They didn't get Eller to make him a fourth line center. I mean, they've already even said. I mean, Bednar said third line center, and I think when they talked to him, he said, "Yeah, I'm here to play that third line center role." So I think we should just kind of like believe them. And ideally, you don't want Newhook as the 4C, but he has played with Cogliano and O'Connor a lot, so in a way it could be sort of like a third line B rather than fourth line, which maybe they wouldn't mind as much. Maybe it wouldn't be as bad as it sounds on paper since Bednar also likes to mix things up depending on how the game is going.
Yeah, I think we can definitely expect to see a bottom six of with that mix, get much more balanced minutes than the bottom six with Malgin and Nieto in it has been, which is exciting because balancing the lineup has been a gripe all year, right? So that's good news.
And especially getting into this part of the schedule, like they really do need to play a balanced lineup because one, like just get some guys fresh for the playoffs. You don't want McKinnon to be playing over 20 minutes a night every single night the rest of the way, particularly against this schedule because the demarcation point that I've had for this these stretches of games ends this Sunday, and after this week they get into the super easy stretch of the schedule. Where they're playing LA, San Jose, Arizona, San Jose again, Anaheim, all the teams that want Connor Bedard. And so I think those are the games to really try to like develop your bottom six and try to find, what works together so you don't have to be experimenting come playoff time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just to change topics for a minute, Peter Baugh on Twitter reports that Cale Makar said he felt very mild symptoms after the Blues game and decided to sit out because of the previous the concussion. He wanted to take extra precaution given the nature of head injuries, but he is good to go next game.
Yeah, I saw he was practicing on power play 1, so that's
but he also Cale came out and said he's back.
Okay, well that's also a good sign because they won't let anyone talk to injured players. So.
Right.
But yeah, if he actually says it like I'm good to go, then I'd probably pencil that one in.
Yeah, I think he's back. That's good news. Yeah, where was the quote? I'm scrolling back through my Twitter a little bit, and I'm just going to make noise while I do it. Yeah, Evan Rawls says Makar says he's ready to go. So that's good.
Yeah, it's definitely good news. I mean,
what would y'all do with the second unit power play, given that Makar is going to take that number one spot, bump Byram down? I like the concept of the Byram, Taves, and Girard trio on power play 2. I love Byram as a quarterback. Obviously, power play 2 has been a mix of Girard and Taves recently, especially, and obviously while Byram was out too. But given that like the top units forwards are going to be McKinnon, Rantanen, Nichushkin, and it's looking like Lehkonen, excuse me. So the second unit, probably Comfer, probably Newhook, and then just all defense. Does that sound good to you?
Yeah, well, if I had to pick 2 out of the 3D, which I think it is interesting that they have that in the arsenal, I would take Taze off of it. I just don't think he's that special on the power play.
Me too.
And it would conserve his minutes. Like, I would rather, let's say generously power play 2's out there for 2 minutes in a game.
Yeah.
I would rather him use those 2 minutes at even strength. And I know it's tough to say, like, hey, you're the vet around here, but I think Byram's proven enough of what he's done, especially offensively this year, that he should be on that unit. And I guess the argument would be between Taze and Girard, but I just think Girard is also more suited to quarterback than Taze is. So he'd be the one that I would take off because I don't think he offers a whole lot on the power play.
You give his spot to Rodriguez?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, Rodriguez has the McKinnon one-timer on the left side, right shot one-timer. So I think you definitely want that. I mean, if we're talking about which forward to kick off, I would say Comfer. I mean, even understanding that he has been a much better player this year, like the power play is not his thing. He's not very good at puck retrieval on the boards, and I think that's where they lose a lot of possession. Like you have to have guys that can retrieve the puck and keep the possession, which is also the reason why Burakovsky never really worked on power play 1. Just he wasn't very good at that. I actually do think that Comfer works as the extra attacker. Like I know a lot of people hate that, but it has been successful. He is good as the extra net front guy, so I'm cool with that. But I just think like between like Newhook and Rodriguez, like I don't think Comfer should be on the power play over those 2.
That makes sense to me. Yeah, I think that's where the power play, the second unit power play suffers with the way that the first unit power play is constructed. Because Lekanen would be so great, or Nichushkin would be so great as the wall battler on power play 2. With when Landeskog comes back, that's probably what'll happen. But without those guys down there, there really isn't anybody who digs that well. I guess you could try Logan O'Connor, but like that doesn't make any sense. So so yeah, so the second unit has to kind of get set up and move pucks around and get a shot off, and then regroup and do it again because they don't have that board battler. And Newhook has gotten better at that, but he's not that same guy either. But yeah, that's interesting. I do think my construction would be exactly the same as yours. I've written in the grades pretty much every week that Taves on the power play is just not very creative. He's effective. He's good. He's just not that creative. And Byram getting power play 1 minutes made so many more interesting passes, getting players to move, getting new guys open instead of just feeding McKinnon. I think that's the difference.
Yeah, I mean the only defense I can come up with of Tays on the power play is he does seem to function a little bit better with those two defensemen out there because they're skating around, they're creating a little more space. My dog is yelling at me here. And so I do think that if you are going to play Tays with the three defensemen is probably the best setup for him. But also, if you're talking about playing three defensemen on a power play, I feel like it's kind of an admission that you've got some bigger issues that you don't necessarily trust some other forwards. And Byram is that guy can quarterback, a ton of power play ones across the league. And so to me, it's a no brainer that he is the guy leading, the second unit.
Yeah. Yeah. I would even I would be comfortable living in a world where he's the only defenseman on power play 2 and both Gerard and Taves are not getting power play time. I think it makes sense to keep Gerard there. I'm not saying not to, but I'm comfortable with that vision if that's something that they do too. Rodriguez.
I think it'd be kind of interesting if they tried Byron and Makar on power play 1. Maybe
That's
not
cool
all
too.
the time. Maybe not as like their base look, but I think, especially if they've had a couple power plays in a game and it's not really breaking through, like why not throw that out there? Like this is where I always felt like they need to get more creative in the power plays because just the talent at their disposal is such a competitive advantage.
Yeah.
And you can set up Makar as a shooter. Like he doesn't have to run it. He doesn't
Right.
have to be the quarterback. He's such a great shooter that you can think of him as like replacing a forward, and then Byram's good enough to quarterback it. And I just think, like, how on earth do you defend that?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, the power play struggles this year have been, aside from the injuries, the most frustrating thing to watch. It just they're so good, and they are choosing to focus on McKinnon's worst tool. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, he's great, his one timer is great, but it is also not his best asset. So why not use his best asset, his powerful skating and passing to the best advantage? I think, God,
Yeah,
if
he
they
should
could
be
get
the
him
one
moving
moving
around.
He should be the one moving around the zone, and they should be trying to set up Miko. Like,
Exactly.
I get it. Like, Miko has the one timer.
Yeah, he does, and Byram does too. I think that'd be a cool look. We'll see what they play with, especially when Landeskog comes back. There's so many options. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Brian Sundown in the chat says Devin Taves is so underrated, and I think one of the best team men. I completely agree. I don't mean to say like we got to take Taves off the power play because he's bad. I think like if you're teaching a young defenseman how to play, number one lesson is just watch Devon Taves. Like he is so good at everything, and he's so subtle and smart, and he's always positionally in the right place. The one thing he lacks is offensive creativity, and that's the power play. So that's the only reason I would take him off of it.
And that's why I would say if you have 2 minutes a game of his time on ice to use, do you want to use it on the power play? Or do you want to use it at even strength?
Right.
Exactly.
So we have a couple news tidbits that just broke. One is Adrian Dater is saying more buzz seems to be picking up on the Avs and James Van Riemsdyk. Yeah, and the other is worse news. Avs Josh Manson, quote, will miss some time with no timetable to his for his return, and it's related to his previous injury.
Shoot.
Well, then they're not going to get JVR.
No, they need to go to defenseman.
They need defenseman.
Those are kind of too.
So if they don't get Klingberg, like who else is out there now that could fill this role? Because if it's related to his previous injury, I think that like we got to put a big old question mark on Manson for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I think so too. Wow. I'm seeing. I know you just said Dater said that the Avs are in on JVR, but Darren Drager's saying it's Detroit and Seattle in on JVR.
Okay. Yeah, I think Dater's just behind on like.
Yeah, Dater's
15 minutes
behind.
ago. The Sabres traded for Jordan Greenway. That's kind of interesting.
That is interesting.
Because I believe he has term as well. So that could be an interesting pickup for them. I do like a lot of what Buffalo is building. I think they really turned the corner when they got rid of Eichel. And then so Buffalo's an interesting team for me, but as far as like depth defenseman, it's just such a mixed bag type of. Do they want to be that reactionary? Like when they traded England, you can't just assume everybody's going to stay healthy. So
right. Yeah, maybe they just go get England back.
Right.
But I do think there's. I mentioned him hours ago now, but if Florida is selling, which I don't know if they are, it doesn't seem like they are. But Radko Gudas could be an option as a right defenseman. I really have never liked him, so it's weird for me to feel like I'm
just gonna throw this name out there just in case they actually do. But Justin Braun, I don't know how to quite.
Yeah, Justin Braun would be a good fit. I like that.
Because I think they were interested in him last year, so maybe he's somebody that's still on the list.
Yeah, Justin Braun. Where's he now? He was in Philadelphia for a time.
Is he still Philly?
Let's find out. Yeah, he's back in Philly.
What's his contract?
Let's see. Contract. He is on a 1-year, $1 million contract.
Okay, that seems very Avs-ish.
Yeah, that would be a good pull. I mean, he's 36, so he's definitely not somebody who you. He's 36. He's at the end of his career. He's not moving that well anymore. I wouldn't say he's the ideal Avs defenseman, but as just a fill-in while Manson is healing up, I don't hate it. Manson and Johnson, I suppose. God, yeah, there's never one injury for the Avalanche. It's always multiple. Nick Seeler is also a guy who folks were talking about is available. He's a left shot, so that's a little different, but I did really like his play with Seattle, and then they moved him anyway. And now he's where is he now? He's in Philly. That could maybe work.
I don't think they have to look for a right shot. Like, I know it's ideal, but how many teams actually are dressing 3 right shot defensemen every night? It's
right.
I think you got to have 2. Like, if you just have 1, you start getting concerned. But I know that both Manson and EJ out is a problem, but like, I don't think they necessarily have to get a right shot.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, for me, it's more so just I want another depth defenseman.
The Capitals re-signed Nicolas Aube-Kubel for another year, which I think is cool. I always liked him, so I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah, happy for him. He's fine. He's a fine player. He broke the Stanley Cup, but he's fine.
They're missing his 11 5-on-5 goals.
Another name to keep an eye on, Ezreal, I was searching Radko Gudas on Twitter. I saw David Pagnotta, who's the host of Sirius channel for the Florida Panthers, says that the Panthers are also taking calls on Sam Reinhart.
Oh, yeah.
We haven't really talked about Florida, and they haven't made any deals yet. So I guess they'd be willing to move him, Bennett, and Duclair, perhaps. I think all 3 could be options. I definitely like Reinhart the most, but I wanted them to get him when he was moved for Buffalo, and I think he just moved for like a first and a second round pick. So it's like, if you really, really liked him, that would have been the move.
I do really, really like him, and I would make that move again now. But I think that might be just too rich for the Avs blood with what they've got going on pick wise right now. If they can have him for just a first, I'm all there. But yeah, it is. It seems like defense is the priority right now.
I think he has maybe 2 years term left, so it's not like he'd be long term, but he's not a rental. I mean, yeah, that he's at least the type of player that I could say your first is worth it for sure. Like, he is a good player. But it is interesting. Florida hasn't done anything, and also we have Seattle, and I forget the other team that hadn't done anything yet. Was it Philly? Philly's obviously made a move at this point, but.
Sorry, I'm not sure what your question was.
I was just saying, what team hasn't made a trade yet this deadline? I think it was Florida, Seattle, and Philly. Have they?
Philly.
I'm blinking. Has Philly done anything yet?
No, I guess they haven't.
Okay.
I don't think so.
So,
another name on the right D conversation, which probably he's not available, but Matt Dumba would be interesting.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Like, would the Wild want to do that?
They wouldn't do us any favors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the problem there.
Yeah,
I am surprised though, because
more expensive.
Maybe they've resigned to the fact he's an own rental. I don't know. I think he's definitely available, but I don't think that they're going to do anyone any favors. Certainly not us.
Yeah, that makes sense. Logan Stanley is theoretically available from the Jets as well, but
no,
not the right fit at all.
He can't skate.
Yeah,
he's not going to be able to skate on this team. I mean, I guess Timmins is right shot. Like, we can get him for nothing. But
Timmins, I think, honestly, I've talked myself into really wanting Connor Timmins back at this point. Robert Bertuzzo, maybe, from the Blues, but I don't really like his game that much. Colton Parayko, if we're trying to ruin our cup window.
There's just Dave has more info on JVR. He thinks the Avs will be outbid, and the Avs don't want to give up anything more than a third for him. So I don't think we need to press the panic button.
Yeah, at least that's sensible. It would be hilarious though if he went for the, like I said, the 2025 third, and that's less than Eller.
Brian Sundown asks for fans of Klingberg. I think we touched on this earlier in the day, but definitely he just isn't a stylistic fit for what the Avs need. But if Manson's out long term, then I'm more interested than I was before, because he's a capable middle pairing defenseman, which the Avs are short on right now. So,
well,
I don't hate a middle pairing. Sorry?
He makes so much. It's like $7 million. And I know if they resign themselves to the fact of LTIR, doesn't really matter, but
yeah,
he should just be so cheap because of how much he makes and 100%. How terrible of a year he's had.
Yeah, like I think that's the question with Klingberg isn't whether we like him, it's do we like him for the price? If they get him for like a 7th round pick, yeah, I love it. But if they have to trade a 1st round pick, then you're gonna have to talk me off a ledge. Like
100% agree. 100% agree. I as much as we're talking about like the need for a depth investment, I think there's also a need not to panic. So, we'll see what happens here. But
yeah, it's a question for the playoffs, because I think they can survive the regular season with Hunt and JJ as the third pairing, especially since the last part of their schedule they're playing a bunch of cupcakes. Like Hunt and JJ are going to be better than some of the defensive pairings they play down the stretch here.
Yeah,
and so like
somehow
season, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Like it's just all whether or not is Manson coming back for the playoffs, is EJ coming back for the playoffs, and if the answer to both of those questions is no, then yeah, they probably do need to go out and make a bigger splash. But
or even if it's maybe, I mean, if it's maybe, that's you got to shore something up there.
Yeah.
Another name that has kicked around as far as defensemen go is Dante Fabro. I don't know. He still has upside, so maybe he's too expensive, but who he is right now is fine, and I think would be cheap. But I don't know. Does that interest you at all?
I just don't think they trust him. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. It's interesting. He kind of got passed by some mediocre defensemen like Jeremy Lauzon and in Nashville. So it is kind of like what happened there.
Yeah.
as always, what's the price? But I'm concerned he's like trending downward. That's I guess what I'm trying to say. And
Mm-hmm.
like, how much would the Avs trust him? But I know if you're looking at just be better than Brad Hunt, it's not the highest bar to clear, but it's also like then why?
Yeah, if it was something uh, uh, like a wildly cheap deal, I don't hate it. But yeah, you're right. The trust is hard to come by there. He might be the kind of guy who benefits from a fresh start somewhere new. But Adrian's here from his car again.
Oh, there he goes.
Dryden Hunt has been traded to Calgary.
Oh,
That's a weird
that's,
one.
he has been around.
Yeah. I'm confused by Calgary
his fourth team this year
doing that, but and I don't have the return yet, but that's from Shayna Goldman at The Athletic.
Huh? Probably not much. I think he was in the AHL too.
Yeah,
Maybe,
I think that's right.
Does Toronto need to move a contract?
Maybe, yeah. Another trade. This one's big. It's defenseman. Buffalo got Austin Strand from Anaheim for Chase Prisky.
Okay.
I feel like every single name that comes out at this point is just like, okay, that's a player.
Also, that Nuke didn't skate today because he's sick.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Yeah, he'll be okay.
Yeah.
I just decided.
and also on the Manson thing, I mean, the way that it's tweeted that Bednar says it like there's no timetable, he's gonna miss time. I mean, it sounds like the worst, but like he could be out 2 weeks. You know what I mean? Like
no timetable could mean tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I did definitely like the way he went down. It looked like you could see his ankle catch weird on the boards, and that's a surefire way to. I don't remember what he was out with in the first place. We just know it was the lower body, but I think it was something to do with a hamstring. And tweaking your ankle like that can easily pull any kind of leg muscle. So, yeah.
Yeah. It's too bad because it definitely was like such a freak thing.
Yeah. But I mean, the question just comes down to playoffs with him.
Yeah, I agree. This is from Perihelion. Says Avs Robin says McFarland doing his presser right after one is an indication the Avs are done. That's possible.
Maybe I also can't find information that he is confirmed for just after one.
Did Evans say that?
I don't know. So far, that's the only tweet that I can.
Yeah, Evan would know. The return for Hunt is a real person named Radim Zahorna.
Oh, I think he's someone that's up and down in Calgary, so probably just moving out of not moving out of contract because they get one in return, but probably like AHL related.
It's interesting. I googled him and not Wikipedia. His about page on Google says he plays for Pittsburgh, so I don't know what's going on, but.
Well, trades are starting to pick up a little bit now. I mean, they're all minor deals, but like
we're getting all those last minute ones
after another now. So you have to wonder if maybe there's a bunch of impending faxes into the league right now.
Yeah, even if what was said before about McFarland being done because his presser is coming up, there could still be a trade to get reported, even if he is done. Like they hung up the phones maybe, but we haven't heard about it yet.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like maybe the big parts of the trade are done, and they just got to figure out the small details. And McFarland doesn't need to be there for that.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, the Manson news. I feel like to me that indicates they might not be. They if I were in the Avs front office, I'd be kicking the tires on every defenseman that is available right now, if nothing more than just to see what the price is.
Yeah, I
maybe
agree.
You don't feel like you have to make a move, but you got to at least figure out what's out there.
But then it's like, why did you let England go?
I mean, yeah, bring him
if you're
back.
going to be that desperate for a defenseman, like you can't tell me that like 5 days ago that they didn't say, well, what if, EJ doesn't come back, or what if one guy goes down, then what are we going to do? So
I dread the day they call up Keaton Middleton, but it's not.
I thought England was worse than him in the AHL, so who knows?
That's what I was just going to say. That's how I felt about England's call up, and then he turned out to be effective. So obviously Keaton Middleton would have a long way to go to earn Bednar's trust, but that could be something that happens.
But yeah, we're also not looking for anything significant, especially since they're willing to play JJ decent minutes. So you still have, and with Makar coming back, you still have your great top four, and then you're just looking for somebody to take some minutes.
What is Detroit doing? They brought in James Van Riemsdyk, apparently. I saw that from Elliot Friedman right as we got it from Mile High Hockey. I don't understand how can James Van Riemsdyk's expiring contract be more valuable to you than Tyler Bertuzzi's?
I know everyone says that Vancouver's confusing. I think Detroit is the most confusing because
Detroit has this like aura about them because Yzerman made Tampa Bay. That's like, well, Yzerman must know what he's doing, but I don't know that Yzerman knows what he's doing, you guys.
Well, has anybody come across like a decent reasoning for why they got rid of Hronek? Like, I'm sure they're expecting that Sider's going to need $1 billion, but
yeah, I didn't really have that big of a problem with that. If they're like, this guy is not going to be in our long-term plans because we can't afford to spend X amount of dollars on a second pair defenseman, whatever. I didn't hate that. You get a good return for a guy who's having a great year but might not actually be great. It's a gamble for sure. I didn't hate that one. It's just, and I didn't hate getting rid of Tyler Bertuzzi because anytime you can get rid of a Bertuzzi, that's a good thing. But like,
I guess it depends what JVR costs. Like if it's just a third,
then
that, it's a whatever for a rental. Like we've got worse players for thirds in the past, but
for sure.
It's just
speaking of which, that Derek Brassard scored twice in his 1000th game.
Yeah. Good for him. I mean, I know that I said like I still believe he's like at the end of the line, but absolutely good for him. I watched the video of the in the locker room in Ottawa, like all the teammates congratulating him. I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah. Michael Russo is tweeting about Alex Goligoski being available. He's an old man at this point, but
like, is this like the carrying water time? Like, like blue light special, like last minute.
Yeah, all the agents are.
The actual tweet is curious to see what happens with Alex Goligoski in the next 20 minutes. I think he's been presented with options, but he has a full no move. So I guess teams are trying to trade for him, but he gets to decide.
The JVR trade was good enough for Friedman to break his silence.
Yeah.
It's just strange, like going back to like what is Detroit doing? It's just very strange to see like them acquiring a rental, and then you hear about the Panthers like might be sellers, and Detroit is a point behind the Panthers in the standings. And like if either of those teams are going to be the sellers, it should be the one that didn't win the President's Trophy last year.
You would think.
I guess I see the argument of like it matters to your young players that you have something to play for.
Yeah, and getting them playoff experience is important as far as building a true playoff contender.
Yeah, but they keep saddling themselves with these playoff experienced players who can't skate anymore. And
I think the value of a rental is very overblown because they also need to get acclimated. Like these are human beings, and they're going from one place to somewhere else. Can they even go with their family? Are they staying in a hotel? Do they know anybody on the team? Like, what are you really getting? A lot of this is like doing something to send a message or to say like we're trying. I don't know. I just think the whole frenzy of it is so overblown. I just think it's just all false.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of it is just, I think, media and fans are putting pressure on the team to do something. That's how, a lot of GMs can justify their jobs. Look, I tried, therefore you should give me another year. Whereas if you don't try and then nothing happens, it's a lot easier to say, hey, why didn't you do anything? Maybe you hire somebody else.
Yeah, totally. I don't know. There was one other trade that trickled in. It's pretty minor. Where did it go? It was San Jose acquired Jacob Peterson from Dallas for Scott Reedy, which are, I believe both of them are like kind of AHL veteran forwards.
I was about
Not
to
a
say,
big
I definitely
deal.
know who
Peterson
those
might be a
players are.
defenseman. But yeah, that happened.
Yeah, very
So, I
exciting.
mean, we got 18 minutes till the deadline here. And I mean, there's all these small deals coming through, and it does, I don't know, just based on past trade deadlines, it feels like there's one more big shoe to drop across the league. You know, I'm not saying that necessarily has to be with the Avs, but just see all these small trades, and they tend to presage some larger trade, you know, whether you're clearing cap or clearing young players to, you know, make room for whatever big target you want.
Yeah, that makes sense. Did we already cover the return for Greenway for
I don't think
Buffalo?
so. Yeah, I'm
No, I
seeing
don't
it
think
here
so.
too.
There's a 2023 second rounder and a 2024 fifth rounder.
I guess that's fair for a guy with term. I think he has 2 years left.
Yeah, I think so. Here, yeah, he signed through 2025 at $3 million per year. That's reasonable value for him.
Yeah, I think he's a good player having a bad year, so
Mhm.
it's a reasonable gamble there. Did we talk about Brendan Lemieux?
I think maybe that
touched on
happened
it
when you
once.
were gone. We did say like
Okay.
face puncher for face puncher.
Yeah.
that was the only announcement.
But one of them apparently is worth a fifth round pick.
Oh.
That's more like the Kings were like, you take Brendan Lemieux, we'll take Zach McEwen, and Philly's like, we don't want that guy, and they're like, fine, take a pick, please. We want him off the roster.
I think Lemieux makes more, so.
Oh, that makes sense.
That cost for a few pennies.
Yeah, really not a fan of him. But that's just me. I'm just poring over the trades that happened, just in case there's something I wanted to say about something.
Interesting about the JVR thing is they said deal isn't done as the Red Wings are in process of moving another player. So TikTok. So it's not like, I know that the trades can get backed up as long as they've been like sent into Central Registry. They can wait to have the trade call, but it needs to actually be done. And it sounds like the trade isn't even done. So they gotta get a move on.
Wow, yeah, they have to get something else to go through before they can officially do that trade. That's
That is definitely taking it to the 11th hour. So what happens if that trade can't get through its trade call? Do you just assume that that'll be okay and then you can make your other move?
Maybe. What's their cap situation like? No, they've got tons of cap space, so I don't think that would be a consideration here. They probably could just do whatever they wanted, even if this fell through. So, which team out west do we think has gotten better after all these trades? Yeah,
not a lot to choose from.
Yeah,
I guess LA, if we like Gavrikov.
Yeah.
Korpisalo, you know, I think he gives them somebody who is possibly good, which they didn't have a goal at that time because, you know, Copley and Quick were definitely not good. Copley's fine. I shouldn't say that, but yeah.
Yeah, nothing's really coming to mind. I mean, maybe something's slipping my mind, but
And I like the Ekholm ad for Edmonton. He's
that's the
I
right
do
answer.
think Edmonton's had a good deadline. Yeah,
but,
it
like,
might
the
be
Avs
them.
destroyed him last year in the playoffs, so it's
And,
like I'm not.
and what was
too
the other move that Edmonton made that I thought was decent? It wasn't the Puljujärvi one. It was, who else did they add?
I'm pulling up their transactions log here.
I feel like they made 2 decent moves, which is very un-Edmonton-like.
Nick Bjugstad.
Bjugstad.
Oh, yeah.
I like that move too, yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe that's the answer. If anyone, maybe they improved a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, like, going back to our previous question of like who in the West scares you the most, like I still think it's them, just because they're the only team that the Avs will play where they won't have the best player in the series. And so
that's a good answer.
Back alone,
But
McDavid
the Avs are good at limiting McDavid.
Yeah, I mean, Makar is a big hack on that front. He's the only guy who can reasonably skate with him.
I mean, Gerard shut him down one-on-one a bunch of times the last time they played. The Avs decor is so fast that like they match up well against McDavid as well as anybody can, I guess.
Yeah,
looks like according to Chris Johnston, the James Van Riemsdyk trade is not happening.
Oh wow, okay. It'll be interesting if it does go through or if it or what happened, the fallout there. So yeah, just finishing the Edmonton thing. It's not like McDavid isn't a threat, like he absolutely always is. But I just think, yeah, like we have the defense to kind of limit him, and even in that game where we had 1 million goals in the game, what was it, the 6-5 game against Edmonton? He had 1 assist in that game. So Edmonton scored 5 goals, he only had 1 assist. So
to me, like, the Edmonton matchup is kind of a stylistic issue for them, because their issue is always defense, and so they pretty much have to commit themselves to winning these high scoring games, and they can win a lot of high scoring games against a lot of teams, but like if you get into an up and down go game against the Avs, the Avs are perfectly fine winning that. And I remember leaving game 1 of the Western Conference Finals last year when the Avs beat them 8-6, just thinking, like, if Edmonton isn't going to win an 8-6 game, like, what are they going to win? They're not going to win a 1-0 style of game against the Avs. And so, like, I think the fear of Edmonton is that they do develop more of a defensive identity, and so Ekholm helps in that front. But a lot of people after that trade went and pointed out that in the Nashville series last year, the Avs just skated circles around Ekholm, and he really couldn't do much. And I think you can make the argument that it's less scary in Edmonton because he's going to be taking on more responsibility, whereas in Nashville he had Yossi, who was taking on all the primary responsibilities, and he had was the second tier guy. And now in Edmonton, he's got to step up and mark a lot of the best players.
Well, you would think Darnell Nurse would do that, but he's not good at
it. It's funny, those fire wagon games between the Avs and Edmonton. I think the Avs don't want to play that way because it becomes more of a coin flip. It was like Dallas last year. They suppressed everything so much that it became a coin flip. It was like, if you're just counting on whichever team is going to get the lucky bounce, it could be anybody. And it's almost the same if you go all the way to the other side of the spectrum. It's like, if this game is going to have 15 goals, really anybody could win it. So I think the Avs did better when they sort of were able to contain it more and generate their offense off of defense rather than just like go because I'm not sure they win a series if they are go for 5, 6, 7 games.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, like that Edmonton series, as it went on, they locked down a lot more defensively, and you could really just see Edmonton get frustrated. And I think that's kind of the main issue with the Oilers is they can really kind of only play one style effectively, as far as being like a Stanley Cup level threat. Whereas the Avs can play, they can play a lot of different styles. They can play a more defensive minded game. They can play those 8-6 games. Like they're built for a lot of different matchups. Whereas Edmonton, I think, needs kind of specific matchups for them to really be considered a top level threat.
Yeah, and Edmonton's good at sucking the other team into playing that way, but it's like you just can't.
Yeah.
And so I think like the Avs can get sucked in for a little bit, but I think as we saw last year, over time they figured out how to assert their style more, and obviously that's why they won.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just keep looking at the West, and I really think like Vegas is really the only team that like truly stands out as a team I like really actually fear. I mean,
Yeah, I feel that
Jackie,
way
like you
too.
said, DeBoer knows how to shut down the Avs, but I do think Dallas is just a tad overrated. They're a good team, but they've been like the healthiest team in the entire NHL this year, and so like that's part of why they're sitting atop the division right now. But they've been the healthiest team. The Avs have been one of the least healthy teams. The Avs are 6 points back with 3 games in hand, and so I kind of doubt what their ceiling truly is.
And they're without Mark Stone now, so they may have had, and they're without Mark Stone. They're without Logan Thompson. If both those guys are back in the lineup when the Avs play them, they're more dangerous. But if either one of them is out, I'm not scared, man. I'm not scared at all. Edmonton's the scary one for me. I like that what you were saying about them. It is that McDavid factor, but I'm not scared of them either, man. I'm not scared of anything.
Yeah, I mean, if you tell me the Avs are playing their best hockey, I'm not afraid of anyone. They'll beat everybody out west if the Avs are playing at their best.
I think they could play anyone in the East too if they're playing their best.
Yeah. The East is just tricky because, like, you have teams like Toronto that look like world beaters on paper, and they have yet to prove it in the playoffs. And so it's just like if that team got hot, it's kind of hard to get a feel for them. Boston too. Boston's good, but it's like, are they this good? Are they best team ever good?
I mean, when Taylor Hall comes back, they are loaded. I mean, they look kind of like us last year. They are loaded.
But we see President's Trophy teams all the time, don't? And they're not a flash in the pan. Like they are a franchise that's won a lot, but it's hard. It's hard sometimes to really translate that regular season success. And also, they have nothing to play for. That division is settled. And when you just take your foot off the gas, even just a little bit mentally, it's really hard to then play a team with all the guns blazing.
That's true. That's true. But man, I can't. If anybody's going to get a team to fight through that, it's Patrice Bergeron. He's the kind of leader you need in a situation, in any situation, really. He's a great player, hands down. Probably my favorite center since Peter Forsberg. I'm going to stick with that. I think that's true.
I think of the older centers, my favorite's Kopitar. I think he's so underrated. I really like Kopitar.
Great. Really great player. Bergeron just, I don't know. There's something about the way that guy just digs, that I really respect a lot.
Yeah, definitely the level of consistency that he's been able to achieve for so long.
Yeah. Yeah, I was when I was playing, I was a defenseman first, and then I shifted to center, and I was very much like I'm like a third line center prototype, like defense first. I'll chip in where I can because I was a defenseman first, and Bergeron was my guy. That was when I was really little, it was Steve Reinprecht. Steve Reinprecht was the guy I was like, because I was in Wisconsin. But yeah.
When I first started to follow hockey, I really liked power forwards. Like I actually liked Rick Nash a lot.
Oh, great player.
Way back in the day. And sort of like the value of a power forward's kind of changed, but I guess I always have a little bit of that for that type of play.
Trade to report. Somebody who we should have talked about all day, but we never did. Troy Stetcher is now a Calgary Flame.
Yeah, I guess everyone from Arizona we should talk about.
Yeah. I like Troy Stetcher's game a lot when he was in Detroit. I have not paid attention to him in Arizona because, it's the Coyotes, but that would have been an interesting depth fill for us. He's kind of in that same Shattenkirk mold where he's a less effective offensive defenseman, but he was very good defensively in Detroit. I'm curious to see what his stats are now, but it definitely brings another option to that third pair in Calgary, where they've been Zadorov, Gilbert most of the year.
Mhm.
Stetcher's more of a puck mover than either of those guys, even though Zadorov is playing so well right now.
Yeah, I mean, this trade deadline is just kind of a function of the Avs are the ones that are being chased, and so we're watching all these other teams out west trying to find ways to match up, and the Avs are able to sit back and just say, you know what, we're the defending Stanley Cup champions. We've got awful injury luck. Like it's on the rest of the league to try to catch us, not the other way around.
It's like, you know what? Everyone else, you don't have a buy room.
Yeah,
That's right. That's right. And I know there's been a lot of talk in Avs world about how it would be a disappointment if they didn't acquire a second line center, or it would be a huge miss to not stock up this year. But I really do like the roster where it's at. If it comes down to it, there's no moves that are made today. In the next couple of minutes, we don't find out they brought somebody else in. I don't have a problem with it. What do you think, Jacob? I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think that the second line center topic has basically, it's been the main topic of conversation since Kadri left. And I get it for good reason, but they've always had in-house options. And I always feel like this debate just completely overlooked the fact that they like JT Compher, that they brought in Evan Rodriguez as a potential second line center. They look at Alex Newhook as their second line center of the future. And so as far as options up the middle, and also last year, Mikko proved that he can play second line center if they really need to. And so they've never really felt like they're desperate to get a second line center. That seems like it's mostly been kind of a function of the fan base saying well, we need to get another Kadri. You're not going to get another Kadri. The Kadri season was an outlier, and you shouldn't have fixed your expectations to saying we need to replace that, because you're just not going to get something like that. And it also took a couple of years of investment in Kadri to produce that season too.
That's right.
If they would replace the guy with the second line center with someone who had Kadri's production in his first or second year with the Avs, is that dramatically different from what the amalgam of Compher and Mikko and Rodriguez and Newhook can do for them? So I've never really looked at the second line center as the main thing. For me, just watching Bednar completely refuse to play a fourth line for almost half the season, I always thought the bottom six was what they were going to focus on.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
that's what they have done.
I've thought of that too. As I've said before, I think hockey. I think there's been way too much focus on the center thing. If they had such a big problem with it, they would have addressed it. And McFarland had even said that in his. And I guess we'll see. One more minute to go if we're wrong, but that they felt comfortable, and that's not what they were after. And I just feel like there's so much focus on the position in the center that hockey's a 5-man unit, and it's just not about that anymore. I think you see better and better players that are playing on the wing. It's not because they can't play center, it's just because they're better utilized there. And is that it? 1 o'clock? Guess we'll see what happens.
All right. One thing that just came in under the wire. One thing that just came in under the wire from Elliot Friedman, Patrick Brown went from Philadelphia to Ottawa. Don't care about that.
But I think in general the Avs could stand to add more good players. I don't think you're ever going to turn your nose up at that. But I don't think it necessarily has to be in a certain position or a certain line. Everything's fluid. We see how Benner runs his lines. Just one guy takes the draw, one guy takes the defense down low. Does it really matter? McKinnon isn't even a prototypical center, right? So it's just, you can have centers that are like that, and they have more defensive wingers like Landeskog and Nichushkin. It's just the way that they've set the team up differently, and I just think there's just been so much fixation on this problem that I don't think that they believe they had. Now, I think in general, they lost Kadri and Burakovsky, they lost good players. So I don't think that they're just set and forget at this point. But it's going to take work to build that up, because it took those shrewd trades. And that's why I'm so concerned about the assets, because that's how they built the team, was through those kind of trades. And But I do think that like focusing on just even if you improve your bottom 6 so you can roll 12 forwards, that's going to make them better.
Right.
And then we'll see what they do in the future to be able to keep that middle 6 going. I think it's more important than quote unquote second line center.
Yeah. Plus, I think one thing that the second line center debate kind of overlooks is, when the Avs find themselves in a dogfight and they really got to put their best foot out there. They, put Mikko out there, they put Nate out there, they have them double shift as much as possible. And so like, I just think that the way, Jackie, you alluded to it, the fluidity in their lineups, how much they like to play matchups, and move forwards around. It doesn't seem like it's the biggest issue in the world, because like if it really comes down to it, they're not too happy with their second line center. They can start double shifting, McKinnon and Mikko in crucial games in the playoffs, and cut down on the fourth line here and there.
Another trade, Rasmus Asplund went from Buffalo to Nashville. That's interesting. I'd be surprised if there's not something going back the other way that's usable for a playoff run, because Asplund is a good looking, young forward. I wouldn't think Buffalo would want to get rid of him for nothing, but
they did just get Greenway, right?
Say again?
They did just get Greenway. They're the team that
got
Greenway.
Yeah, making space.
So,
that makes sense.
It might have to do with, lineup or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Just thinking of that off the top of my head. It's interesting. I think it was LeBrun tweeted that Carolina's done. They didn't do anything. Like, I hardly call getting Puljujärvi as, like, significant. I thought he had way less impact than a lot of the narrative that was out there. So it is interesting that a team like Carolina, who, is, like, quote-unquote going for it, they didn't feel like they needed to do what New York and what Boston was doing.
I wonder if they looked at Boston, New York, Toronto, and thought, like, these three teams are going for it this year, and they're in trouble next year. Next year will be our year.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think
Nashville has extended Dante Fabro, so I guess
okay.
He's not being traded for it.
Not in the trade call queue.
There could be another one coming. San Jose's beat writer says that James Reiner, Nico Sturm, and Capo Kakinen all left the ice, and practice is supposed to start in like 5 minutes.
Oh, interesting. Nico Sturm back to Colorado, maybe.
Yeah, that's true. Because it worked out so well last year.
Hey, they won the cup.
Yeah.
Not because of him. I mean, good for him. He's having a good season there.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't hate it. Again, like a 7th round pick or whatever. A nothing kind of pick. Sure, like shore up the depth.
It's just he has term. I think is the problem.
He's expensive at this point. Yeah. 2.3 for 3 years or something like that.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that he had a 3-year deal. Never mind then. I was thinking he was still signed to a 1 year.
Yeah, he got that post-cup bonus.
Yeah,
the Kings traded Austin Wagner to the Blackhawks for future considerations. That's interesting. The Blackhawks just are like, please give us an NHL body. And the Kings were like, well, we got this AHL one laying around. And they're like, fine.
Yeah, whatever. Good enough. Are they going to help us lose games?
I think Wagner even had like a decent sized contract, so it's kind of weird. Mm-hmm. But maybe the Blackhawks just need to dress people in, so that's something. Oh, Fabro's deal is 1 year, 2.5. It's kind of a lot for him, but
it looks like Van Riemsdyk is not getting traded.
It will be interesting to hear the story that comes out about that, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, what an exciting deadline. We should have had this show 2 days ago.
I know. That's true. What was the busiest day? Probably Wednesday, maybe? Wasn't yesterday.
Yeah, it was definitely, I think it was Wednesday.
So yeah, what time? What time are we gonna call it so I can eat? 1:30.
Well, yeah, I think we probably could. We could go to the half hour maybe, and call it.
Yeah,
I think that's good.
I gotta eat too.
Yeah, same here. But yeah, it's looking like there's not a whole lot of big stuff on the horizon, at least as per my hockey Twitter timeline. It seems like if there are deals left, they're all minor ones that are still processing through the league right now.
Yeah, I feel like I'd be kind of surprised if no one, no little deal gets made by Colorado. You know,
It's because
they've
they
had a
have the
trade.
streak. Like, if they hadn't had the
Yeah,
streak, I would have said 5 trades is enough. Like,
you're right.
5 total. They made 3 in the last week. Like, that's a lot of transactions, really. But they do have that streak where they always made some deal on the trade deadline day. But that was Sakic, not McFarland.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Megan Angley retweeted an Arizona reporter who says Nick Schmaltz, Josh Brown, Lawson Krause, and Carl Vamelka are all on the ice for Coyotes morning skate.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
Sounds like those guys didn't move.
I mean,
I'm just reporting on retweets of tweets at this point.
I know. we're just desperate for any little bit of news we can get.
I mean, truly, the better players don't need to go at the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah.
players with term, if you can't get a team that's caught up in desperation, you know, a lot of those trades don't get made. Like, all of the Avs' best trades, except for last deadline, were not made at the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
So last year was definitely more atypical.
Yeah. And I think, just looking at this deadline, I think overall this looks like a pretty successful deadline for the Avs. Like, I know that they didn't do a whole lot of things, but it's more so that nobody in the West really made, like a big giant move the way that the teams in the East are. Like, I know we talked about, liking Ekholm, the Kings get a goalie, little moves here and there, but it's like teams like the Kings and the Oilers, they have to prove that they're a threat to the Avs first before, we take kind of medium-sized moves like this, really, really seriously. And so, like, you just kind of look at the way that the West is, situated post trade deadline. It's not really that dramatically different from what it was pre-trade deadline. And all of the bad teams that the Avs are going to be playing over the next 6 weeks all got worse. Although they sent out a ton of NHL players. And so, like, I look at kind of where the Avs are sitting post deadline with their schedule. I still feel really good about where they are.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I mean, we have the best elite players, and that hasn't changed. Like, that's what ultimately matters. Like, I don't think they would have been a lock to go to the Stanley Cup Finals. They got Patrick Kane or anything, you know? Like, it's not that easy. It's not a video game, and they clearly prioritize guys that know how to play the system, know how to play with each other, and I don't think that's a bad viewpoint.
Yeah, I mean, there's something we said about, continuity is your main team building, idea, as opposed to just trying to kind of do what Toronto's doing and take as many players from around the league as possible and try to figure out how they all play together over the course of the next 6 weeks.
Dozens of artists and fans gathered in Central Park.
Sorry. Yeah, I completely agree. Paul Teller asks, what % chance do you give the Avs on getting the #1 seed in the West? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say like 98%. I think it's happening.
Yeah, me too. I've been banging this drum ever since I wrote the column diving into this.
Yeah, you were on this months ago.
You look at and in that column I wrote that if the Avs get 60% of all possible points from this current stretch where they're playing a bunch of playoff teams, then they can get 90% down in that stretch against all the bad teams, and they'll get to the #1 seed pace in the West. But that pace has fallen off since I wrote that column. I think the pace was like 110 points. It's now around 105 points. The Avs also captured more than 60% of their possible points from this stretch. And so, I can't help but look at all, Arizona, Anaheim, San Jose, Arizona, Anaheim, San Jose, nonstop, over these last 6 weeks. And if they take care of business, they should get the one seed out West. To me, that's kind of my baseline expectation at this point.
I have a little bit of concern because they've lost all those teams.
That's true. Yeah, you can't look at Arizona and say that's definitely a win.
Right. But yes, they should. Certainly. They're not going to win every game, but yeah, it's like I said, it's up to what their best players do. That is really all that is what matters at this point. It's depth helps here and there. You can give extra minutes. Depth scoring is critical, but that's just so minute in comparison to like how much difference the core makes.
Yeah. LeBron says Klingberg is going to Minnesota.
Oh, there you go.
I'm very interested to see what that return is like.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they would, like, with Dumba already expiring. I'm surprised they would go get another expiring old right hand D. But I like Dumba a lot. I like Klingberg a little. So I don't know. Yeah, they needed somebody, I guess, on defense. They needed to use that cap space for something. That's for sure. They're not going to have much in the future.
Yeah, it's another move kind of around the edges that like it should make them better, but it's nothing that should really put the fear into the heart of Avs fans. There's just no real serious impact players coming out west at this deadline.
Saravelli says that the Stetcher to Calgary deal is Troy Stetcher and Nick Ritchie for Connor Mackey and Brett Ritchie.
It's amazing how many teams Nick Ritchie has played on. Like that 10th overall is just really buying him so much.
Yeah. And I mean, he's not a bad depth player. He's not. At first he was getting moved around because people were like, he's going to make it work in the top 6, and now he's getting moved around because teams are like, yeah, we could use somebody who can hit. But yeah, I don't know. It's funny to see the Ritchie brothers get traded for each other.
That is, yeah.
It is funny.
Joe Smith, Wild Reporter, says Alex Goligoski did not get moved. So I guess that's fine.
Peter Boss says still no word on if any moves are coming from the Avs. So I guess there's a little hopium for people who are hoping that something comes along.
For real, that's just him saying that Chris McFarland hasn't started his press conference yet.
Yeah,
right.
They wouldn't tell you either way. They wouldn't, but. It hasn't been that busy of a day, so I can't imagine it's that backed up, Like some years it is backed up for like an hour, but like
Peter Baugh just says, I believe a minor league trade is coming involving the Avs. Not sure if there's anything more.
Okay.
Exciting.
What's up, Adrian? How's the car? I can't tell if he is here to talk to us or not.
He's just trying to find out what the hell is going on, like all of us.
Sources say that New Jersey is done for the day.
Man, the East is going to be so fascinating to watch unfold.
Yeah, I'm excited for, I think I say this every year, but I'm excited for the playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, like New Jersey, New York first round series as of right now, that could be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like that. Man, the East playoffs is going to be so fun. I think the West playoffs is going to be fun too. It's going to be obviously not as many like trade deadline related storylines, maybe not as much firepower as the East, but I think there's some fun to be had with these teams, especially kind of because they're a little bit weaker. I think there's going to be some high scoring games, some low scoring games. There's going to be all kinds of interesting stuff in the West. And the East is just going to be, man, it's going to be a slugfest. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, one team out west. I'm really interested to see how if Seattle can make it, how they fare in their first playoff run, because like you got to figure that the home ice advantage is for them in that first round especially is going to be crazy. Like that whole building is just going to be going nuts for the first playoff series, assuming they do make it.
I lived in Seattle for a long time, and people were hungry to be a fan of a team. I was there when the Sonics left, and the football the soccer team started. I'm forgetting their name, but the Seattle Sounders. The Seattle Sounders games immediately got so fun. They were always a blast to go to. I didn't really care about soccer, but just like the environment there. And I know that the hockey fan
situation is the same. Seattle's going to be a fun place to watch a game, especially on a good playoff run.
Yeah. And let's see, right now they would be matched up against the Kings. That's another team that's kind of interesting because like they've got the old heads still around there from the last playoff run, but like the rest of that team is really like kind of one big giant unknown at this point. I feel like it's really hard to evaluate teams in the Pacific just because like you get 3 freebies against Vancouver, San Jose, and Anaheim.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Kings. I think that there's a lot to like about that roster. I think there's a lot of developing that needs to happen for them to get to be real contenders. And I think probably it doesn't. I'd be surprised if Kopitar and Doughty get another cup, but Doughty maybe less so because I just feel like he's going to be around a little bit longer than Kopitar. I don't know why I think that. It's just what I think. They're both still playing very well. Yeah, but I like the young core a lot. I'm excited to see if holding on to Brant Clark was worth it.
Mm-hmm. Do we think Calgary can mount a charge and make the playoffs? Or are they going to be the team on the outside looking in?
I'd love to see the meltdown if they don't make it.
Yeah. Agreed.
I mean, they're only 1 point ahead of Nashville, and Nashville is, given up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that they have it, honestly, because Markstrom's not playing well. Huberdeau hasn't figured it out. I think they probably move on from Sutter in the offseason, and then they come back strong next year.
Yeah, I can see that.
But Sutter also, it's hard to count out a guy who has that big of a track record of success, So I don't know. The West, the Pacific. I mean, there are playoff spots to be had if they do get the ship righted, but I wouldn't say any of the moves that they've made today really make me think that they are on the way to that.
Yeah, agreed.
Unless you're a huge Troy Stetcher fan, I don't think anybody's going to be that excited about Calgary. Calgary's deadline, I mean.
See, any news from Baugh? Nope, nothing yet on whatever this potential minor league trade is.
No, looks like they're still waiting on Chris McFarland's presser.
Yes, Bednar's speaking right now.
Say that again. Sorry.
I think Bednar's speaking right now. That or Darren McKee's videos are uploading.
I think they're just old, like not old, but not like right now.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, none of the NHL reporters' Twitter feeds that I have up are updating anything right now.
Yeah, same.
So either there's a backlog or nothing is happening.
Dom Decision says that he thinks that where did it go? Sorry, my page refreshed right as I was talking.
Twitter outlet.
That Klingberg is a perfect fit for the Wild. They just needed somebody who could bring offense from defense. So we'll see. Maybe the Wild make a push. But I think since we don't know what we're getting from Baugh, well, we could call it now. We could say goodbye for the day, or we could wait for a little bit longer and see if we get anything. What do you two want to do?
I mean, if it's just a minor league deal for the Avs, I don't think it's going to have any impact really on this season.
Yeah,
maybe it's like to replace England or something. Who knows?
Right.
Yeah. If there is a trade, we probably don't have a whole lot to say about a bunch of minor leaguers.
That's true. I think we can call it then.
All right. Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, thank you everybody who was watching for. Sorry, Jackie, I spoke over you. What'd you say?
Oh no, it's okay. Just thanks for anyone that was with us for 5 hours.
Yes.
Yeah, for real. Really appreciate y'all jumping in. Perihelion, Paul Tyler, Brian Sundown. Y'all, we really appreciate you being around. J.A. Anderson, Shatitude. Wow, Shatitude was the only one who was asking about Shattenkirk. I wonder if it's the same person. Thank you all so much. Thank you as well to Evan and Adrian who were with us for parts of the day. Jackie and Jacob who are still here. I'll thank myself, I guess, while I'm thanking people. Thank me for being here. Check us out at milehighhockey_lab on Twitter, Mile High Hockey on Twitter as well for the whole blog. We got stuff going up almost every day about the Avalanche, it's there for you to read. So please do. Thanks, y'all. Have a great.
Thanks, everyone.
You guys have been fucking amazing for the last 10 years.